Star Wars, Silver Oath. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Welcome to Bérgamo. Long, long ago, in a distant galaxy, the Republic ruled a highly developed galactic civilization, and the capital, Coruscant, was like a blazing star, generously spreading the light and heat of civilization. However, there must be shadows in corners, where the light does not reach, and poverty and decay inevitably breed in the marginal areas of the Republic. Bérgamo, located in the outer ring of the Milky Way, has been quietly orbiting a binary star system for countless years. Occasionally mentioned, people only lamented its poverty and backwardness. However, decades ago, a politician named Jaime Brason rose strongly on the planet Bérgamo. With his upright and honest image, he won the support of 3 billion people on the planet, became the president of Bérgamo, and sent his puppet to the Senate of the Republic. In the capital, Coruscant, he won the respect of many senators with his nearly flawless personal image. In the eyes of the Senate, Jaime Brason was honest and upright, with a gentle and modest character. Under his rule, Bérgamo became increasingly prosperous and wealthy, gradually getting rid of poverty and backwardness. He built the capital Green Dawn into a benchmark prosperous metropolis, which amazed countless tourists from afar. However, he himself maintained a poor life for decades, and even wore a patched coat when attending the Republic conference. The so-called saint is just like this. Sure enough, there are no real saints in the world. A human woman covered her dignified and beautiful face with a grey and white cloak, walking quietly in a dark and damp alley, looking at the crooked temporary buildings on both sides and the abandoned children shivering under the shelter of the buildings. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and sighed sadly in her heart. Not far from this alley, to be precise, 20 meters above the head, is the most proud and prosperous city on the planet Bérgamo, Green Dawn, like a steel forest. The architectural style of the city was based on Coruscant. Although it was not as widespread as Coruscant, it was as bright as a star for a remote and poor planet. However, how many people knew that beneath the dazzling surface, it was already rotten to the core? How many people knew that among the 3 billion people in Bérgamo, only a very small number could live a superior life in the modern buildings of the capital, Green Dawn? The woman walked in silence, and after a moment, a group of sneaky figures followed behind her. In this underground kingdom, women walking alone in the slums were almost like throwing the best bait into the fish pond to fish. Slave traders eager for superior slaves, underground black doctors looking for fresh organs, murderers who enjoyed killing, and desperate gamblers followed one after another. However, the woman only looked back at those sneaky figures, and they disappeared like morning mist encountering the sun. These thugs in the underground world could not even remember why they came here. The woman didn't care. After coming to Bérgamo, she had encountered similar things too many times, so it was not surprising. She shook her head and continued walking. She walked all the way to a dilapidated hotel. She took off her coat in the only first-class room, and then she let out a long breath. She clicked on the huge display screen covering the entire wall of the room, and used a custom communication device on her wrist that looked like a bracelet to transmit new data. 2 photos soon lit up on the wall. In the photos, children who looked like withered were imprisoned in a dark cage like livestock, waiting for the same fate as livestock. In another photo, in contrast, the upper class of the city was living a life of luxury, enjoying a life comparable to that of the rich in the core area of the Republic. And photos like this have already lit up the entire wall, and this is just what the woman has collected in Bérgamo for a week. On the display screen, various photos and notes were connected by lines of different colors, like a densely woven network, and countless clues pointed to a core. In the middle is a photo of the president of Bérgamo, Jaime Brason. It was this president of Bérgamo who enjoyed a high reputation in Coruscant, who caused countless tragedies. Almost every major criminal organization was behind the scenes, and Jaime Brason was the mastermind behind the consortium and the highest leader of the gang. Before he came to power, Bérgamo was poor, but content with poverty. People had never lost their humanity, and had lived a peaceful life for thousands of years. However, in just a few decades, the surface of the planet was filled with criminals and skeletons. All this was still unknown to the public. Jamie Brason still enjoyed a saint-like reputation, and no one could expose his perfect personality. The woman stared at the clue network on the wall in silence, and at this time the communication ring on her arm suddenly beeped. She placed the communication ring on the table, and a blue holographic projection appeared. A strange head like an octopus appeared in the field of vision. The 4 tentacles on the chin were gently squirming, showing its identity as a Quarren. The 2 round eyes showed a look of great respect. "Greetings to you, respected GD Master." Before he finished speaking, the woman interrupted him and said, "I told you, please call me Mostima." The Quarren seemed a little embarrassed. Mostima said, "Don't be nervous, just treat it as a business exchange between colleagues. Before, the Republic's intelligence work in Bérgamo was presided over by you. I really need your professional advice." The Quarren felt even more ashamed and uneasy when he heard this. Jamie Brason is a very cunning politician. I have been operating here for many years, but I have never been able to find his weakness. Being able to verify the other party's cunning is also an important work achievement. Mostima comforted the Quarren. "Do you have any suggestions for the next work?" As he said, the GD Master transmitted all the information he collected to the Quarren agent. When the Quarren heard about the work, they quickly turned their attention to their own display screens, and then their 2 huge eyeballs were congested. "Master, are these the clues you collected? You are worthy of being a GD Master. You have collected so many in just a few standard days. Let me see. This chain of evidence is already very complete. Next, as long as we add the testimonies of the Star Sail Hotel and the Dawn Human Force." Before he finished speaking, Mostima lit up 2 new portraits on the display screen through the communication ring. They were the heads of the Star Sail Hotel and the Dawn Human Force, and their information and related testimonies were also transmitted at the same time. The Quarren was simply stunned. As expected of the famous all-powerful GD, the chain of evidence is completely formed. As long as you, Master, submit these evidences to the Senate in the name of the Jedi Order, it should be enough to be accepted, and Jamie Brason's evil rule will end here. The woman pondered and deduced, but after a moment, she smiled and shook her head. "So, what if it's not submitted in the name of the Jedi Order? For example, what if it's you, or even an ordinary person working in Bérgamo?" The Quarren was stunned for a moment, his voice lowered. "That's probably a little insufficient. The president's crimes are rarely committed by him personally. Almost all of them are done by others. There is no solid evidence of crime. Moreover, he has a nearly perfect persona in the Republic. Everyone thinks he is a humble and clean political saint. He also has the most prestigious legal team in the galaxy and has turned black into white many times. In fact, it is far-fetched to use legal evidence to bring down a political strongman who has controlled the planet for decades. That's why I hope that Master can use legal evidence to bring him down. Then the essence of this matter becomes that I use the influence of the GD to forcibly interfere with the judgment of the Senate. Because I can't stand him, I use the influence of the GD and the cloak of law to ask the Senate to try him. How is this different from a willful tyrant?" The Quarren thought for a long time and reluctantly suggested, "If we must collect real evidence from a legal perspective, then there are ways to do it. Since the GD Council has decided to investigate Jamie Brason, with your skills, can't you go directly to the president and let him tell the truth? It's the kind of hypnotic technique that only GD use." The GD Master was deeply regretful of this cognition. The Force skills mastered by the GD are double-edged swords. It is true that I can use the Force to confuse Jamie's mind and make him confess his crimes, but at the same time, I can also use this technique to make innocent people wrongly accused, so the testimony obtained through hypnosis is not credible. In addition, since Jamie Brason is highly cunning, he may have prepared in advance, so that he will not reveal the truth, even when he is hypnotized. The Quarren said helplessly, "If you say so, the problem will be very troublesome. Jamie has been running Bérgamo for so long that the entire planet is like a combination of maze and a spider web. It is difficult to lock him down through external clues. If we have to say something, we can only try to find the legendary manor. Some people say that the president built a private mansion on the outskirts of Green Dawn, where he lived an extravagant life. More importantly, He would entertain some guests who were in cahoots with him at the manor, and most of his crimes were designed and completed in the manor. But I have investigated for many years, and have not been able to find any clues about the manor. As he was speaking, the Koran suddenly heard the communication ring on the table start to ding again, and the woman's cold face instantly melted a little bit, although it was only a little bit, but the Koran was sure that he was not dazzled. Mostima said, "I have asked my apprentice to investigate Jamie's manor." The Koran was astonished. "Apprentice? You are not here alone." "Yes, there is my apprentice Seen. He is still in the training stage. He is 17 years old, but still very immature and needs more training, so I asked him to go to the downtown area to investigate the information about the presidential manor." The Koran was stunned. "Master, Jamie has always attached great importance to the secrets of the manor. Anyone who dares to investigate privately will be in danger of his life. Not to mention the downtown area. Many elite agents under my command have disappeared in the downtown area. Yes. So I asked him to be more careful when investigating. This is not a question of being careful or not. Your apprentice should still be just an apprentice, right? Excuse me, even a GD who has mastered the skills of the Force." However, while speaking, Mostima had already reached out and pressed the multi-person communication button on the communication ring, and suddenly another projection appeared next to the octopus head. That was a human boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old. The Koran were not very good at distinguishing the age and beauty of humans, but when he saw this boy with black hair and black eyes, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity, and the other party took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Master. This is Agent Squawk, I think. It's nice to meet you. I've read the Bérgamo investigation report you wrote. Your work is really meticulous and admirable." The rough skin of the Koran was flattered to the point of bleeding. This is so shameful. There are no reliable results in several years. No, it is precisely because your work has not achieved any results that the Republic will request the Jedi Order to send a master to investigate, which has actually accelerated the investigation process. I believe that the people of Bérgamo will remember your contribution in the future. Koran. Chapter 2 Simple Solution. If the young man's tone had not been sincere and did not sound sarcastic, the Koran would have smashed the table with his suction, cupped fingers on the spot. Mostima interrupted. "Did you see that Mithril?" "Yes." The Koran could not help asking. "Mithril? Is it the Mithril who claims to be a pastry chef at the presidential manor, but hangs out in bars and casinos in downtown?" Seen smiled. "Yes. Thanks to your investigation report, I was able to lock onto the target directly, greatly reducing my workload. That Mithril is extremely cunning and dangerous, so be careful when you approach him." Seen showed an expression of deep approval. "Yes, he is indeed extremely cunning. It took me 2 hours to find him and get him to explain the problem." The Koran wanted to say that his elite agents had spent 2 weeks trying to gain the trust of the Mithril, but he was choked and couldn't say the words. However, after all, the young man was also a GD. As long as he used the Force skills, the Mithril people would naturally tell him everything they knew. However, Mostima asked, "You didn't use the Force skills?" "Of course not. I always remember the Master's teachings." "Wait, what are you teaching me? Why not use the Force?" As if seeing the Koran's confusion, Mostima explained, "Seen's talent for the Force is not that good. His sensitivity to the Force is only below average among the young apprentices of the same period. So on the one hand, we must let him feel the Force harder than others, and on the other hand, we must not let him develop the bad habit of relying too much on the Force. Jedi are not releasers of the Force." Seen also looked ashamed. "The 3 pillars of the Jedi are the Force, knowledge, and self-control. I'm born with a weakness in one of them. If I rely on the Force to do whatever I want, it will be sensational and a laughing stock." The Koran people thought, "Okay, whatever you say is what it is." But since the Force was not used, how did this young apprentice get the Mithril man to speak? Exclamation mark. "I won all his fortune in the bar and casino he frequented, and got him drunk, so he confessed everything." The Koran looked down at the report he had written that year. This is what was recorded about the Mithril man: multiple criminal experiences, extremely good at gambling, alcoholism, However, as an agent of the Republic, the Koran quickly cheered up and asked, "Did he tell us the location of the manor?" Scene said, "He told us his own secret recipe for making Kashyyyk 7-layer cake. I'm now confident that I can do better than he did. What's the point of asking him to tell the dessert recipe? Question mark." Scene explained, it was with his secret dessert recipe that he was favored by the chef of the manor and was able to sneak into the manor. Now that I'm doing better, I can replace the mithril and sneak into the manor at Green Ivy Hill as a dessert chef at any time. The Koran couldn't help interrupting the conversation again. Wait, the presidential manor is in Green Ivy Hill? Yes, it's in the northeast of the hill. It's easy to find. Did the mithril tell you? No, I just followed him and found it. Can I find the manor by following him? The Koran questioned, while looking at the report file in his hand, which recorded in bloody detail the tragic cases of countless elite agents trying to track the staff of the manor, and then disappearing from the face of the earth. Yes, before I officially contacted him, I spent several standard days tracking the whereabouts of the mithril, and found that he would go to the manor via different routes every time, and then suddenly disappear halfway, leaving no trace at all. And continuing to track him would have a great risk of being exposed. The Koran nodded repeatedly, and finally heard the part that matched the investigation report. But this seemingly concealed method actually exposed the essence, because as long as you carefully observe the place where he disappeared, it is not difficult to find that there must be sewers or similar underground facilities around. Then it is not difficult to judge that there must be multiple secret passages converted from sewers nearby, leading directly to the manor. Young man, you're not difficult to judge is really a bit beyond the scope. In fact, the construction method of this secret passage is not uncommon. The new agent manual published on Corellia records 27 related cases. They are all private manors that cannot be seen in the light and use such secret passages to pick up and drop off peripheral staff. So next I quickly found the construction party of the city sewer, retrieved all the construction drawings from the database for comparative analysis, and reversed the location and structure of all the secret passages, and finally locked the location of the manor. Overall, the thinking mode of this dictator in the marginal galaxy is still very simple. The Koran silently deleted all the documents in the report, and decided never to mention the work of the past few years to anyone again. Scene was still talking excitedly. In addition, according to my investigation, the president will host a banquet for several underworld bosses in his private residence in 5 standard days. I think this is a good opportunity to act. Mostima reached out and knocked on the table, pondering. 5 standard days later? It is indeed an opportunity. The Koran was shocked when he heard this. Master, are you going to directly behead Jame's criminal group? This time, the two Jedi looked at him with strange eyes at the same time. Scene explained seriously, how is it possible? Jedi cannot take the initiative to provoke disputes, let alone assassinate the legitimate head of a regime. We have worked hard to collect clues and evidence so that he can receive a fair trial before the law, expose his crimes to the public, and let the concept of justice and peace be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Fighting violence with violence will only give birth to a new law-breaking dictator. The Koran was ashamed and felt that his understanding of the spirit of the rule of law was not deep enough. But soon he had another question. If it's not for beheading, then what good opportunity is the manor party in 5 standard days? Or, why wait until 5 standard days later? Can't we just sneak into the manor and investigate the evidence? Scene said, a cautious person will not leave conclusive evidence even in his own manor. The Koran couldn't help but question. The existence of that manor alone is a crime. With the president's legal salary, he can't afford the manor of Green Rose Hill even in 1,000 years. Not to mention that when he was doing a political show on Coruscant, he claimed that his annual expenditure was less than 5,000 credits. What's more, it is rumored that his mansion is extravagant and has all kinds of rare treasures. He can say that the manor belongs to someone else and he is just staying there temporarily. In fact, according to my investigation, the owner of the manor is indeed the major shareholder of Bérgamo Heavy Industries Group, not the president himself. In just a few days, have you checked out all the people in the manor? Question mark. The Koran was unwilling to accept the fact and asked again, but as long as he lives in the manor for a long time, there will always be evidence of the crime, right? Either human evidence or physical evidence. There is a certain possibility, but I think a sufficiently cautious criminal will not relax his vigilance even in his own home, leaving opportunities for outsiders to take advantage of. For example, he will use code words or even secret words to issue illegal orders, so that even if they are recorded, they cannot be used as direct evidence. In addition, regarding the human evidence in the manor, there is reason to believe that a sufficiently cautious criminal will conduct risk management for all risky positions, so that they cannot access the complete criminal process, or even realize that they are committing a crime, and thus cannot constitute strong evidence of the crime. At the same time, multi-level task allocation and single-line contact will be implemented, so that even if some of the links are cracked, it is difficult to trace it back to the president himself. The Koran felt almost powerless after hearing this. Jamie Brason is not a lunatic. Who would arrange such meticulous and complex risk management in his own manner? Isn't he afraid of dying from overwork? Scene said seriously, Jamie Brason is an extremely dangerous dictator. Such people are usually accompanied by strong paranoid personality and even mental illness, which will lead to their behavior cannot be estimated by common sense, and it is not an exaggeration to overestimate the relevant risks. After all, he is the culprit who made the Republic's elite agents' years of work go down the drain. The Koran burst into tears. What you said makes so much sense, I can't refute it. But how can you carry out the mission if you estimate the risk so high? The gathering in 5 standard days is the flaw. Scene said, he can hypnotize his men in the manor and use code words to communicate in the manor, but when facing a gangster boss of similar status, he will most likely have to communicate in Mandarin. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mostima. We cannot rule out the possibility that they use complex communication devices, each using code words, and utilizing the encryption and decryption of the communication devices to reach an agreement. As long as the device is destroyed afterwards, no evidence will be left. Yes, Master, I have also considered this possibility, so I will be there in person 5 standard days later to put Jamie Brason in a stress state where he cannot use code words. Mostima nodded. Very good, then I'll leave it to you. Not good at all? The Koran couldn't help interrupting. Master, do you mean to let Scene carry out the infiltration mission? The risk is too high. Mostima said seriously, I know that when a Jedi Knight carries out this kind of infiltration investigation mission, and the target is a legitimate leader of a regime, the credibility of the final result will definitely be questionable, especially if we also use the Force to guide people's thoughts. It will be more likely to cause controversy. Once we confront a luxurious lawyer team in court, it is easy to be criticized for this. The risks in this regard must be checked. You are right to remind me. So Scene, you must remember not to use the Force indiscriminately during the infiltration investigation. I understand, Master. The Koran cried. I'm sorry, Master, I don't understand. Are we really talking in basic? Why do I always feel that you, the Master and the apprentice, are communicating in some encrypted code? Do you really understand what I mean? Jamie Brason's manor, that is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair whose location has been strictly confidential for many years. It has been run by a dictatorial madman for decades. I don't know how many traps there are in it. Master, you actually let a 17-year-old apprentice sneak into it to investigate criminal evidence without using the Force, and you chose the day when the underworld giants gathered to launch the action? Mostima looked at the Koran again. So, do you have any suggestions for Scene's infiltration plan? Scene also looked at him expectantly. The Koran felt that his tentacles were about to split. Don't look at me like that. I really don't understand your GD world. You increase the difficulty to the point of explosion, and then ask me for advice? Yes, go and cheat. No, you GD even regard the basic application of the Force as a cheat, and you have sealed yourself. What else is there to say? Well, be more careful, and pay attention to safety. The Koran said dryly. Scene thanked him earnestly. I understand. The more complex and difficult the mission, the more we need to focus on the basics. You are indeed an elite agent of the Republic, and you are concise, and to the point. Koran, haha. Mostima asked Scene, do you have a preliminary action plan for the action 5 standard days later? Yes. Scene said, although the specific plan needs to be adjusted according to local conditions, I have developed a rough framework, based on the existing information. I will share the content. Please correct me. After that, Scene stretched out his hand, to operate the communication ring. With the indicator light on the bracelet flashing continuously, a huge data stream began to be transmitted rapidly. After a long time, Corin couldn't help but tap his display screen. Is there a problem with the communication? It shows that the file has not been received yet. Mostima said, don't be impatient. The action plan file is usually large, and it will take more time to transmit. Corin was dumbfounded. The file is large. This channel can transmit an entire galactic encyclopedia in 10 seconds. Now 5 minutes have passed. Are you sharing the global structure diagram of Coruscant, which has more than 5,000 layers and carries a trillion residents? Exclamation mark. Finally, when the Corin began to feel anxious, the green indicator light next to the screen finally lit up, indicating that the communication was completed, and the Corin clicked on the file with trembling fingers. What came into view was densely packed documents and countless video clips, which were connected by complex lines of different colors, forming a dazzling and complex network. The Corin's first reaction was, you really sent the structure diagram of Coruscant? Question mark? This is called a rough framework. Your definition of rough is a naked violation of the Republic's basic language. But he still held back. Sure enough, Mostima pondered for a while and said, the content is indeed a little brief, but it is barely acceptable at this stage. I will help you improve the content and you can refer to it for execution. Yes. Mostima looked at the Corin again. Mr. Squawk, do you have anything to add? The Corin added, Chapter 3, The Dawn Before Action. After the communication conference, Scene let out a long breath, calmed down, knelt on the bed, and fell into meditation. The moment he closed his eyes, Scene felt the flow of the Force. It is omnipresent and inclusive of everything. It is one of the 3 pillars of the GD. Feeling the Force in meditation is not only the daily practice of GD apprentices, but also an important opportunity for Scene to reflect on himself every day. Under the wrapping of the Force, Scene can effectively block the interference of distracting thoughts and recognize himself more clearly. In the darkness, Scene saw himself from a high perspective. A young man with black hair and black eyes and a slender figure. His name is Scene. He is 17 years old this year, and he is a dulling favored by the goddess of fate. Before he could remember, he was taken to the GD temple for training as a Force-sensitive person. This talent can be said to be one of the most precious treasures in the galaxy, and Scene was born with it. However, in the GD temple, compared with other young apprentices, his talent pales in comparison. His sensitivity to the Force is at most a medium to low level, and there is nothing special about his figure and appearance. Since he could remember, Scene clearly realized that he was not a genius, but there were many geniuses in the Jedi Order. Some people would be distracted when their master was teaching, some would start to review before the test, and some would not make enough efforts, even though their grades were not good, as if the test scores were just a game for them. Scene was far behind in terms of confidence and talent, so he always told himself that he had to work harder to keep up with the people around him and live up to the name of GD. And since he could remember, Scene has been working hard, meditating hard, feeling the Force, working hard to learn all kinds of knowledge, from astronomy and geography to food and gardening, working hard to maintain a positive and enterprising attitude, never slacking off, never stopping. And fate has always favored him and surrounded him with a group of kind classmates. They saw Scene's efforts and humbly gave the first place in various exams to him who was not talented, to encourage him to keep working hard. Although Scene repeatedly emphasized that it was not necessary, the kindness from the young apprentices of the same period continued to flow, which moved Scene very much. In addition, Scene also met the best master. When he was 14 years old, the all-powerful GD Master Mostima decided to accept Scene as an apprentice. This move once caused a lot of controversy, but Mostima insisted that only he could best guide Scene's growth. Scene was very grateful for this, because it was obviously a charitable act of the GD Master. Scene's talent was poor, and he had reached a bottleneck early. When he was 14 years old, the regular training of the young apprentices had almost no effect on him. In each routine test of training, SYN could hardly find room for further improvement. If it were not for the GD Master to take over and teach him, I'm afraid that his achievements in this life would only end at the age of 14. And this kind GD Master is the most unfathomable person SYN has ever seen in his life. Although there are many elites in the Jedi Order, Mostima still enjoys a very high prestige in the Order. She became a GD Master at a young age and mastered thousands of force skills. More importantly, she is extremely knowledgeable, and with this knowledge, she can often achieve incredible miracles, so she got the title of all-powerful. With such a famous teacher, SYN can get answers in the first time, no matter what field he is confused in. It seems that there is no problem in the world that can stump her, whether it is the loopholes in the laws of the Republic or the method of making premium Kadu ribs in the family kitchen. In SYN's eyes, his master is simply omniscient and omnipotent, and such a great GD Master is willing to sacrifice his precious time and energy to teach him in person, in order to save a person like him who is not talented. SYN will always remember this kindness in his heart. At the same time, he also feels very lucky. He works harder to improve himself on weekdays so as not to disappoint this favored life. But everything in the world has a balance. Where there is luck, there is misfortune. Compared with myself, who was born to be favored by the goddess of fate, the billions of people living on the planet Bérgamo are undoubtedly unfortunate. They encountered a dictator who committed many evil deeds. Their wealth was exploited, and their lives were oppressed. The planetary civilization, which should have been thriving, was shrouded in dark clouds. As the dulling of fate, SYN felt that he had no choice but to clear the dark clouds that shrouded the planet Bérgamo. Of course, things cannot be accomplished overnight. The first task at the moment is to sneak into the president's manor, overcome the many organs set up by the cunning, insidious and perverted president, and collect conclusive evidence of the crime. I have already had a preliminary idea about this, but whether it is feasible still requires the judgment of the master. I don't know how many deficiencies will be found by the master in the framework of the plan I designed. It will definitely be modified beyond recognition. SYN knows that his talent and knowledge are mediocre. Although the previous plan is the result of his full efforts, it must be far from the requirements of the task, especially the requirements of the master. Of course, SYN would not be discouraged by this, because from another perspective, as long as he followed the master's revision suggestions, and fully understood and digested the shortcomings of the plan, it would be an excellent self-improvement. This made him look forward to it. In anticipation, SYN's consciousness gradually spread and merged closely with the force. Time passed quietly. Beep, beep. The alarm on the communication ring rang on time, and before the alarm rang, SYN had opened his eyes and reached out to stop the alarm. As a qualified GD apprentice, he should have strict self-control ability, and his biological clock should be as accurate as an electronic clock. Over the past few years, SYN has been using this to judge his physical and mental state, and most of the time, he can accurately wake up 1 second ahead of the alarm. Under the iconic greenish light of Bérgamo, the communication ring showed an emerald-like brilliance, and the indicator light on the outer ring flashed, indicating that a new email had been received. Feedback from the master has arrived. SYN opened the file with great anticipation, and saw that the plan map, which looked like a galaxy network, had the same dense revision traces. As expected, most of the revisions were at the detail level, such as optimizing camouflage techniques, providing new electronic intrusion technologies, etc. In addition, Mostima also emphasized the many cultural details that need to be paid attention to when dealing with alien races that may be encountered. There was no major adjustment to the plan framework, but after SYN read it, he was moved. The master really had good intentions. SYN was not so arrogant as to think that his plan framework was impeccable. The reason why the master did not change the framework was, on the one hand, to take care of the basic self-esteem of young people, and on the other hand, because two drastic plan adjustments were not conducive to the digestion and absorption of people like SYN who had poor understanding. But the optimization of details was real. Mostima optimized a towering building with details on SYN's immature framework, and his words were full of the strictness and tenderness unique to GD masters. For example, in the electronic intrusion part, she not only wrote down the key points of the technology application, but also noted the technical path and reference books. The entry-level textbook was the Advanced Electronic Engineer Training textbook of the Enterprise Alliance, which was exactly what he had seen not long ago, but did not study in depth. At this time, the master took it out and marked it separately, obviously urging him not to give up further study in any field at will, and what he gave up at that time was actually suitable for him to use as a reference for study now. It was a harsh but gentle criticism. In addition, there were several relatively unpopular professional textbooks for military academies, which were also purchased by the master, and the full text was attached to the email. There are countless similar details, and after integrating all the details, SYN has already seen the dawn of victory. Chapter 4. As long as you have the heart, everyone can be a master chef. In the early morning, in the green light of the lower city of Bérgamo, in front of the ruins of a building abandoned due to a fire, SYN, wearing a typical cloth shirt of the lower city poor, walked slowly, feeling the feedback from his feet, and soon locked onto a pile of burnt beggar trees. Judging from the touch of his feet, there should be an underground passage leading to the presidential manor hidden under the pile of dead wood. However, SYN did not rush to approach, but wandered around the ruins for a while, and took a step forward when no one was paying attention. Everything was like an illusion, and SYN's feet were empty, and he fell down. It turned out that the pile of dead beggar wood was just a thin optical camouflage net to hide the existence of a secret passage. To be honest, the technology was not very powerful, but the hiding method was quite good. Not long after falling, SYN had already stepped on the ground in a blink of an eye, but at the same time, there were two dark muzzles in front of him. "Who are you?" the two gunmen wrapped in black clothes asked in a cold tone. SYN was not in a hurry. According to the established plan, he waved a piece of metal that only the staff of the manor could hold in front of the man in black and said, "From today on, I will replace that blue-skinned mithril waste." The men in black looked at each other, and one of them turned on the holographic projection device to verify with the manor. Not long after, a blue holographic projection of a Latran with 4 arms appeared. Compared with his height of less than 1.5 meters, his huge head that was twice as big as that of a human, and his chef hat that was almost as tall as his height made him look very present. This Latran with skin like rubber meticulously trimmed the thick beard on his cheeks, his small eyes narrowed into slits, and with his tightly pursed lips, he showed the majesty of a superior, and even the pure white chef's uniform looked like a noble robe. From the respectful demeanor of the man in black, it was not difficult to judge the status of this Latran in the presidential manor. Miranopa Manor, the chef of the presidential manor, has been with Jamie Brason for more than 10 years, and has been responsible for his diet for a long time. He is an absolute confidant. "Who are you?" the Latran questioned. SYN chuckled and said, "I'm your new pastry chef." The Latran narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin with his left hand, and stirred the soup with a long-handled spoon with his right hand. After a while, the Latran said, "It is a mistake to trust the mithril people. A rubbish that can't even keep his identity card. You two, kill him." However, before the black-clothed man received the order to shoot, SYN had already thrown out the bait. Detoxified Vishork spider eggs, slow cooked in 74-degree vine spirit soup for 20 minutes. This is the so-called dessert secret recipe of the mithril people. Upon hearing this, the Latran immediately screamed, "Wait." The two black-clothed men almost sprained their waists. The Latran asked, "Anything else?" SYN said, "The fat of the jumping beasts can be used to melt the hardest natural sugar blocks on the planet Kashyyyk, and then make the best syrup." "Anything else?" SYN said, "If you can waste less time, wait until I get into the kitchen, and I can tell you as much of this trifle as you want to know." After these arrogant words, the Latran pondered instead. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Let him come. When the mithril people are not here, there must be a substitute in the kitchen. Besides, your boss, the watchdog who claims to have Mandalorian blood, has been complaining about the boredom of life. This is a good opportunity for him to move around." After that, the communication was unilaterally cut off. The two men in black looked at each other, and then said to SYN coldly, "Follow me." SYN walked forward silently, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, he is worthy of being a master. The dialogue just now was basically based on the script, revised by the master. In just a few words, it almost perfectly calculated the psychological changes of the Latran chef, the man in black, and even the legendary Mandalorian gatekeeper, and even calculated the serious loopholes in the internal management of the presidential manor. He was obviously a stranger who came suddenly, but he was able to use a tough attitude to scare the Latran chef into opening the first door to the manor for him. However, it was fortunate that these lines were polished by the master. If he followed his original lines, he would probably encounter problems. His grasp of people's hearts was still not good enough. Compared with the lines revised and improved by the master, the routine he originally designed was 3 sentences less, 7 words. This is the gap. With full of emotion, Scene boarded the orbital airship in the underground secret passage, spent a long 10 minutes in the dark passage, and went through another security check before finally arriving at the legendary Green Rose Hill Manor from the underground secret passage. It was a refreshingly gorgeous manor, where plants from different planets were cleverly grafted together, presenting a delicate yet wild charm. Scene was so absorbed in watching that he paused involuntarily, causing the man in black beside him to sneer. "Are you stunned? Ha, then open your eyes. At least half of the plants in this garden are so famous that you can't even name them, even if you look through the plant encyclopedia." "Why are you telling him this? The boss will be here soon. If there is a problem, I'm afraid it won't take a few minutes for this guy to know the new fertilizer under the tree." Scene was amazed at the maintenance cost of this manor. He did a simple mental calculation. Just by looking around, he could identify plants from at least 20 different planets. According to the local plant export price and interstellar shipping costs, the introduction cost would be at least hundreds of thousands of Republic credit points. As for the maintenance cost, it was also sky high. Even if we don't consider the labor cost, just in an ecological environment like Bérgamo, the annual maintenance cost of maintaining an ecosystem that accommodates the coexistence of multiple plants will not be less than 6-digit credit points. And this money is enough to get tens of thousands of poor people in the lower city of the capital's Green Dawn out of the dirty environment with stinking water everywhere. This is the manner of a dictator who unscrupulously exploits the wealth of the entire planet. As Scene was sighing in his heart, he suddenly heard a heavy sound of footsteps behind him. Looking back, Scene saw a burly man in full armor. The T-shaped helmet on his head seemed like an extremely conspicuous business card. In response, Scene smiled just right and said before the other party spoke, "A Mandalorian? What a coincidence. I met your compatriots in a bar in a nearby galaxy a month ago. They are recruiting people for an important task. I heard that their compatriots in Bérgamo are eager to come and recruit people." The Mandalorian from Bérgamo stopped in his tracks. Scene smiled again and said, "When they heard that I was coming to Bérgamo, they asked me to investigate the news first. If it was a rumor, they would not have to make a wasted trip. But it seems that it is not a rumor, so there is no need for me to refute it." At this point, the tall gatekeeper suddenly said, "You go down first." The 2 men in black were a little stunned, but as the mechanical arm behind the gatekeeper unfolded, the muzzle of the blaster was pointed at their heads, and the men in black fled. At the entrance of the back door of the manor, only Scene and the gatekeeper were left. I have important work here." The voice behind the helmet was dull and even trembling because of the metal isolation. "I can't leave the presidential manor. Oh, even if it's a conscription order from my compatriots, it won't work. Aren't you from the same clan?" "Yes, we are not from the same clan." Scene smiled and said, "I haven't told them what clan they are yet. But it doesn't matter. I'll write an email for you and tell them that the news that there are Mandalorians in Bérgamo is pure rumor. After all, everyone has their own difficulties. When you go out, you should understand and help each other." "Indeed," the gatekeeper said dryly and pointed behind the door. "You have passed this level, but the Latrans are not as easy to talk to as I am." Passing the gatekeeper, Scene couldn't help but regret. It's just a spiritual Mandalorian. Although from the previous investigation, the probability of the president having a genuine Mandalorian watchdog is very low, it is still a pity to witness it with my own eyes. The relationship between the Mandalorians and the Jedi can be said to be tangled and complicated, and it is also a blessing to be able to witness the demeanor of the Mandalorians with my own eyes. Of course, from the perspective of executing the mission, it is better not to meet him. After all, the genuine Mandalorian is not only powerful in combat, but also has extremely sharp intuition. It is not easy to disguise for several days under his nose. Beyond this appetizer, the next focus is the chef Latran. Judging from the previous intelligence, we must be doubly careful at this level. In the back kitchen cleaning room, the gatekeeper has been waiting for a long time. The chef of the manor, the four-armed Latran, Miranopa Manor. At this time, the four-armed chef, wearing a prominent chef's hat, stepped on a footstool more than one person high, and looked down at Scene. I didn't expect that the Mandalorian actually let you in. But it's not so easy for me, because to be honest, after getting the tricks of the Mithril people, the manor does not need a new pastry chef now. Scene couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Then you might as well use this empty talk trick to copy the Kashai cake that the Mithril people are proud of. I hope you can please the president with this. The Latran was silent for a while and said, okay, since you don't think highly of empty talk, let's do it on the spot. After that, he jumped down from the high footstool, and the two hands on it hooked their fingers at Scene, motioning him to follow. Chapter 5, Secret Recipe. Scene followed him, and came to the door of the warehouse, where the ingredients were stored. The Latran man swiftly entered the password to open the door, while giving the interview question. Now, I'll give you 20 minutes to make a dessert that can be served on the president's table. The next moment, the door of the warehouse slowly opened, revealing a huge underground space divided into dozens of small spaces by glass showcases. Each space was filled with enough ingredients to feed hundreds of people for a year. In the middle of the warehouse, there was a display table more than 10 meters long, on which were placed a dazzling variety of ingredients and seasonings, most of which were luxury brands imported from developed planets, especially Coruscant brands. Scene was stunned for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Roughly speaking, if the exhibits on the long table are used as raw materials, there are at least hundreds of desserts that can be made. Some of them are what his master asked the chef of a high-end restaurant in Coruscant for advice, such as Tron's hazelnut souffle with golden truffles and latte chocolate coffee with tiramisu. Although his skills are still immature, it is not difficult to deal with it if it is just an interview question. The only question is it enough to just deal with the job? While Scene was thinking, the Latran sneered, "Stop talking. Don't tell me you can't even recognize all the ingredients, but for a poor person like you who lives in the lower city, these high quality goods are probably not easy to identify." The Mithril man recognized half of them at the beginning. "Otherwise, if you recognize 2/3 of the ingredients on this table, I will consider you qualified." Scene ignored this, and was still immersed in observation and thinking. He didn't take the Latran's ridicule seriously at all. He could recognize all these common goods on the table when he was 6 years old. After all, he can be considered half a native of Coruscant, and he has also learned cooking skills. This kind of food exhibition that shows off Coruscant's characteristics is really ridiculous. The problem is that perhaps, because he is too familiar with these luxury ingredients in the core area, he can see other problems on the table. Should I take advantage of this? This is an unplanned option, and even the master did not mention it, but it must be said that it is worth trying. While Scene was weighing the pros and cons, the head chef Mirano's face was full of impatience. Is the question too difficult for the poor people in this lower city? Of course it will be difficult. In the entire manor kitchen, only he, the head chef, can recognize all the ingredients. There will be no more than 5 chefs who can recognize 2/3 of the ingredients. After all, this is the collection that President Jaime Brason is proud of. It can be called a small expo of the top ingredients of the Galactic Republic. To collect all kinds of top ingredients that are famous in the galaxy on a remote planet like Bérgamo is far from as simple as on Coruscant. Many rare ingredients can only be obtained through extremely special channels. For most civilians, more than half of the things on this table only exist in legends. Mirano certainly didn't expect this young poor man from the lower city to complete the interview questions. He just wanted to see the other party's helpless expression when facing a difficult problem. As for whether to show mercy and take him as a subordinate to replace the cunning and lazy Mithril, or simply drive him out of the manor and let the Mandalorian clean him up, it depends on the performance of this human. Kneel on the ground and cry for mercy, and use the only credit points on his body to buy his life. But this human chose to be calm and silent. This is not the performance that Mirano wanted to see. After 10 minutes, he was already impatient and sentenced the young human to death in his heart. Let the Mandalorian come to clean up. However, at this moment, Scene finally made a decision and clapped his hands. I know. Mirano was so scared that his chef had almost fell off. What do you want to do? Scene pointed to the long table. First, the gold jar on the far left is the premium bantha fat from the Fat Beauty group on Coruscant. Mirano was shocked. This kid actually recognized the Fat Beauty group! Exclamation mark. Although judging from the outer packaging, it is indeed a high quality product imported from Coruscant. In fact, it is an out and out knockoff. Mirano was short of breath and felt stars in front of his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Let alone the fact that the aroma of the oil is at least 10% different from the original. The outer packaging alone is completely unqualified. The original packaging will add a very precise 3-dimensional anti-counterfeiting engraving on the metal can, but the anti-counterfeiting engraving accuracy of this can is completely inadequate. The difference can be seen with the naked eye. Mirano opened his eyes wide, but felt that he could not see any problems anyway. He spent a lot of money to hire a counterfeit expert to make a mold for the imitation, so there should be no flaws. The second is the olive oil that also comes from the Zimoi group. The difference from the original can be clearly seen from the bottom sediment. There is at least a 3% deviation in density. Scene used 2 fingers to make a trivial gesture and then said, the outer packaging also has the problem of insufficient accuracy of the anti-counterfeiting mark. Overall, more than 2/3 of the ingredients marked with the Zimoi group trademark on this long table are counterfeit goods that can be identified by the naked eye. Mirano struggled and said, what nonsense. Scene thought to himself, a considerable part of this is indeed nonsense, but can you tell the difference? He spoke righteously. It is true that there is a possibility of misjudgment based on naked eye observation alone, but the most critical issue is that, up to now, the high-end ingredients of the Zimoi group have never been directly exported to the planet Bérgamo and the surrounding star regions. The local ingredient agent, apprentice, is the only supplier of the relevant ingredients. I investigated this company before applying for the position. Are you sick? Why are you investigating a trading company? I found that there were obvious loopholes in their public financial statements. In addition, the sales authorization letter obtained from Zimoi Group also had problems, so I took advantage of my friend's relationship and wrote a letter to the sales of Zimoi Group to verify. Enough. From today on, you will take over from the Misrol people and make desserts for the president. I boldly speculate that all the ingredients of the Zimoi Group on the table are counterfeit products. Similar problems also exist with the fruits and vegetables of the Galaxy Choice brand and the campaign seasonings of the Flying Shuttle brand. And the above ingredients, without exception, are products introduced by Opera Trade, and the total amount accounts for about half of the long table. Your salary is twice that of the Mithril people. Is that enough? In fact, counterfeit ingredients not only have financial problems, not to mention the difference in taste from the authentic ones, because of limitations in craftsmanship and raw materials, in terms of food safety. Enough. Shut up. The Latran grabbed Scene's collar in frustration. I admit that you have the ability. As long as you shut up from now on, you will be the new sous chef in the kitchen. Do you understand? Scene nodded with a smile, but he was quite depressed. In fact, the food safety issue was the focus of his preliminary research, but he was interrupted before he could even start his discussion. This feeling of being neither up nor down, like a bone stuck in the throat, was quite uncomfortable. Mirano used the 2 palms on the left side of his body to stroke his heart that almost jumped out of his chest, panting, "You are quite capable, brat. No wonder that Mithril man was defeated by you. But don't be too proud too soon. In this manner, the president actually sees everything, but I can still sit in the position of head chef for 10 years. and I can get the president's trust by serving him the most extreme food every day for 10 years. So if you dare to make any mistakes in the kitchen, I will immediately throw you to feed the president's bergamot-headed dog." When Scene finished washing up in the bathroom, changed into the chef's pure white uniform, and walked into the kitchen, he felt his eyes brighten. It was exactly the same as the information showed. On this remote and backward planet, he actually saw the kitchen of a high-end restaurant that was no less than the capital of the Republic, Coruscant. Although nearly half of the various high-end kitchen utensils were inevitably counterfeit products, they were complete after all. Here, a mature team of chefs can prepare hundreds of high-end dishes. The busy chef team in the kitchen is more than mature. The head chef is a Latran with 4 arms, and the deputy chef is a silver shining etiquette robot. From the unique inscription on the chest, it is not difficult to judge that it is produced from the high-end customized production line of Interstellar Cibar, and the cost will definitely not be less than 5,000 credit points. The one in charge of the butcher case is a red-skinned Deveran. The force of his slapping the steak with both hands can shake the whole kitchen slightly. The one in charge of vegetables is a gentle Gungan. His movements are gentle and delicate, and he is not deformed by the trembling of his feet at all, except that the rhythm is too slow. It is almost impeccable. In addition, Scene also saw a boss who was concentrating on arranging the dishes. In this small kitchen, Scene actually saw a small galactic race exhibition. However, before he could savor this unique fusion of cultures, Mirino had already hurried over to arrange the task and said, "The president doesn't seem to be in a good mood. You'd better make a dessert that will surprise him. He likes desserts the most, and only the Mithril people have made the president laugh before with the secret recipe he got on Kashyyyk." Scene smiled. Kashyyyk cake? The so-called secret recipe that the Mithril people finally confessed after drinking for the 3rd time had nothing to do with Kashyyyk. In essence, it was just a miniature 7-layer cake made with some ingredients from Kashyyyk. Its structure looked like a large forest with a unique ecological structure. It could be considered ingenious, but it was still a tricky work in essence. In order to confirm the authenticity, Scene listened to the drunk Mithril people telling the story over and over again for 7 times before he finally confirmed it was correct. Chapter 6 Contact. In fact, it was hard for Scene to understand why a dictator who held all the power and indulged in wine and women would have a special liking for acrobatic desserts. However, there was no need to deeply understand a perverted taste bud. After serving him this meal, it would be time to send him to jail. Scene rolled up the sleeves of his white chef's uniform and walked to the dessert table, casually glancing at the ingredients that had been prepared. There were still traces of the Mithril people working here before, and the various ingredients were barely complete. It would not be a problem to replicate his acrobatic cake, but how to satisfy the president was another matter. Acrobatics are something that will feel fresh the first time you see them, but you will get tired of them the second and third time. Judging from the messy dessert table, Mithril people should have performed all kinds of acrobatics very well during the time they worked in the kitchen, so that his inspiration gradually dried up, and he had to hang out in the bars and casinos in the downtown area all day, anesthetizing himself with alcohol. But in Scene's opinion, this kind of acrobatic show itself is ridiculous. Since there are so many creative ideas, why not settle down and use solid basic skills to improve acrobatics into mature works that can be served on the tables of high-end restaurants? While thinking, Scene used his hands to pinch out a spherical cake wrapped in clear syrup. The inside of the cake is divided into 7 layers, and then the Twilight Latte chocolate and Kashyyyk natural syrup condensate are used to make a bracket to delicately support the round ball. Done. Done. Mirino felt that his brain was about to explode when he heard Scene's words. He had just issued a solemn warning to this young human. If the president is not satisfied with the work of the kitchen, even the chef who has followed him for 10 years will be in danger of his life. As a result, this newcomer dared to be so blatant and perfunctory? Exclamation mark. The previous Mithril people were at least professional dessert chefs. It took nearly 2 hours to bake a cake every time, but now it's less than 20 minutes. Did you pinch out a bergamot chowder ball? Exclamation mark. Scene explained, I improved the process. The previous method was to bake it to shape, which was a waste of Kashyyyk's native ingredients. The high temperature would destroy the most essential flavors, although the ingredients imported from opera trade are not so native in nature. Enough. Mirano interrupted. Are you sure you want to give this to the president? No, this is for you to taste. Scene said as he started kneading the second cake. This time Mirano could see clearly that, although Scene's main process was manual kneading, on the one hand, his fingers were as dexterous as those of high-quality craft machines. Even the most fragile fish roe and tofu could be kneaded into the cake completely by him. On the other hand, before each raw material was kneaded in, it would be cleverly processed, either pickled, or slow cooked at low temperature, or some cooking techniques that even he had never heard of. Scene only had 2 hands, but in Mirano's opinion, he seemed to be more dexterous than the Latrans with 4 arms. For a moment, Mirano was fascinated. If you don't eat it now, the taste will go bad. Scene reminded Mirano, while processing the second cake. Seeing that the latter was still unaware, Scene simply stopped working, put on gloves, and then pinched Mirano's chin, and stuffed the cake directly into his mouth. As a Jedi apprentice, who practices frugality and promotes virtue, Scene hates to waste food the most. Mirano was subjected to violence and struggled subconsciously, but the moment his taste buds touched the cake, his short body froze, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion surged in his heart. Some people say that chefs are one of the groups of people who are least likely to be moved by food, because they are exposed to too much food in daily life, and their taste buds are numb. However, this is actually the biggest misunderstanding. People who cannot be moved by food cannot become top chefs, let alone those with numb taste buds. In fact, the more frequently you come into contact with food, the more you can appreciate the preciousness of extraordinary things. Mirano was immersed in the extraordinary deliciousness at this moment. The 7 layers of independent, but blended sweet taste made people feel as if they were on the real planet Kashyyyk, enjoying the infinite beautiful scenery covered by forests. It has been a long time since such touching food appeared. If the previous mithril was just clever and creative, the young human in front of him reminded the Latran of the chef of a high-end restaurant where he had studied when he was young. Solid basic skills and sincerity in treating food can make the simplest ingredients burst out with unparalleled deliciousness. The chef occasionally cooked employee meals for the employees by himself, which would let the employees appreciate the true meaning of simplicity. This guy, Mirano couldn't help thinking, he seems to have really picked up a treasure. If this young human can work for him in the kitchen with peace of mind, the president will definitely give a higher evaluation of the kitchen work. But we must also be careful to guard against this guy taking advantage of the situation to get promoted. He holds his handle in his hand and has the unique skill of pinching desserts with his bare hands, which is actually a very unstable factor. So, after pleasing the president, we should find a way to get rid of him. Just when Mirano was thinking about how to eliminate the hidden danger, Scene had finished making the second cake and handed it to the waiter robot, who rode away on a clever unicycle. Not long after, in the restaurant, the president's surprised laughter even spread directly to the kitchen. Scene smiled, knowing that he had successfully passed the 3rd level. However, Scene's smile soon faded. Although the 3rd level was successfully passed, the plan changed. That night, in the basement of the manor, in the staff dormitory with 4 people in a room, Scene lay on his back on the square bed and heard the thunderous snoring of his roommate, the Deveron, and the room was filled with a strong mixture of alcohol, sweat, and mold, like a strong disinfectant. But all this could not disturb the Jedi apprentice in meditation. When meditating, Scene would exclude his 5 senses and only feel the flow of the Force. All external interference was insignificant. Under the protection of the Force, Scene's mind became clearer and clearer. The experience of the whole day was clearly presented in his mind, as if it was projected. Overall, the plan went almost perfectly, except for 2 problems. The Mithril man had a poor alcohol tolerance and only revealed limited information before he completely blacked out, so some unexpected situations occurred. First, every dish in the kitchen would be scanned and inspected by a medical robot before it was brought to the restaurant. The medical robot was the FX6 model of the medical technology industry, which was already known for its comprehensive functions. The one in the manor had also undergone a very detailed transformation, and the functional modules were very different from the standard configuration. not to mention various toxins. Even the allergens of food allergies would not be spared, and this was exactly the core of SYN's entire plan. He had never thought of poisoning the president, but he really needed a small food allergy to cause a riot. If it was just like this, it would be fine. SYN could find an opportunity to get close to it, invade the system, and block its detection module. However, this FX6 has a high sensitivity alarm device. Once a risk is detected, it will immediately sound an alarm, and the guards patrolling the manor around the clock can arrive at the scene within 10 seconds. Secondly, there is extremely strict monitoring inside the kitchen. The working scenes of each chef will be faithfully recorded, and the president himself can review them at any time. Those employees who have obvious mistakes in their work will be thrown directly to feed dogs, fish, and mushrooms. And the monitoring intensity will be even stronger on the day of the banquet. In this case, let alone hacking into the FX6, it is a test of skill to play tricks with the ingredients in hand. If these two problems are not solved, there will be no subsequent things to talk about. But how easy is it to solve them? The president can hide under the table and maintain his dictatorship for 20 years. There are not many loopholes in the security link, let alone the daily diet, which is the most important link. The Jedi apprentice began to sort out the many details in his memory in meditation. Soon, he extracted several key points, roughly built an action framework, and then gradually improved it. By late at night, the plan had taken shape. Seeing that it was getting late, SYN jumped out of bed and walked out. He wanted to discuss it with his master. Unfortunately, the communication ring could not be used here. The cautious and suspicious president had turned his manor into a prison that was almost completely isolated from internal and external communications. Fortunately, even if it was a real prison, there was always room for ventilation. The network room in the underground dormitory area was one of the few external communication channels in the entire manor. In the small and cramped room, more than 20 personal integrated communication terminals were placed crookedly, and employees could use them to connect to the Bérgamo planetary network, but of course there were many restrictions. All network channels were strictly reviewed by the government, and almost only brainwashing programs praising the president were attained. As for the more exciting and comprehensive holographic network of the Galactic Republic, it was naturally completely blocked. Most Bérgamo people might not even know the candidate for the Speaker of the Senate. Of course, the employees were not very interested in this kind of brainwashing room. If they really wanted to browse the outside world, they would either secretly watch some video articles copied from outside the manor in places where they could not be monitored, or simply take advantage of the holidays of 1 or 2 days a week to sneak out of the manor and hang out in the downtown area. There would occasionally be businessmen from the outside world there, bringing fresh and hot stories. So when SYN arrived, the network room was empty. This made the Gungan who was ordered to follow him look particularly embarrassed. He stood at the door for a long time before gritting his teeth and getting in. SYN didn't care about the stalker at all. He clicked on a news channel that sang praises, and what came into view was naturally the glorious bronze statue of President Jaime Brason flashing with a blue glow. A female reporter stood in front of the bronze statue, reciting the president's personal biography incessantly. SYN listened attentively, and after a moment he closed his eyes and nodded secretly, as if he had devoted himself to the president's passionate struggle story, cultivating his sentiments, and strengthening his own moral quality. This scene made the Gungans' two limpiers stand up in horror. What kind of mental abnormality is this human being, running to praise the president in the middle of the night? Question mark? But in fact, SYN was chatting with his master. This news channel that eulogizes the president was temporarily added to the planet's intranet by Mostima with the help of several large companies in Bérgamo. The journalists are temporary workers, and the manuscripts are read verbatim. In Bérgamo, where the news is strictly controlled, only a few companies persuaded by the Jedi Master are capable of doing such a thing. The trick is, there are 5 such temporary news channels, and the programs are directed to the direction of the manor through the repeater inside the planet. As long as SYN chooses one of the channels through the internal network of the manor to watch for more than 10 minutes, Mostima will immediately receive clear information. The 5 channels represent 5 different messages. The mission has completely failed, and the person is in critical condition and needs to be rescued urgently. The mission has been severely frustrated and needs to evacuate the manor as soon as possible. The mission is not going well and needs more support. The mission is basically going well and needs help with details. The mission is going exactly as expected. Please rest assured, Master. The news channel that scene has currently chosen expresses the second to last message. The mission is generally going well, but the details need to be adjusted. About 10 minutes later, the reporter in the news program suddenly got stuck while reading the script. After a pause, he continued to read it. This strange J-made scene immediately perk up, open his eyes, and stare at the screen more intently. The master has received the message and started to pay attention to the situation on this side. Next, Scene will find a way to feedback the difficulties he encountered to the master through limited channels. This is not difficult for the Jedi master and apprentice who have made detailed plans in advance. Scene silently counted the time in his mind and then began to switch news channels seemingly without any rules. After a while, he even turned on a communication terminal next to him and browsed to news channels at the same time, enjoying double brainwashing. This strange behavior was really a shocking deterrent in the middle of the night. The Gungan who was in charge of the surveillance felt his legs tremble and his whole body was numb. He only regretted why he took on such a thankless job. However, the Gungan was completely unaware that Scene had already fed back important information right under his nose. By constantly switching channels, Scene actually sent a set of special and simple codes, which, after conversion, roughly corresponded to the corresponding conditions on the emergency plan. Master, I have encountered some new situations here, specifically, and my emergency plan is looking forward to your guidance. After the code was sent, Scene silently waited for feedback. His focused eyes fell on the screen, and it seemed that he and President Jamie Brason met each other's eyes. The Gungan finally couldn't bear this beautiful picture and left in a panic. The only message he fed back to the upper level was, "This is a complete psychopath." No, he is a complete patriot. And the patriot Scene got the information he wanted at this time. The temporary reporter on the screen was still reading from the script, but the presidential biography he read aloud was slightly different from the standard version, sold on the market, with some paragraphs and words clearly missing. Extracting these paragraphs and words and slightly adjusting them was the feedback Mostima sent to Scene. It's not a big problem, and your entry point is also very good. The specific operation suggestions are as follows. Scene read and took notes. After a while, he was once again convinced by the master's meticulousness. Although he had a plan in mind when asking questions, it still seemed crude and even clumsy compared to the suggestions provided by the master. The road to apprenticeship is still long and endless. However, after receiving the master's guidance, Scene felt that there was a smooth road ahead. Next, he just had to wait patiently for the day of the banquet. Chapter 7 Food Allergies. The president's banquet was in the evening, but the manor was busy from early in the morning, especially in the kitchen. Many ingredients had to be prepared more than 12 hours in advance. Most employees were walking on thin ice. After all, if they made a mistake, they might be thrown to feed the fish, dogs, and mushrooms. Who dared to be careless? Only Scene was enthusiastic and full of expectations. Because the manor's security system, which the president was proud of, was about to be dismantled by him. In front of the dessert table, Scene was processing 15 kashayite cakes and related ingredients for appetizers, while turning his attention to the Divaran people. He tied his apron and placed a large metal kettle on the table. It was a special drink for the Devaran people. A little tranquilizer was added to it to prevent him from committing any taboos in the kitchen with his overly irritable personality. Seeing the kettle that he had tampered with, Scene knew that today's affairs were half settled. This red-skinned sturdy man who committed more than 10 murders in the lower city, but was protected by the president because of his expertise in meat cooking, has become his secret weapon to break through the barriers. In the evening, the whole manor was in a state of panic. The 14 underworld tycoons entertained by the president have landed in Bérgamo from the private spaceport and boarded their respective flying boats to the Green Rose Hill Manor. All the employees in the manor were highly nervous, and the kitchen had already started to work intensively. There was less than an hour before the dinner officially started, and many foods that required a long time to process had already started to be cooked. The Deveran man stood in front of the oven, carefully observing the color changes of the casual steak, but in fact he was not paying attention at all. The Deveran man's heart had long been filled with anger, and he couldn't suppress it. He had already drunk half a pot of the usually very effective calming water, but it still couldn't relieve his anxiety, so that his vision became a little hazy and blood red. At this moment, he suddenly found a curious gaze not far away, projecting over without any cover. The Deveran turned his head and saw the young man with black hair and black eyes. His anger went beyond the boiling point at this moment. He strode closer and roared like a beast in his throat. "What are you looking at?" Syn smiled and said, "I was just wondering, Mr. Perrin, are your steaks a little overcooked?" Perrin was startled when he heard this and quickly turned back to look at the oven. Sure enough, he found that the color of the steaks was about to exceed the standard. He no longer cared about cooking Syn and hurried to adjust the temperature of the oven to ensure that the carefully processed steaks would not be ruined. Just a little bit, this box of steaks would be irreversible, and his fate would be unimaginable. Even the Deveran, who had killed many people, did not dare to disobey the president's will in the manner. But after adjusting the temperature, the Deveran was grateful, but felt doubly ashamed. The pastry chef dared to point out his omission in public and let everyone laugh at him. Although no one dared to laugh out loud, the Deveronians clearly heard the laughter in everyone's heart. Tonight, he will be torn into pieces. With strong anger, the Deveronians finally waited until the steak in the oven was baked. At this time, the dinner had officially begun. The appetizers, and thick soups were all passed smoothly. Next, it was his turn to make the main course. The Deveronians just took the slow roasted steak out of the oven, quickly cut it into 15 pieces with a kitchen knife, and then sprinkled the carefully prepared seasoning powder evenly on the steak, and then presented it to the waiter robot responsible for delivering the food, who stepped on a flexible wheel to deliver it to the restaurant. However, just when the waiter robot came to the kitchen door, the silent FX6 suddenly beeped and stretched out a mechanical arm to stop the waiter robot. The waiter robot was stunned for a moment, then read the other party's intention from the electronic sound of FX6, and said in surprise, "There are serious allergens in the steak?" This sentence directly froze the entire kitchen, and everyone's movement stopped at this moment, and their eyes gradually shifted from the door to the Deveran. The Deveran was surprised at first, then panicked, and finally became furious. He strode to the door with two fists clenched, like a heavy warhammer. Some people saw that the situation was not good and had already avoided it. Chef Mirano screamed sharply, "What do you want to do, Veron?" The Deveran himself didn't know what he wanted to do. At this time, he just felt a burning sensation in his mind, and he wanted to tear everyone into pieces. And the robot who dared to say that his steak had problems was naturally. So the clenched fist swung out violently, and at the same time, FX6 also silently extended the electric shock device for self-defense. At the critical moment, an agile figure got in between the two in time, pulling the arm of the Deveran man with one hand, and blocking the electric shock device of FX6 with the other hand. This clever movement and the incredible force from the pulling made the Deveran man pause. "Mr. Balin, please calm down, maybe it was just a misjudgment." The next moment, the Deveran man saw that the person in front of him was Syn. The young human face ignited his anger again. He shook off Syn's hand and clenched his fist. However, this time he had lost the opportunity to wreak havoc. Before he could swing his fist, two powerful anesthetic needles shot from not far away, instantly numbing the Deveran man to the ground. Several security personnel who heard the alarm and rushed to the scene as soon as they arrived carefully approached from the side door. The leader was a spiritual Mandalorian wearing a T-shaped eyepiece helmet. He stared at Mirano angrily. "What's going on?" Mirano was speechless. Everything changed too fast, and he was completely unable to react. Devlin has a bad temper, but he rarely loses his temper in the kitchen. In the past 3 years, he has never made a mistake with food. Who would have thought that they would all come together today? Syn was the one who reacted the fastest. He said seriously. Mr. Veron's main dish was identified as having allergens by FX6, so there was a dispute. That's all. But the most important thing now is to serve the food to the banquet hall as soon as possible. Otherwise all of us here will be held accountable. The force of the two exclamation marks made everyone react. Mirano was the first to panic. How to serve? Only Veron is making the main dish. Is there really an allergen? FX6 responded with a merciless beep. Mirano wanted to argue, but saw that several security guards in full armor had slightly raised their guns. The president is almost pathologically cautious about issues concerning his own life and safety. Anyone who dares to show his disregard for the president's safety on any issue is sentenced to death. Scene suggested. Chef, change the order of serving the dishes. Serve the appetizer first. I can prepare it in 5 minutes, which can buy at least half an hour. During this time, please ask others to come up with a main dish that can handle the situation. Change the order? Appetizer? Mirano was a little confused. Scene had already taken action. He used the scraps of kashai cake to quickly knead the exquisitely shaped desserts. This is the only way to do it now. Wake up, chef. Two consecutive exclamation marks finally calmed Mirano down. Indeed, now he can only deal with the present. It is better to serve the dishes than to let the president wait foolishly. And looking at Scene's delicate and flexible hands and the simple desserts that were quickly formed, Mirano's panic gradually receded. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was really thanks to this newcomer that he didn't get tricked by the Deveran people. On the other side, Scene breathed a sigh of relief. The first step of the plan was successfully completed. The Deveronian didn't notice that someone had added something to his kettle. The stimulant, which was extracted from a mixture of special cooking wine, tobacco, and coffee, would make the already irritable Veron even more agitated and irritable. Even though the Deveronian's two livers already provided extremely powerful metabolic capacity, they were not immune to this refined stimulant. On the other hand, it would cause him to secrete a small amount of special sweat in his palms when doing heavy physical labor. This sweat is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, but when mixed with steaks, seasonings, and other things in a high temperature environment, it may cause severe allergic reactions in a few people. This mixture does not take effect immediately. It takes at least a few minutes from the time the Deveronian starts to sprinkle the seasoning powder to the appearance of the real allergen. Theoretically, the steaks were safe when the FX6 was testing, but the beeping alarm still sounded, fully demonstrating how powerful this modified medical robot is. However, no matter how powerful the function is, the FX6 must be able to operate normally, and now the FX6 has completely turned into the shape of Scene. While Scene was decorating the delicate cake with cream, he glanced at the door with his peripheral vision. He saw the cylindrical robot standing silently at the door, with the indicator light on its head flashing like breathing. No one around noticed anything unusual, but in fact, if there were engineers familiar with this machine, they would have discovered that it was FX6 that was forced to delete its database and grown. Without the additional database, FX6 would have no way of judging various subtle allergens, and the small dessert that would be sent to the restaurant next would be the main course of the night. Scene had never expected to deceive FX6 from the beginning. No matter how deep his attainments in biochemistry were, the ingredients that could be obtained in the kitchen and the allergens that could be created were very limited. It was impossible to deceive the professional medical robot that was connected to the holographic network in real time to update the database. So he adjusted his plan when he noticed the existence of FX6. Cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, directly find an opportunity to invade its system, delete its database and update the system, and naturally solve the problem once and for all. The only problem is that FX6 cannot allow outsiders to invade without reacting. The moment the system encounters external forces, it will sound an alarm and alert the manor's guards. Even if Scene can withdraw in time, people will find that FX6 has been tampered with, which is a typical case of alerting the enemy. So Scene took the trouble to arrange the Deveran people as a cover. Now it seems that the cover operation is quite successful. The alarm issued by FX6 was completely covered up by the threat of the Deveran people. The security team members who came after hearing the news only saw the Deveran people committing violence in the kitchen, but did not notice that Scene, who who went to persuade them, had inserted a pre-customized chip into the function slot while his palm touched the FX6 mechanical arm. This chip directly suppressed all the thinking circuits of FX6, making it look like scrap metal. Okay, it's done. Now hurry up and send these desserts to the banquet hall and try to buy some time. Scene didn't even say hello to Mirino, but directly reached out to call the waiter robot. The robot didn't wait for Mirino's instructions, but quickly picked up 15 exquisite dessert plates and slid towards the banquet hall. When passing the door, FX6 cast a strict scrutiny as always, and the light green scanning beam did not miss any porcelain plate. Then, the medical robot lit up the green indicator light and emitted a pleasant electronics sound. Scene smiled slightly, not too happy about the success of this step, but raised his arm and said, "Next, please work hard to make a main dish that will satisfy the banquet hall within 30 minutes. I will also cheer for the final dessert session. Let's get through this difficult time together." There was a sparse response in the kitchen. Scene didn't care, because the performance of this session had ended here. Although his hands were still working seriously, his mind gradually drifted to the next session. The next step is the key point. The appetizers and appetizers that stimulate the taste buds are all over, and it is time for the main course to appear. 10 minutes later, when the entire kitchen was busy processing the main course that was not on the menu, Scene let out a long sigh. "I have already finished it here. Just serve it directly later. I'm going to take a breath first." No one responded to him, even Mirino, who was waving his forearms at this time, busy like an animal being whipped by a whip, only barely managed to raise his head and glare at Scene, then quickly lowered his head and continued to process the ingredients in his hands. Less than a minute after Scene left the kitchen, there was a sound of broken plates and heavy objects falling to the ground in the restaurant, and then the alarm sounded throughout the manor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 about the update of this book. Unfortunately, the update on Sunday is not the main text, but an explanation of the update rhythm of this book. According to the plan, the update rhythm of the novel Silver Oath will be slightly different from that of general online novels. It is planned to update 6 days a week, 2 chapters a day, and no main text update on Sunday. So friends who are waiting for the main text don't have to wait today. However, although there is no main text on Sunday, I will try my best to find some interesting Star Wars settings, Q&A, short stories, etc. that are allowed to be reprinted, and add them to the related works. I hope that everyone can understand the Star Wars universe better while reading this novel. Chapter 9 Change of Plan. The Psycho Mandalorian led a team of fully armed soldiers into the kitchen again, but this time they were no longer holding tranquilizer guns, but silver blasters, with murderous intent nakedly revealed in the muzzles, which made everyone in the kitchen shudder. "Where is the pastry chef?" The voice under the helmet was dull but powerful. He said he went to get some fresh air, just over there at the back door. The waiter robot responded calmer than any organic life form, so the gatekeeper of the manor left 3 armed soldiers and personally led a large force to catch the poisoned assassin. The gatekeeper used heavy footsteps to cover up his inner panic. He had been working in the manor for 5 years and had never made any major omissions. Occasionally, if there were any flaws, they would be forgiven because of their identity as Mandalorians. After all, they were one of the strongest fighting nations in the galaxy, and their existence itself would make people feel at ease. But now, right under the eyes of the Mandalorians, President Jaime Brason, their employer, was poisoned. Although he did not die on the spot, his severe allergic reaction made him lose face in front of all the guests. Once the matter is investigated, he, the gatekeeper who put the murderer into the manor, will be blamed. Not to mention the Mandalorian, even if he is a Jedi Knight, he may not be able to escape the president's wrath. So before the president wakes up, he must catch the young human. However, all his actions have been seen by Scene. Scene stood by the garbage chute in the back kitchen and threw the remains of the camera he destroyed into the garbage chute. At the same time, He unfolded a delicate small projection table in front of him, and the scene in the kitchen was presented to seen through the eyes of FX6. The chip obtained from the master is really amazing. It can not only turn treasure into waste, but also turn waste into treasure. Scene sighed, then gathered his thoughts, and began to deploy the next stage of action. What he has to do next is more difficult than any previous step. He had to arrange an ambush in this small space where employees usually smoked, and took a nap, and change his identity from an assassin who escaped after poisoning to a guardian who could walk openly inside the manor. It was difficult to ambush the fully armed elite soldiers with bare hands without using the force, and to disguise himself perfectly without being discovered by anyone. This was also the most difficult part of the whole plan. Scene took a deep breath, and said to himself in his heart, "May the force be with you." The master said that the force should not be used recklessly during this mission. This was partly because the evidence obtained, based on the force, would be questionable in terms of reliability, especially for people in remote areas. The Jedi and the force were like witchcraft, which was omnipotent, but also gave people a strong sense of alienation and even distrust. But the more important reason was that this was a trial for Scene, an important summary of what the Jedi apprentice had learned over the years. In addition to those force skills, what else did I have? Scene neither intended to put his personal trial above the well-being of 3 billion people, nor did he want to give up his own trial. So next, he could only go all out and make up for his shortcomings with hard work. All along, Jedi apprentices have been like this, not superstitious about hard work, but they believe in hard work. Less than 10 seconds later, the guards could no longer be seen in FX6's field of vision, and Scene heard the heavy and messy footsteps more clearly. Finally here, the young man glanced at the scene again, and confirmed that every detail had been implemented correctly. There were bloody fragments of chef's uniforms on the gate of the garbage chute, as if they were scratched by sharp edges. When they hurriedly passed through, a line of shallow shoe prints extended all the way to the narrow ventilation duct. The caliber of the duct was narrow, but it could barely accommodate a thin human male to pass through, and the iron net at the entrance of the duct had been removed. In addition, the door of the weak current room was strangely open, and the interior was pitch black. There are enough confusing items. With the intelligence level of the manor guards, it should be enough to trouble them here for a while. The longer this time is, the easier it will be for him to take the next action. 5 seconds later, the gatekeeper rushed into the room with 5 soldiers, and then fell into confusion at the first moment. "Boss, the person is missing." A tall soldier said, "Nonsense." The gatekeeper snorted coldly, and tried to locate the escaped kid through the infrared tracking on the eyepiece, but as expected, nothing was found. Only 3 rows of remaining footprints could be seen in the eyepiece, leading to different locations. The gatekeeper did not believe that the human would really disappear from the world. He would definitely run away, and he would definitely leave traces when he ran away, as well as confusing items to cover up the traces. But after careful consideration, it is not difficult to find that 2 confusing items are really not good. The weak current room and the ventilation vent are both impossible. One is a dead end, and the other is also a dead end after advancing to a certain extent. The ventilation duct will close and become so narrow that it is impossible for humans to pass. Only the garbage chute is spacious enough and leads directly to the outside of the manor, but there is a crushing and recycling device in the garbage chute. Jumping down directly is equivalent to suicide, unless... Boss, the central control room just sent a message that the crushing and recycling device seems to have been damaged by something heavy. It seems to be correct. Contact Team 3 immediately and go to the exit to track down clues. Others. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate's voice suddenly came from the weak current room. "Boss, something is wrong here. Do you want to come and take a look in person?" The gatekeeper frowned, but decided to take a look. His subordinates should not bother him with boring things. There are at least clues worth looking at in the weak current room. However, for the sake of caution, it is better to... "Boss, it's not good." The voice in the weak current room stopped abruptly, full of fear, and immediately made the 2 soldiers closest to it tremble. The gatekeeper cursed inwardly, and walked into the door first. At the moment he stepped into the weak current room, the gate of the weak current room suddenly fell down. The gatekeeper couldn't help but look back. Then, He felt an incredible force coming from the back of his neck, and the world in front of him suddenly dimmed. Scene lightly supported the unconscious gatekeeper, and then immediately began to remove the gatekeeper's armor. His movements were extremely swift, and he stripped the gatekeeper from the heavy armor in almost an instant. At the same time, he did not forget to calm his voice, and covered his head with a metal bucket from the weak current room, and made a dull voice, "No problem, a small trap, I have dealt with it." After that, Scene endured the peculiar smell in the armor, and put on all the parts one by one, and his hands and feet were tied with extended simple mechanical arms, to make up for the size difference between him and the gatekeeper. After a short tidying up, Scene looked no different from the original owner of the armor. Thanks to the fact that the gatekeeper was a spiritual Mandalorian with a superficial appearance, and was wrapped tightly, Scene's disguise plan went smoothly. Next, as long as he dealt with the gatekeeper who was stripped naked, this most difficult stage would be passed. Looking at the dark-skinned, unconscious bald middle-aged man on the ground, Scene also felt emotional. This person was burly, with thick armor and obvious signs of training. If it was a head-on conflict, it would take at least some effort for him to take him down with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he was just a spiritual Mandalorian after all, and his vigilance was still insufficient. He was ambushed and attacked by himself and fell instantly. If it was a battlefield of life and death, he would have been a corpse at this time. The gatekeeper should really be thankful that this is not a battlefield, so even if he is an accomplice to the evil, it is the laws of Bérgamo, not Scene's personal will, that can decide his life and death. While thinking, Scene opened a cabinet in the weak current room. He had cleared a space here a long time ago. He tied the middle-aged man up and put him in the cabinet, and then locked the door. Then he picked up a broken sounder that he had hidden in the weak current room and opened the gate. Boring trap. Scene threw the sounder in front of the minions, and the machine emitted a distorted human voice. "Boss, it's bad. I'm just curious, didn't you realize that the voice in the door was just a person who appeared out of thin air?" This question made all the minions lower their heads, and they didn't dare to speak, even if they had some doubts in their hearts. Just now, their reaction was indeed a bit stupid. Everyone was within each other's sight. What else could the sound in the weak current room be except a trap? As a result, the boss had to take the risk himself. Scene calmed down his men, picked up the gatekeeper's communicator, and asked, "Team 3, have you found the person?" Feedback soon came from the communicator. "Boss, there are no clues at all, not even footprints." Scene imitated the gatekeeper's tone and cursed, "Waste, the person who poisoned was so cunning. How could he leave footprint in the most critical escape passage for you to follow? Now go and find out if there are any small aircraft missing in the manor. He may have escaped in an aircraft when he left the garbage passage. Also contact the monitoring room and do your best to collect all suspicious information near the garbage chute. I don't believe he can really fly away in the manor." After this series of orders, even the most suspicious subordinates no longer doubted the authenticity of their boss. In fact, no one doubted it from the beginning. The boss was replaced in less than 20 seconds after entering the door. Most people's thoughts are actually, after encountering such a big security incident, who will take the blame, and who will take the position in the end? Seeing their boss's calmness, most people also felt that, even if he was demoted by the president in the future, he would be promoted back to his original position sooner or later. After all, a Mandalorian who was willing to be a watchdog was as rare as a Jedi in this marginal galaxy. After Scene issued the order, he paced on the spot and said, "Go to the control room." Someone under his command was immediately suspicious. "Control room? Why?" Scene said loudly without any concern. "It's very simple. I suspect that more than one person poisoned this time. Even the pastry chef was just a bait. Think about it, with FX6 guarding the door, what kind of poison could be brought from the kitchen to the banquet hall?" "This, boss, what do you mean? And the president just had an allergic reaction, and his life is not in danger. If it is really an assassination, it can't be that simple." After saying that, Scene didn't care whether his men understood or not. In fact, it would be better if they didn't understand, and strode to the control room. However, just as he took a step forward, a weak but unquestionable voice came from the communicator. "That's right, this operation is not that simple. Now, come to me. I have sent someone to check the control room. Scene's footsteps stopped immediately. That was the president's voice. The plan had changed again. Chapter 10 Confusing Right and Wrong. In the original plan, Scene should have gone to the control room immediately, hacked into the system, and collected evidence from the surveillance data in every corner of the manor. Even if the collection was fruitless, he could still do something about the communication shielding, but unfortunately this step seemed to be impossible. Scene expected that the president would regain consciousness at about this time. After all, it was just a simple allergic reaction, and the medical staff in the manor were enough to rescue him in the first time. He also expected that after the president woke up, he might cut into the communication channel of the security team and get first-hand information. But he did not expect that after the president woke up, the first thing he did was to recall the gatekeeper. Scene's understanding of the president has become clearer and more complete through the gossip of the grassroots employees in the past few days. He knows very well that he is a person with an extremely suspicious temperament. After experiencing a poisoning, although there is no real danger to his life, he will never trust the gatekeeper who put the pastry chef into the manor again. At this time, even if he wants to use the fighting power of the Mandalorian, he will only send him to track down the murderer instead of recalling him. As Scene walked back to the banquet hall, he thought about the reason quickly. As a person with mediocre qualifications, he would not arrogantly think that everything was under control. It was normal for unexpected changes to occur. But the more the plan changes, the more you cannot miss the slightest detail, especially the abnormality. And now, the president's recall order is the biggest abnormality. Why did the president recall the janitor? Has he seen through his disguise? This possibility is extremely low. The cameras in the weak current room and near the garbage chute have been destroyed in advance. The process of switching the cameras has even made his subordinates who are close at hand not notice the problem. Jamie Brason is just a cunning and insidious politician who has lost all conscience, not a prophet who can see through everything. He fell into great panic and had lost his usual calmness. At this time, he just wanted the strongest fighting force of the manor to stay by his side? No. From the voice coming from the communicator just now, the president was weak but very calm, as if he expected that his life would not be in danger at all. So, why did he let the janitor return to the banquet hall at this time? Seeing that the door of the banquet hall was already in sight, Scene knew that he was running out of time. At this moment, the sound of commotion in the banquet hall was clearly heard through the heavy Mandalorian helmet, which suddenly made Scene's mind flash. So that's it. This banquet was the most ambitious event that Jamie Brason had held in recent years. He invited the 14 most influential underworld giants in Bérgamo and the surrounding starfields to discuss the plan. Once all the underworld giants were recognized, Jamie Brason's influence would be able to completely break through Bérgamo and radiate to multiple surrounding star regions. But in full view of the public, he was allergic to a simple dessert and fell in the banquet hall like a cooked Bérgamo shrimp. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his personal prestige. After waking up, Jamie Brason saw and heard the doubts and even contempt of the underworld giants. The harmonious and orderly banquet hall was in chaos. At this time, he urgently needed to quickly establish his own majesty. There is no simpler and more effective way to establish authority than killing people. Jamie Brason has always left people with the impression of a cunning politician, but he lacks the achievements that can be recognized by the underworld giants in terms of ruthlessness. Now it seems that he is ready to use the Mandalorians to establish authority. He dares to kill even the Mandalorians. What else can he not dare to do? After just waking up from the poisoning, he can personally shoot the Mandalorians who made mistakes. This ruthlessness is enough to make up for any gaffe. Scene took 2 steps to figure out all the links, and at this time he had come to the door, and the exquisite door of the banquet hall opened inward. The next moment, Scene raised the muzzle of his gun directly, and in the eyes of everyone, he shot and blew up the medical robot next to the president. The FX-6 that was urgently moved to the banquet hall by the doctor did not even have time to sound the alarm, and the energy beam of the blaster pierced the central processing chip, leaving a melted hole on the top. At this moment, Jamie Brason, who was close at hand, had a blank mind. His right hand hidden under the table went limp, and a small blaster fell to the ground with a clang. Scene took this opportunity to stride forward, saying loudly as he walked, "Don't panic. The spy who sneaked into the banquet hall has been dealt with." The security soldiers in the banquet hall were a little at a loss, and they didn't know where to point their guns. Scene waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't make the guests laugh at you again. It's just a trivial act of espionage." As he spoke, he had already come to the side of the president. Looking at the politician who regained his composure in just a few seconds, he couldn't help but say in his heart that it was amazing. If it were an ordinary person, if the energy beam of the blaster passed by his ear at close range, he would probably get his pants wet, but this person was just so shocked that he dropped the gun in his hand, and his body didn't even tremble violently. He is indeed a person who is used to killing. Scene quickly corrected the character model of Jamie Brason in his mind, and then threw a punch. The metal glove instantly sank into the molten hole of FX6. Then he spread out his hand, and in his palm was a twisted and deformed chip, emitting a snake-shaped arc of electricity. With the help of a pair of deft hands and a mechanical ring, Scene completed a flawless performance. Holding the chip that came out of nothing, he explained to the president in a serious tone, "The embedded recording chip is the key to this espionage operation." "I'm sorry, sir, I just figured it out." Jamie Brason frowned. "Recording chip?" Scene waved to a security guard and threw the chip to him, indicating that it should be handed over to the engineers in the manor for processing. Then he said, "In addition, this robot should have been hacked and the database rewritten. It was responsible for the security inspection of kitchen dishes before, but it did not detect the allergens, which is very strange in itself. I didn't realize until halfway through that instead of tracking down the pastry chef who was obviously a bait, we should pay more attention to FX6. The president nodded slowly. "It makes sense. I could have been poisoned to death, but it only caused an allergic reaction. And the one who is best at dealing with allergic reactions in the manor is FX6, which missed the allergens." As he spoke, the doctor of the manor standing behind the president was already trembling and fell to his knees with a thud. The president didn't care about this person at all and continued to reason, "It is natural to put this modified FX6 next to me, and I'm indeed likely to lose my composure after waking up, say some things that I shouldn't say, and do some things that I shouldn't do. In a sense, recording these things as evidence is indeed more useful than killing me. Haha, it seems like someone's handiwork, isn't it?" Facing the president's leisurely gaze, Scene said without fear that Corin is vulnerable. "Yes, in this land, any external force is vulnerable." The president retracted his gaze and let out a sigh of relief. Scene also let out a sigh of relief. This Jamie Brason is really cunning, and he has begun to suspect that he is a fake. However, it would be strange if he didn't suspect it. After all, according to the original character of the gatekeeper, it is difficult to do such a radical act as shooting FX6. Not to mention that a person who keeps himself in a shell all day long is prone to suspicion of his identity. In fact, even for the identity of the gatekeeper, a Mandalorian, the president probably never believed it. Therefore, if he had not said the keyword Corin just now, the consequences would be disastrous. However, thanks to some loopholes left by Mr. Squawk in the Bérgamo investigation report, Scene concluded that his identity had probably been exposed to Jamie Brason long ago, so throwing out the keyword Corin at this time just reassured the president. Jamie Brason temporarily withdrew his attention from the gatekeeper and moved his mind to other issues. Even if there are still doubts, at this moment, it is more important to deal with the crisis at hand than to have doubts in his heart. Jamie Brason has no choice at all. "I'm sorry to let you see this ugly scene. I'm sure everyone will doubt whether Jamie Brason is still trustworthy. So next, I will use practical actions to restore my reputation. If you are interested, you may as well take a look." After saying this, the president stretched out his hand and pressed twice on the dining table. Soon, a blue three-dimensional projection was displayed in the middle of the dining table. The projection showed a figure wrapped in black cloth. The man spoke in a stiff tone and greeted the president in hut. "Dear Mr. B, what can I do for you?" As he said this, the man in black looked around in surprise. "I didn't expect there would be other guests this time, Mr. B. You have never." "Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you a simple task. The president said in a calm voice, "You know the Silver Sail Merchant Group, let their board of directors collectively get food poisoning, don't leave any survivors, and the evidence leads to Zigwang Pharmaceutical." After saying this, the guests in the reception room couldn't help but whisper. Scene was also surprised. The president's actions were more intense than expected, but things have deviated far from the plan at this point, and it is normal to be unexpected. Both the Silver Sail Merchants Group and Zigwang Pharmaceuticals are among the few large companies on the planet Bérgamo with a significant influence, and they are all opponents of President Jaime Brason. After hearing the content of the task, the man in black was silent for a long time and said, "Mr. B, this is not an easy job." The president asked, "Can you do it?" "Of course, in Bérgamo, no one can go against your will. You will see the results within 3 days." After that, the projection went out. The president let out a breath, then smiled weakly but confidently, and asked, "Everyone, are you satisfied with my arrangement?" The many guests in the reception room were silent for a while, until a short and fat black knife giant couldn't help but sigh first. "Mr. President, your decisive style of killing is really unforgettable. If possible, I also hope to spend this dinner with you in a more gentle way, but unfortunately, the Milky Way is always full of various surprises. Mandalorian, has the dessert chef been caught?" The president said at the end, and his tone became fierce again. According to the personality model he built for him in advance, Scene realized that the president had successfully saved his image in front of the guests, so what he had to do next was to kill and silence him. The blue projection just now was obviously not something that could be shown to outsiders casually. For a cautious, suspicious, cruel, and ruthless dictator with special sexual fetishes, killing and silencing is a matter of course, and silencing naturally starts with the person with the highest risk. Scene asked himself, among the outsiders present, of course he, the Mandalorian, was the most risky and the most valuable to be silenced, but killing and silencing was just what he wanted. "I'm sorry, sir, we haven't found him yet." The president waved his hand. "It's okay, I found it for you. The third team has discovered his whereabouts at the exit of the garbage chute. As you guessed before, he took a small aircraft, but did not run far. Go and catch him back, as soon as possible." Scene pretended to be doubtful. "The third team? But," the president said, "they report directly to me. Do you have any other questions?" Scene shook his head. "I will catch him back." After that, he took a step, and the heavy armor plates collided with each other, making an unusually eye-catching sound in the restaurant. Chapter 11, The Legend Not Forgotten. When walking out of the banquet hall, Scene found that the people behind him looked a little strange, as if they had heard some bizarre stories. Some of them even patted their headphones in disbelief, but then others reached out and pulled their sleeves, signaling him to stop. Scene smiled secretly and turned a blind eye to these small movements. After all, in theory, the gatekeeper who was walking forward with a helmet could not detect the small movements of his subordinates, let alone understand that they had received the president's order to find the right opportunity to kill and silence them. But it was obvious that the reputation of the Mandalorians made them never dare to act rashly, and this was enough for Scene. While walking, the Jedi apprentice sorted out his thoughts. Overall, this mission was close to success. In order to restore his reputation in front of the guests, Jaime Brason personally issued an assassination order, and the crime of murder was absolutely unwashed. In addition, the appearance of the 14 underworld giants was also recorded by Scene. Jaime's private meeting with these people in the manor was also an unclear stain. Finally, Scene has been lurking in the manor these days, and has obtained a lot of circumstantial evidence from various employees. These contents are enough to become a legal hammer to break Jaime's saintly body. Fourth Scene, the task of collecting evidence is basically over, and all he has to do is to escape the scene safely with the evidence. This is a piece of cake for a well-prepared Jedi apprentice. The simplest way is to directly grab a flying boat and break out of the siege. With the skills of a Jedi apprentice, or the level of the mob in the manor, Scene is simply unstoppable along the way. But that is a bad idea for Scene, because it is difficult for him to guarantee that he can control the situation and avoid casualties during the breakout. If it is not necessary, do not kill or injure. This is the concept that Scene has been instilled with since he was a child, and it is also the creed he has always adhered to, so he would rather go to great lengths to disguise himself as a Mandalorian and then swagger out of the manor. Next, as long as he could find a way to get rid of these wandering minions behind him, Scene could take a flying boat at will, fly all the way, and complete the mission successfully. According to the agreement, the master should have been waiting at the spaceport. The two of them would board the spaceship and start the hyperspace engine to bid farewell to the president of Bérgamo and his dictatorship. Just as Scene walked out of the gate of the manor building and was about to turn to the garbage chute exit, he found that things could be better than he expected. In the courtyard in front of the main gate, there happened to be a teardrop-shaped flying boat specially made by the Nagrachi Aviation Technology Company, the president's favorite. The Adenian, who was the driver, was carefully leading two mechanical robots to do simple maintenance. He was slender but arrogant. Scene made a decision at a glance. This is it. He reached out and pressed the helmet eyepiece as if he had discovered something, turned suddenly, and strode towards the flying boat. He was now fully armored, with a burly figure, and his steps were vigorous, shocking everyone. The two security guards following at the end even raised their blasters nervously. Scene didn't care about these details at all. He walked and asked loudly, "Are you in charge of the president's flying boat?" The Adenian was also confused by the question and nodded subconsciously. "I am. What's wrong? Have you been guarding it all the time? Didn't you leave during the journey?" "I did leave. How come?" Before the Adenian could continue, Scene had already opened the cockpit door of the flying boat and reached under the seat. A moment later, in front of everyone's astonishment, a ticking time bomb appeared in his palm. Scene looked at the expressions of the people around him and knew that this performance was successful again. He tried hard to hold back his laughter and said coldly, "You should be glad that I passed by." Then he casually threw the alarm clock disguised as a time bomb to his subordinates behind him. "Ask the engineering team to deal with it." The subordinates who caught the bomb with their bare hands almost had their hearts jumping out. For him, let alone following orders to kill and silence people at this time, tightening the bladder is the first priority. Taking advantage of this moment, Scene had already entered the flying boat and reached out to the co-pilot's seat, as if he had discovered a new problem. At this time, even the pilot could not stand, and subconsciously retreated again and again, feeling that the Mandalorian seemed a little unworthy of his reputation at ordinary times, but he was so resolute and fierce at the critical moment. While people were sighing, they saw the open hatch of the flying boat close up, and a second later, the two engines burst out with colorful rainbow light, driving the flying boat away at an astonishing speed. Fuck. In the manor square, everyone was stunned. After a while, the Ardenian jumped up first, waving his forearms wildly. "How did he do it? That's my exclusive cockpit." Then, a security guard suddenly realized it, hurriedly picked up the blaster, and fired continuously at the back of the flying boat, which was only a small dot in the distance. Of course, it was useless. As expected, the president's hysterical roar in the communicator almost broke the eardrum. On the other side, Scene sat in the flying boat, feeling his blood boiling. The passage of time slowed down and even solidified, and the complex cockpit designed for the four-armed driver seemed so simple and friendly to him. The Jedi apprentice, who had always maintained his calm, finally couldn't help but get excited. On the one hand, this mission has come to an end, and there will be no more risks. His hard work in the past few days has finally come to an end. On the other hand, this flying boat is so cool. Even for those who have been exposed to the forefront of the Republic's technology since childhood, President Bérgamo's exclusive car is a first-class luxury. The shell made of a light and tough new alloy, the powerful engine with more than twice the power of similar ones, and the cockpit specially customized for the Adenian driver, all make a mechanical enthusiast feel intoxicated. If the previous infiltration operation was a test of what Scene had learned over the years, then driving this flying boat was more like a process of experience and learning. Compared with tests and trials, Scene undoubtedly enjoyed the learning process more. After he started the flying boat, he took off the metal gloves that were in the way and used the skin of his fingers to delicately feel the coolness on the control panel, as well as the complex and advanced control system, and the fierce power that drove the flying boat forward at high speed. The Jedi apprentice sighed with satisfaction. Except that the space in the driver's seat seemed a little small for him, and the driving platform built for 4-armed drivers was a little awkward to adapt to, so that when the flying boat just started, he staggered like a drunk. Everything else was perfect. Scene's hands were like fluttering butterflies, dragging one after another after image on the control panel. This flying boat that required precise driving was gradually taken over by him steadily. More energy emerged from the engine. Every inch of the space in the boat was adapting to the oncoming turbulence. The internal energy system was also sorted out clearly. The excess energy consumption was completely shielded. All the energy was gathered in one place, accelerating the teardrop-shaped flying boat to the extreme. At this moment, the space seemed to be distorted, and the surrounding scenery was stretched and compressed in a weird way, presenting bizarre colors. The long journey seemed to have reached the end in just a moment. When Scene came to his senses, the evacuation point agreed with the master was only a few kilometers away. With some reluctance, Scene waved his hands again, and with a phantom-like operation, he steadily slowed down the speed of the flying boat. In front of him was a plain located in the valley. The snow-white port formed an extremely sharp visual contrast with the dark green rocks around it. This is President Jamie Brason's private spaceport. It is the escape route he reserved for himself, and one of the only few space channels on this planet that can be directly connected to the outside world. On this remote planet, all spacecraft takeoffs and landings must be reviewed by a barrier located outside the planet's atmosphere. This barrier is composed of tens of thousands of satellites and more than 30 space stations. They wrap the entire planet and put it under the control of the president. When necessary, this barrier can use high-energy weapons to instantly block the world and firmly suppress all spacecraft on the surface of the planet. The president spent 10 years and astronomical amounts of money to build this barrier. In name, it is naturally for the protection of the people and the convenience of management, but the locals naturally know the truth. The president has used his dictatorial privileges to this extent, but it is still not enough. He is suspicious by nature, fearing that one day this indestructible barrier will turn against him, so he deliberately left a flaw when building it. As long as you aim at a specific location when taking off from the surface of the planet, and shuttle through it at a very high speed, you can avoid the review and escape directly. But there are very few ports on the entire planet that can help spacecraft lock this location and accelerate departure. Among them, this private port located in the forest around Green Rose Hill has a unique secrecy. In this way, if a coup or natural disaster occurs in Bérgamo, he can escape from the planet in the first time and go to the villa in the core area for refuge. However, although this hidden escape route was hidden from Agent Squawk, it could not be hidden from GD Master Mostima. Before Scene started the infiltration mission, Mostima marked this spaceport as the last stop of this mission. At this time, on the snow-white platform, a black shuttle had completed the preheating and was quietly preparing to take off on the acceleration track. And through the observer on the cockpit, Scene could even see the familiar face of the master. However, just as he was about to say hello to the master, suddenly several scarlet energy beams passed by. At the same time, the cockpit also issued a sharp alarm, and the scene behind him was displayed on the right screen. 3 military flying boats were rushing at an alarming speed, and the fully armed Bérgamo soldiers were holding various blasters. Murderous. Are the pursuers finally here? Scene chuckled and didn't care at all, because this was all expected. After retreating from the manor, the flying boats left in the manor would definitely not be able to catch up with him. The most the president could do was to lock Scene's position and mobilize the military forces along the way to intercept him. He was the biggest dictator on this planet, and his army was like a private army. But what elite soldiers could a dictator who exploited the entire planet raise? Military funds were misappropriated in various ways, and a large part of it was used to repair the president's garden. Half a standard hour had passed since Scene fled, and the surrounding military districts had only mobilized 3 flying boats, carrying a group of rabble. Like a joke, Scene looked at the blaster guns shooting around him like water, and felt that, even if he didn't rely on the prediction of the force, he would not be hit. And even if he was hit, it didn't matter. The shield on this flying boat was so thick that it completely implemented the dictator's cautious and suspicious spirit of putting life first. The shield of the shuttle that the master was riding was even thicker, so there was no need to worry. As Scene was thinking, he had already driven the flying boat to the tail of the shuttle and was ready to board the ship. However, at this moment, he suddenly found that two middle-aged men with numb faces came out from the bottom of the tower not far away. They were hunched and thin, but they were wearing straight and gorgeous dresses, pushing a luxurious stepping platform with gold and silver. Scene was stunned for a moment, then he felt a little angry and a little funny. He is really a great dictator, always remembering the pomp. This spaceport is obviously for him to use when he escapes in a panic, but he actually arranged a performance segment of pushing a luxurious stepping platform? Exclamation mark. What kind of a spiritual need is this? Question mark. However, the next moment, Scene couldn't laugh anymore. All around, the energy beams splashed by the pursuers were still like heavy rain, most of which fell to unknown places, and only a few were lucky enough to hit the dark shuttle, stirring up futile ripples. However, there were also many energy beams, which pointed crookedly at the bottom of the tower. It landed right beside the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged men were unaware, and their pace was still not hurried or slow, even meticulous, as if the only meaning of their lives was to push the footrest and serve the master, to board the shuttle decently. The issue of life and death had no value in a numbed life. But in Scene's view, every life has its value. Besides, it was he who led these pursuers after all, so he absolutely could not allow innocent people to die tragically in front of him. The next moment, the GD apprentice knelt and bowed. His body was like a taut bowstring, and with the explosion of his legs, he rushed away like an arrow. At the same time, a beam of energy also shot carelessly and obliquely, cunningly pointing at the heart of middle-aged man. If nothing unexpected happened, the man would have died. However, a blue light was like a lightning that cut through the night, suddenly bursting out with dazzling light. Where the light passed, the scarlet energy beam made a harsh groan, and then helplessly turned its direction, and rushed straight into the sky, no longer threatening anyone's life. Scene silently lowered the lightsaber he had raised high, and pointed the azurite at the speeding flying boat. A few seconds later, the flying boat seemed to be struck by invisible lightning, and it rolled nervously in the air, and then turned around, and fled in a panic. Scene sighed in his heart. Even if they were a mob, even if they lived on a planet with closed information, they still understood the meaning of the lightsaber. They knew the legend of the GD. Chapter 12 New Mission New Galaxy. The lightsaber is the symbol of the GD, and has excellent deterrent power in most areas of the Republic. You can light up the lightsaber in advance to scare away the mob. This will not violate our agreement. You don't need to use the Force to press the power switch. In the shuttle, GD Master Mostima patiently reviewed the details of the entire mission for his apprentice. After you evacuated the manor, you did not maintain your previous calmness and meticulousness. Instead, you were overly obsessed with the showmanship of flying the flying boat. So you flew in a straight line to the evacuation point without concealing your whereabouts, and then the pursuers followed you closely. Of course, you must have considered that the pursuers could not pose a real threat to you, but if you only consider the actual threat, it means that you will inevitably ignore the hidden dangers in the details. The pursuers can't threaten you, but they can threaten innocent people. This is a hidden danger. If you can act more cautiously from the beginning and set up misleading traps along the way, you won't be forced into a panic by the pursuers in the final stage. If the requirements are stricter, when we finally determine the plan and design the evacuation point, you should consider the misleading traps during the evacuation. In fact, before sneaking into the manor, you had enough time to arrange it in advance, but you didn't think of this. When I was perfecting the plan for you, I deliberately left this blank as an additional question. Unfortunately, you didn't read it. As for the process of sneaking into the manor, there are also many details that can be optimized, but you have grasped several key points very well. First of all, there was no killing, and almost no injury, which will win the initiative in the entire evidence collection process. Recording the president's criminal facts in public will make him hesitate, even if he wants to vent his anger on his subordinates. Here you have fully considered Brason's character and the safety of the manor employees. In addition, many of the parts of improvisation are also worthy of praise, so overall, I can only say that you are just qualified. Scene sat in the co-pilot seat, convinced, ashamed and moved. The shortcomings picked out by the master seemed to be nitpicking, but they were all things he could have done but didn't do. At the same time, after criticizing, the master still gave him an overall positive evaluation, especially praised his ability to respond on the spot, and the criticism was limited to details, without any major criticism that hurt his bones. This is a teaching method of GD Master Mostima, who is both strict and gentle. No, Mostima, your review is a bit outrageous. At the same time, a helpless voice came from the cockpit of the black shuttle. A blue stereo projection appeared between them, showing a face that was nearly middle-aged, but still full of energy. He had gentle and neat black long hair, wore a dark brown white robe, and carried the Jedi's iconic lightsaber at his waist. GD Master Osred was responsible for teaching young apprentices in the Coruscant Temple of the Knights. SYN had received his care many times when he was a young apprentice. Unlike Master Mostima, who was always calm and composed, Osred's emotional expression was much richer and stronger, like an innocent child. He was once praised by many people as the most childlike GD Master, and he always got along well with the young apprentices. But at this moment, his face was full of helplessness. Just qualified? Mostima, you are too harsh on your apprentice. SYN sneaked into Jamie Brason's manor on his own, and collected extremely valuable evidence. This is a remarkable result. There is no need to pick on those minor problems. Mostima said, there will be no real progress that way. You can't rush for success. Osred stopped talking halfway, and shook his head helplessly. He and Mostima have had more than one argument about how to teach SYN. In Osred's opinion, SYN is a very special GD apprentice. From the beginning of his training, he has shown a very special talent, not a talent in the force, but a talent in character. Compared with the achievements that have been made, SYN's eyes are always focused on those that have not yet been achieved. He pays more attention to criticism than praise, as if he is unwilling to be satisfied with the achievements that have been made. For a person who is not very talented, this positive attitude is of course very good. In fact, Mostima's training policy seems to be a perfect match for SYN's character. But Osred still felt that this was inappropriate, but unfortunately he had never persuaded Mostima to change his education policy. And looking at SYN's current growth, Osred could hardly blame Mostima for doing anything wrong. And if he were to teach SYN, he might not be able to train the clumsy young apprentice in the temple to what he is today. In the silence, Mostima suddenly said, Osred, the harvest of this mission and the review of the whole process have been completed. But the committee specifically asked you to contact me. There must be something else? Osred touched his hair. Don't say that the results of your mission are unimportant, as if you can just send someone to receive the results. You have helped the Republic deal with a very difficult problem. With the evidence you collected, Jamie Brason's rule in Bérgamo has completely entered the countdown. And according to the procedure, I should first convey the committee's gratitude to you. But as you said, there are indeed other things, and it is very likely that you will not be able to return to Coruscant. Mostima asked, urgent mission? Yes, it's quite urgent. Do you know the Cunning Galaxy? A galaxy located in the Optivus star region, ruled by the local enterprise Cunning Group. I remember the population was 174.2 billion, and the main race was humans, accounting for 99.9% of the total population, an incredibly high proportion. In addition, the industrial capacity of the Cunning Galaxy last year even surpassed that of the famous industrial world Metallon. As a remote galaxy, it is considered quite prosperous and wealthy, but the Cunning Group and the Republic have always been distant and very independent. Only one board member is on good terms with the Republic. I remember the pronunciation of his name was a bit strange, Helinan, and if we use the local custom, it would be Nanheli. So, is there something wrong with him? Osred was accustomed to Mostima's ability to carry an encyclopedia, but he couldn't help asking, you know even such a remote star region by heart? Mostima said, last year, when SYN and I were investigating the outer regions of the Milky Way, we looked up a lot of information, which happened to include the Optivus region, especially the Cunning star system in that region. We also learned the Cunning language, which is known for being difficult to master. Perhaps this is why the committee sent you to contact us. Osred sighed and said, 2 days ago, Nanheli was assassinated in his own manor, and the explanation given by the Kyankan group was that the employees of the manor stole and killed people. Mostima asked, I understand. The committee believes that his death has serious consequences? Oslad said, Nanheli is a politician who has been friends with the Republic for many years, and has made outstanding contributions to the Republic. His significance to the Republic is extraordinary, and he is a senior member of the board of directors within the Kyankan group. Now that he has died unexpectedly, and the cause of death is in doubt, the official has hastily concluded it, which is very abnormal in itself. It is likely to become the fuse of a greater political storm. So no matter what, the Republic cannot accept such an unclear result. I understand. No wonder the GD Knights are needed to deal with it. However, our understanding of the Kyan Galaxy is limited to data archives. Without the help of local people, the investigation will progress very slowly. We have found local contacts. In fact, many people are extremely dissatisfied with the murder of Nanheli, especially the perfunctory explanation of the Kyankan group afterwards. What we have strived for is the help of these people. Mostima said, so this is an out-and-out political issue. Osrod said, the life and death of politicians are of course political issues, and for us, it is sensitive to be too deeply involved in political issues, so we must try our best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The term as much as possible is a bit vague. Is the committee allowing me to act on my own? Osrod said, yes, the committee grants you the authority to act on the spot. You can perfectly solve the problem of Bérgamo, and I believe that the problem of the Kyan Galaxy will not be difficult for you. Mostima corrected, this cannot be compared. Jaime Brason's rule in Bérgamo was only a few decades, while the Kyankan group is a behemoth that has legally ruled the galaxy for thousands of years. When investigating Jaime Brason, we had an investigation report written by elite agents of the Republic, but for the Kyan Galaxy, we were not even familiar with the local contacts. Osred interrupted helplessly, okay, I'm just a messenger. If you really have any doubts, you can ask the committee directly. That's not necessary. Since the committee has assigned me the task, I will do my best to complete it. Scene, the same goes for you. Scene responded honestly, yes, master, I will do my best. Looking at this pair of master and apprentice who are always overly serious, Osred sighed, okay, I'll reply to the committee now. I hope your trip to the Kyan Galaxy will go smoothly. May the force be with you. May the force be with you. Chapter 13 on the cruise ship. After cutting off communication with GD Master Oslad, Mostima fell into deep thought. Scene sat next to his master, also lost in thought. Judging from the mission information just now, it is indeed most appropriate to send Master Mostima to carry out this mission. She is not the type that is particularly good at fighting among GD Masters, but she has profound knowledge and a humble and gentle personality. Careful and comprehensive thinking mode, but she is extremely good at dealing with various difficult and complicated diseases, which is why she is nicknamed the Almighty GD. Moreover, perhaps because of the guidance of the Force, their master and apprentice just studied the Aplois star sector last year, and also learned the Kyankan language. After a while, Mostima said, Master Oslad just sent out a more detailed information about the Kyan Galaxy. Let's study it carefully. During this time, we also need to review the Kyankan language. This language is too. You are a small crowd. You must be a little rusty after not using it for a year. Okay. Scene nodded, pulled up Master Oslad's information, and studied it carefully. Regarding this galaxy, Mostima has summarized the general situation very accurately. It is remote, but prosperous, has its own independent culture, and is at a distance from the Republic. The information sent by Master Oslad only provided more detailed evidence. However, from the vast amount of information, Scene could faintly sense an undercurrent. For example, there is a language issue. In the Kyan Galaxy, the basic language of the Republic can only be regarded as a foreign language. The locals use a rare small language named Kyankan language by the Republic. The grammatical rules of this language are very different from the basic language, and it is very difficult to learn and understand. The process of learning this language between Scene and his master last year was also extremely difficult. Even if I search all over the Republic, except for the kind of ceremonial robots equipped with complete language modules, there are few people who know the Kyankan language. If the language is blocked, the culture will be blocked, and if the culture is blocked, the people's hearts will be blocked. As a nominal member of the Republic, the Kyan Galaxy has always maintained a high degree of independence. Judging from the internal information provided by Oslet, the word independence seems to be an understatement. The people of the STEM galaxy are highly xenophobic, which is also evident from the abnormal racial distribution. In addition, within the STEM galaxy, the voice forces cession from the Republic has always been high. In such an environment, it is not easy for GD masters and apprentices as outsiders to successfully conduct investigations. Scene couldn't help but ponder. So, how does Master plan to conduct an investigation? Do you rely on the supporters manually left behind in the Kyan Galaxy? With the help of local guides, investigation work can indeed be done with less effort. For example, the successful completion of the Bérgamo investigation mission largely relied on the brave early trial and error of Mr. Squawk, the Republic's elite agent. However, the situation in the Dry Galaxy and Bérgamo are not the same, and over-reliance on the locals may not be a good idea. Just as Scene was thinking about it, Master Mostima suddenly spoke and broke the silence. We will take a cruise over there later and review the Kyankan language with the passengers in the Kyan Galaxy along the way. By the way, we will learn the basics so that we will not be too passive when we get there. Then I will prepare to book the tickets. Scene said, opening the hologram tablet. Start contacting shipping companies with Dry-Star navigation. The master and apprentice chose a tourist trade planet outside the Dry-Star system to board the ship. As a transit point between a prosperous galaxy on the frontier and the Republic, this planet has a very charming and unique humanistic style. Unfortunately, Scene has no time to stay. In order to grab the discounted tickets, he chose to board the ship in a hurry. After the master and apprentice handled the shuttle seized from President Bérgamo, they immediately boarded the large cargo spacecraft that was over a kilometer long and settled into a simple but spacious cabin. After boarding the ship, Scene enthusiastically began to look at all the details on the ship and soon became emotional. The technical level of Kyankan Group is higher than what the data shows. The structural design of this passenger ship is already very modern. Scene said as he couldn't help but take out 2 slender micro drill bits and prepare them on the bulkhead of the ship. Drill and take samples to investigate the alloy model. Mostima quickly stopped Scene's research spirit and said, compared with the records in the public information, the design level of this ship is indeed more than 1 generation advanced. Scene turned his attention to the appearance of the cabin. Although the holographic hanging painting was just a cheap piece of art, the black and white freehand style caught his eye instantly. Interesting. Is this the traditional culture of the Kyan Galaxy? Mostima said, it's just one of the countless traditional cultural symbols of the Kyan Galaxy. This style originated thousands of years ago. For the current people of the Kyan Galaxy, it has no real impact, but understanding it will help you understand the overall culture of the Kyan Galaxy. You can take time to study it during the trip, but remember to focus on the language. We basically haven't used Kyankan this year. The language has become quite unfamiliar. Scene felt that there is no limit to learning, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. When he was studying Kyankan language last year, he memorized the text and practiced his spoken English desperately. However, looking back this year, those efforts have become blurry and chaotic. Let's go out and walk around. Familiarity with the language cannot be achieved behind closed doors, Mostima said, taking the lead to leave the cabin. There was a lot of noise outside, with hundreds of passengers bustling in the cabin corridor, the restaurant under the patio, the top floor theater, and the ballroom next door. Among them are the Jiwan people who are like scholars, the Ithorians who are companions with the Jiwan people, and the Nemoidians who have already begun to look for business opportunities on the spaceship. But most of the passengers are human beings, and they have extremely distinctive and unified characteristics, black hair and black eyes like Scene. They speak authentic Kyankan language. In fact, this low-cost flight was originally set up by the Kyankan group specifically for the locals of the Kyan Galaxy. Scene also took this into consideration when purchasing the ticket. Otherwise, he could actually find a flight with a more discounted price. with the authentic local people providing the language environment. Scene felt that the mess called Kyankan language in his mind suddenly became much clearer, as if a pair of masterful hands were sorting out all the chaos at an extremely fast speed. By the time Scene followed Mostima to the restaurant on the ground floor, he had already recalled the homework he had done last year, and could barely order food by talking to the waiter in the old-fashioned Kyankan dialect. It's hard to have delicious food during space travel, especially on cheap flights. Even in gorgeously decorated restaurants, most of the food served is canned food, with just one more process: hastily heating and then placing it on a large dinner plate. It was immediately sold for a high price. But no matter what, even if it is a tin can, it has the local characteristics of the dry galaxy. As Scene tastes it, he feels an inexplicable sense of intimacy, as if the slightly greasy dish has awakened a long-standing memory hidden in his taste buds. Mostima was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, she watched Scene's reaction with interest. It wasn't until Scene was halfway through eating that she said, "You are very skilled in using the tableau." Only then did Scene realize that he was using the tableau. The default dry galaxy tableau chopsticks on the dining table is indeed surprisingly skillful. This kind of tableau composed of two thin sticks is simple and practical, but it is slightly difficult to get started. Scene glanced around from the corner of his eye. Many foreign tourists were holding their chopsticks with grimaces on their faces. They had no choice but to ask the waiter robot to replace the knife and fork. One Twi'lek even accidentally knocked over his dinner plate with his chopsticks. But Scene had skillfully used chopsticks to eat half of the plate of special fried rice. Scene held his chopsticks thoughtfully. "Master, should I change my swordsmanship to a more sophisticated style?" Mostima smiled. "You can consider it, but first practice your basic skills until you can enter the palace." Scene nodded, and while continuing to appreciate the intimacy flowing from his tongue and fingertips, while listening to the gossips of the people around him, he felt that his understanding of the universe language had become more advanced. Soon after, the dishes were all gone, and Mostima stood up and said, "Go and look elsewhere." Scene followed behind his master, and walked around the ship for a long time. The library, theater, and dance hall, although this cheap flight cheap, but fully equipped. During the entire voyage, the master and the apprentice came into contact with many people from the Kyan galaxy. They had different appearances, different temperaments, and even had certain differences in their accents when they spoke the Kyankan language. But they all adhere to a unified principle. This principle can be said to be the cultural soul of the Kyan galaxy. It is difficult to describe, but it exists. Mostima said, "The people of the Kyan galaxy have relatively unified cultural beliefs. Whether you browse the records or actually come into contact with them, you should be able to feel that they attach great importance to their families and ancestors. Several giants under the Kyankan group enterprises are all firmly controlled by a huge family, and the position of chairman is passed down from generation to generation. In other words, the ruling class of this galaxy is almost monopolized by a few family oligopolies. But in addition, the people of the Kyan galaxy believe that the Prince General Xiangning has a certain kind of belief that personal struggle can change his class and destiny. It is very contradictory but interesting." Scene pondered for a long time and nodded. These were not shown in the information, and he felt vague when he understood it himself. The unclear content, after the teacher explained it in detail, finally made me feel enlightened. But these are just general remarks. Theories about family and ancestors are the cultural bones rooted deep in people's hearts, rather than specific appearances. You must not blindly apply conclusions. For example, you can see counter-examples on the boat. Mostima explained. He pointed to a family of 3 not far away. A fat young man was scolding his elderly parents in public because the 2 old men tried to hide the gorgeous tableau in the restaurant and take it back to the cabin and refused to accept other people's persuasion. Due to emotions and reasons, the young man's scolding was natural, and the onlookers around him also nodded. But Scene also heard clearly that there was no shortage of objections in the crowd. After all, they are his biological parents. 1 or 2 dishes. As for being so serious, I think he still felt that he had lost face, so he ignored his parents' face. The gift of childbirth was really a waste of time. These conversations made Scene thoughtful. But before he had time to think about it, he was woken up from his reverie by being tapped on the shoulder by his master. Don't think too much. Only when you really see a lot can you be qualified to meditate. After Mostima finished speaking, he led his apprentice back to the cabin. The conversation in the cabin changed again. Now do you have any new ideas about the murders in the Khan galaxy? Scene replied, I have seen no less than 1,000 tourists along the way, but I have not heard any of them mention it. Nanhela's death was an accidental death of a senior member of the board of directors. So, I think there are 3 possibilities. One is that the existence of Kyankan group is too far away for most people in the Kyan galaxy to pay attention to it. The second is that this director may have always played an extremely low-key role, so that no one knows it until his death. The third is that the Kyankan group has a strong ability to control the public opinion of the galaxy. What does it make people think? People will think about whatever they don't think about, and people won't be able to come up with any ideas at all. Mostima said, that's right, there is a high probability that there are all 3, but the specific situation needs to be discussed with the contact person. We can only know after contacting him. Scene asked, how are we going to contact the contact? We are already in contact with each other, Mostima said with a smile. Find a convenient place to talk to. Let's wait for them to come to us. Scene was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized. When he bought cheap boat tickets, he used his and his master's true identities, and he had just met at least 1,000 people on the boat. If the other party wanted to avenge Nanheli, he should have already known that the envoys of the Republic had set off. If he couldn't even do this, it meant that this group of avengers was of no use at all. After arriving in the Kyan galaxy, he and his master might as well carry out investigations alone. Chapter 14 I have a bad feeling. The destination of the flight is Kun, the capital planet of the Kyan galaxy. According to data, this planet is the birthplace of the Dry Galaxy civilization and has about 1/3 of the population of the entire galaxy. The headquarters of the Kyankan group is located on the Celestial Dome space station outside the planet's atmosphere, overlooking all living things. The passenger ship jumped out of hyperspace and saw through the porthole the huge dome that looked majestic even in space. It is shaped like a disc, but the thinnest part is hundreds of meters thick. The huge disc hides countless unknown secrets of the Kyankan group. Looking from directly above, you can see a scorching sun with an astonishingly large area drawn in the middle of the circular dome. Scene was about to discuss the technical and aesthetic issues of the Kyankan group with his master when he suddenly felt his vision blurred. In my mind, a blazing sun burned blazingly, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. The universe and stars seemed to have disappeared under the squeeze of this light and heat. The hallucination only appeared for a moment. Scene swayed and found that the sun in his mind disappeared, leaving only a scorching sun pattern with a round outline. This pattern seemed familiar, but before Scene could think about it, he heard his master ask, "What's wrong?" His face is not very good. I just had a hallucination for a moment. Scene didn't hide anything from his master and kept himself for a moment. He described what he saw in detail and then carefully drew the pattern of the scorching sun in his mind. Then he couldn't help but turn his gaze and felt that the sun on the holographic tablet was similar to the pattern on the space station on the dome. They are inextricably linked. Mostima was silent, and after a moment he said, "This is a revelation of the Force to you. Keep it in your heart, but don't be obsessed with it." Yes. Scene immediately recalled all the things that had been sketched in his mind. Speculation is thrown out the window. Force revelations are not uncommon for Jedi. Those masters who are integrated with the Force can rely on the ubiquitous Force to sense dangers in the distance, gain enlightenment from clues, and even see the future to a limited extent. However, for apprentices who are far from mature, the revelation of the Force is often vague, and if they are judged based on subjective assumptions, it may be counterproductive. Master, we came directly to Kun, this time because you suspect that the murderer is at the top of the board of directors? Mostima said, obviously, according to common sense, the top members of the board of directors of the Kyankan group will not die easily in the hands of outsiders. Scene put down his communication ring, installed the paid adapter, provided by the passenger ship, and connected to the internal network of the Kyan Galaxy, Zaya Network, browsing all the recent news. However, from special topics to text messages, there was no news mentioning Nanhela's death. However, the lack of news itself is also a kind of intelligence, enough to verify the GD Master's speculation. The Kyankan group's dominance is stronger than what the data shows. Mostima stood behind Scene, browsing the same information as him, and concluded, at least they can completely purify the galaxy's intranet. Scene laughed said, Jamie Brason can also do it. Mostima said, the only thing he can block is a dry planet's intranet. Hearing the word dry, Scene couldn't help but nodded. The internet in Bérgamo is extremely boring. Apart from the president's old face that has been infinitely beautified, the same speeches, and the flood of flattery from the people around him, there is almost nothing else. However, the internal network of the Kyan Galaxy is very different. Although politically sensitive content will still be filtered, the various program channels other than that can be described as diverse, ranging from the local culture of the Kyan Galaxy to various cutting-edge science and technology. There are all kinds of scandals and gossips about the Galactic Republic. Not to mention the population size and wealth level of the Kyan Galaxy are far from comparable to Bérgamo. If you want to block the network here, you need absolutely powerful governance capabilities. So, in such a developed and orderly galaxy, where the ruling group pays strict attention to everything, Nanheli actually died in a simple home invasion robbery. This is difficult to explain anyway. Scene asked, in this case, our undisguised entry into the Kyan Galaxy should have alerted the real mastermind, right? Of course, but this is beneficial to our investigation. It is often not a bad thing to alert the snake. Mostima again explained, it has been a few days since Nanhela's death, and in a place like Kyan Galaxy, if the mastermind comes from the top of the Kyankan group, a few days will be enough for them to cover up all traces, and we will probably not be able to find anything relevant. Clues to value. Scene thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement with his master. The Kyan Galaxy is no better than Bérgamo, and it is impossible to tear open the Iron Curtain with the strength of a few people. If things were that simple, the Republic wouldn't send GD here. So letting them know about our arrival may trigger a chain reaction. Of course there is a risk, and we need to bear this risk. Scene wanted to nod in response, but for some reason he couldn't help but frown. I have a bad premonition too. This mission will be difficult, but we should not be afraid of it. The spacecraft landed on the capital planet, Kun, at 7 PM local time. The capital city's urging. This large passenger ship, which was more than a kilometer long, and could accommodate tens of thousands of people, immediately seemed insignificant when it settled on the endless port. Viewed from above, it looked like a humble ant. However, from among these ants, there were tens of thousands of passengers, who gathered along different passages, to form dozens of turbulent flows of people, rushing out. Welcome to Ziyajing. I wish you a pleasant trip. A smiling etiquette robot stamped a bright red seal on Scene's entry documents, while saying a programmed, but still sincere welcome. Scene put away his passport, but what he was thinking about was that the robot technology of Kyankan Group was more advanced than what the information provided by Oslud showed, and was at least one generation more advanced. Not long after, both the master and the apprentice had passed the border inspection and customs. Since the Kyan Galaxy had special treatment within the Republic, and had its own currency system, Scene went to the currency exchange window, to exchange for a sum of Kyankan coins. Afterwards, the two came to the square outside the terminal building. Scene was about to stop a rental airship, when he heard a loud noise. His ears twitched, and he couldn't help but wake up. Master, there seems to be a lecture in the square over there. Do you want to go and listen? Scene said, already taking steps, and jogging towards the square in front of the terminal. Mostima frowned and followed closely. Her hearing was a little sharper than Scene's, and she had already heard speeches in the distance. The Kyankan language is spoken in a clear and round tone, with an upright and impassioned tone. As we all know, the basis of politics is mutual benefit. But what benefits have we gained from joining the Galactic Republic over the years? What have we obtained in exchange for the taxes we pay every year? When we needed the Republic, they were high in the core area. reluctant to get involved in the mortal world, but when we don't need them, the tax collectors are always there. Are we members of the Republic, or are we servants of the Republic? And when we make breakthroughs in some scientific and technological fields on our own, they are it's so shameless to even suppress him arbitrarily. Mostima frowned slightly. Not far away, Scene also stopped and turned around in surprise. Master, this is completely different from what was said in the information. Whether it is a Republic's holographic network or the Kine Galaxy's Zaya network, regarding the relationship between the galaxy and the Galactic Republic, the records are consistent. Although this galaxy is somewhat distant from the Republic, it is still generally considered peaceful and healthy. There are no conflicts between the two sides. There have always been independent voices within, but they are not enough to become the mainstream. However, when Scene personally set foot on the mainland of the Kine Galaxy, he heard such a rebellious speech in front of the spaceport of the capital planet. Mostima said softly, maybe it's just the voice of the minority that happened to be amplified at this time, or maybe we should realize that the clues to Nanhel's death are right in front of us. Scene nodded, and he had the same idea. No matter whether this speech was a pure coincidence or not, no matter how mediocre the speech itself was, this kind of roadside political propaganda, which was similar to performance art, contained a very rich amount of information. First of all, the capital planet of the dry galaxy allows political propaganda to exist, which means that the speech environment in the galaxy is relatively free. Of course, this may just be that the speaker's topic content meets the needs of the ruler. Secondly, judging from the reaction of the audience, opposition to the rule of the Republic is not a new thing here. Most of the audience showed little interest, but they were not disgusted with its content. It was just a commonplace. Finally, and most importantly, the speaker enumerated the Republic's numerous sins, most of which were pure fiction, but always avoided Nanhel's existence. As the Republic's biggest supporter in the Kine Galaxy, Nanheli can be said to be the best target for the opposition. How can one avoid Nanheli when he denounces the Republic? Wouldn't it be bad to paint him as a human being and smear the Republic by the way? Scene couldn't help but fell into deep thought, but before he had time to think deeply, he heard his master already greeting him. Scene, let's go. Not far away, Mostima had already called for a rental airship and saw a boxy yellow and blue airship parked safely in front of the woman. A round figure, the R2X7 robot, poked at the driver's seat and greeted him with a series of sharp electronic sounds. For most people, the language used to communicate between robots is basically equivalent to noise, so at the same time as the beeps sounded, a display screen above R2X7's head also showed a side-by-side display of Kyankan language and basic language. Welcome words. Welcome to Zajing. I wish you a nice day. Where do you want to go, distinguished guest? Scene took the initiative to open the car door for master, pressed the multifunction communication ring on his hand, and responded with a pleasant electronic voice. Said, I also wish you a nice day. We are first-time tourists here. We want to find a bar that is tasteful enough. It is best to be in the core business district. After having a drink, we can also appreciate the prosperity of this place. What do you recommend? A series of lights flashed above R2X7's head, and the rhythm of the electronic sound was a little faster. Obviously, for this conscientious taxi driver, an organic customer who can understand electronic language is too rare and too surprising. And this also made it unable to help but use all its computing power to find the most suitable occasion for this guest from the map stored in the memory chip. When Scene sat in the passenger seat, R2X7 had already calculated the results and made recommendations for Scene with a series of cheerful electronic sounds. Thank you, it's just what you said. As he said this, Scene generously flicked a Kyankan coin onto the driving platform of R2X7. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Informant. Half an hour later, the square taxi airship drove along the dense traffic and entered the most prosperous area of the star. Looking down from the car, what I saw was the nightly lights that were more brilliant than the stars. Thousands of airships advance in an orderly manner along the aerial trajectory, transporting densely packed crowds to their respective destinations. This is the real prosperous civilization. Scene sat in the car with emotion. Compared with the green light seen not long ago, this city is undoubtedly much less flashy. There are neither tall buildings towering above the sky nor neon lights covering the entire city. But the prosperity underfoot is more real than anything else. It is not a fancy project created by the whim of someone in power, gathering the wealth of the entire planet, but is based on real manpower and wealth. And there are more than 10 cities similar to Ziyang, Hongkong. There are several satellite cities surrounding each big city, and they are connected by an extremely developed logistics network, making the entire planet seem like one. Also located in a remote area on the edge of the Milky Way, the Cunning galaxy is completely different from Bérgamo, and this also makes Scene very fond of this place. Scene said, although there are many references to the prosperity of this place, it is more touching if you see it with your own eyes. Mostima said, so you have to read a lot of books, but you can't believe all the books, you need more. Yes. Scene responded seriously. During the conversation between master and apprentice, the R2X7 in the driver's seat made a series of electronic sounds. Scene was a little surprised and said, are you already there? Oh, over there? Master, look. Along the lines of Scene's fingers in the direction, Mostima saw a patch of green mountains and green waters in the bustling steel forest, which was particularly eye-catching. It was a sky garden built on the top of a high-rise building, but it was very large in scale. Lush green plants stretched all the way beyond the edge of the building. Gorgeous flowers were dotted among the branches and leaves of the trees. Among the green trees, there was even a trickling stream, turning into waterfalls flow down. This is the classy bar you recommended. Thank you. Scene gave the robot a thumbs up, and the latter responded with a cheerful electronic sound, indicating that the fare could be discounted this time. After a while, the airship docked outside a wooden platform at the edge of the forest. Scene paid the discounted fare, and walked to the platform with his master. After the airship roared away, 2 young men and women wearing black and white waiter clothes came over and greeted the visitors respectfully in Kayankan dialect. Mostima walked in front and asked for a private room in fluent Kayankan language. At the same time, Scene took half a step forward and quietly handed several valuable Kayankan coins into the hands of the waiter, making the 2 young men and women smile. It became a little more sincere. Under the influence of Kayankan coin, the master and apprentice quickly got the private room they wanted without making a reservation. Scene casually ordered 3 or 4 kinds of Ziyang's special drinks and snacks that came with the private room. After the waiter left, he first put a plate for his master and then started eating and drinking by himself. Mostima was not in a hurry to enjoy it and remained silent for a while, as if he was lost in meditation. A moment later, Scene was about to order 2 extra midnight snacks when he heard a knock on the door. Scene immediately calmed down and his eyes became sharp. The real drama should be about to begin. However, Mostima was calm and said with a smile, come in. What came in was a plain-looking Togruta waiter, holding a piece of silk note in his hand and saying apologetically, sorry to bother you two. This is what the gentleman in the private room next door asked me to give to you. Mostima nodded, took the note, and slipped a coin over, but the waiter pushed it back with a smile. It's not allowed here, sorry. Mostima was stunned for a moment, but did not persist. He took back the coin, picked up the note, and fell into deep thought. Scene looked at the coins taken back by his master with great interest, and then walked behind him, and saw neatly written on the snow-white silk cloth, Messengers of the Republic, please come to Golden Scales to talk. Scene couldn't help but frowning. How weird does it look? Is this really a liaison? Mostima said, it may be the Kayankan group, but in any case, it is always necessary to meet. Since we came openly, there is no need to deliberately avoiding anything. After saying that, the GD master stood up and walked quickly. She arrived at the golden scale in 3 or 2 steps. When he opened the door, he saw a tall man in black sitting on the sofa, with a look of suppressed panic. After seeing Mostima, he became obviously more nervous and his voice became shrill. It's an honor to meet you, envoys from the Republic. I didn't expect you two to come so quickly. Mostima said, because the later you come, the farther you are from the truth, Mr. Nankayanayu. At the same time, Zhao Yun also locked this person's information in his mind. The vice president of Nanming Capital, a subsidiary of Kyankan Group, and Nanhela's younger brother, Nankayanayu. As a child of the wealthy Nan family in the galaxy, Nankayanayu's biggest characteristic is mediocrity. His talent, character, and perseverance are all mediocre. Compared with his two brilliant brothers Nanheli and Nanyujin, he has been transparent since he was a child. Nanming Capital is not responsible for any substance and only enjoys dividends. There is very little information about him, both in the Republic and in the Dry Galaxy. Unexpectedly, it would be him, as the representative of the Avengers, meeting the GD Master and Apprentice. Is there anyone in the Nan family? Sin had some doubts in his heart, but the person in charge of the conversation at this time was the Master, so it was inconvenient to say more. After a brief greeting, Nankayanayu couldn't wait to get to the point. This time my brother was killed. I believe you have seen the reason announced by the group, but I still don't think it was an accident. He must have been murdered. However, Mostima was not in a hurry to express his position. Instead, he stared at the gorgeous pattern on Nankayanayu's chest, and then remained silent. Nankayanayu was stunned for a while, and then stretched out his hand to take off the ornament with some embarrassment, and put it on the table. Sorry, as you can see, this is a simple recording device. Something happened recently that made me a little nervous. I always carry it with me, and keep it open. I will close it now. Seeing Nankayanayu's calm attitude, Mostima did not feel dissatisfied. It doesn't matter, just treat it as a memorandum witnessed by both parties. I want to confirm that the person asking for help from the Republic is indeed you, Mr. Nankayanayu, right? Nankayanayu said, it can be said that after the death of my eldest brother, I will be the representative of the Nan family. Mostima, he asked, where is Mr. Nanyujin? Second brother, he has never cared about family affairs, probably because the eldest brother has been destined to inherit the family business since he was a child. Nankayanayu was obviously not interested in this topic, and soon skipping the discussion. Anyway, now I can speak to the envoy of the Republic on behalf of the Nan family. In turn, I want to confirm that the two of you are indeed GD Knights, right? Sin took the lead and came closer. Looking at the chest, he raised his hand and said, I'm just an apprentice. Mostima raised his hand and pulled a bouquet of blooming flowers in a vase in the corner of the private room to him. With a flick of his finger, the petals scattered in all directions. This seemingly simple method actually contains extremely sophisticated use of the Force. Although for most GD, this dazzling performance is like juggling, but for many people who do not understand the GD and the Force, this simple and intuitive ability is the most efficient proof of identity. Sure enough, seeing Mostima's power dissipated in a snap, Nankayanayu's breathing became heavier. The legend is indeed true. The Force is omnipotent. Mostima frowned when he heard this. Do you understand the Force? Nankayanayu said, no, it's not me. I know almost nothing about the Force. In my impression, the so-called Force is probably the omnipotent lightsaber swordsmanship and folktales. There are legends about UGD using the Force to destroy galaxies. The GD have long been accustomed to these outright misunderstandings. Many people in closed environments have their own unrealistic legends and fantasies about the Force. Kyanyu is obviously no exception. But now was not a good time to correct him. Mostima just nodded in motion for Nankayanayu to continue. The person who has studied the Force is my brother. He has been very knowledgeable since he was a child and has been curious about everything, especially things about the Republic. That's why he keeps communicating with you and borrows a lot of information from the Republic. He is fascinated by the study of the Force. However, he clearly has no qualifications at all. In his words, he is not even a Force-sensitive person. Studying the illusory Force is really confusing. Nankayanayu's words seemed a bit fragmented, but the GD Master and Apprentice listened very carefully and thought about it. Of course, the eldest brother is talented. While he is distracted, he can also make the family capital prosper. People like me who are just waiting for dividends have nothing to complain about. Nankayanayu smiled mockingly, but then his face became serious. Get up, but now he is dead. Mostima asked, Do you think his death is related to force research? Nankayanayu said, it's not that I think it, but the elder brother thinks so too. Before his death, he had already begun to behave abnormally. He ignored the company's affairs, missed 5 regular internal meetings in a row, his energy were extremely poor, and he locked himself in a remote manner. It was almost like it's like he's hiding from someone. Mostima said, what does this have to do with the force? My eldest brother had the habit of keeping a diary. After he died, I looked at his belongings and there was a very special paragraph in it. It's puzzling, Nankayanayu said. I have long known that getting involved in this kind of taboo research will one day kill me. I really hope that I can turn back, but this is undoubtedly a luxury wish. 2 days after this passage, the eldest brother was found dead. In his own manor, the manor is located in the asteroid belt, in a hidden position, with satellite defense positions on the outside. The manor is guarded by professional security forces around the clock. The eldest brother has obviously had a premonition that someone is going to kill him, but unfortunately, in the end, he is still dead. Mostima looked at Nankayanayu seriously and asked, so you are actually doubting the GD? Facing Mostima's gaze, Nankayanayu suddenly felt his throat. He was so dry that he didn't even dare to look at her anymore. He took a breath and poured himself a glass of wine from the bottle on the table. It was only the size of a finger, and drank it in one gulp. The strong alcohol immediately gave him the courage to speak. I do doubt you, and I think this is a reasonable judgment based on reality. I know nothing about the Force, and my knowledge of the GD is limited to legends and stories, but my eldest brother did die because of the research on the Force. You can't get away from this. What's more, it doesn't make sense that my eldest brother, who has such a good relationship with the Republic, hid alone without asking the Republic for help when he sensed a crisis. You asked the GD for help on behalf of your family, Nankayanayu said. After all, you are the ones who know the most about the Force in the entire galaxy. Regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, I want to see with my own eyes who is the one who controls the Force. What does it look like? Mostima asked. Now that you have seen it, do you still think we are the murderers? Nankayanayu was silent for a long time before he said, I don't know. I'm not a big brother. The GD know nothing. Even if I talk to you face to face, I don't know what you are thinking. The fact that you came to Zurging so openly is already surprising to me. I thought you wouldn't come. Mostima pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Nanheli has always been an important member of the Republic. His unexpected death is full of mystery, so we came to investigate the truth personally. Mr. Nankayanayu, I understand you very well. There is panic in your heart, but now you need to calm down and think about all this rationally. With the sound of Mostima's words, Nankayanayu's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and he poured himself another glass of wine. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Yes, I should calm down. Mostima smiled and said, I heard that the Kyan Galaxy has 2 very distinctive regional cultures. One is wariness of outsiders. Over the past countless years, you have always had a strong distrust of outsiders, which is one of the important reasons why you are alienated from the Republic. Secondly, all barriers can be broken at the wine table, and as long as you drink happily, anyone can become a friend. As he spoke, Mostima picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a full glass of water, which was a standard white water glass. Chapter 16 The Right Way to Threaten. Zurging's specialty liquor is intoxicating in a cup the size of your fingertips. Mostima's glass of liquor can be said to be full of sincerity in the culture of the dry galaxy. However, just when the GD master was about to drink the wine from the glass, a change occurred. Ouch. Vomit. Nankayanayu suddenly made a strange sound of difficulty breathing and nausea. His face instantly turned livid, and his eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes. For just a moment, he looked like an inhuman being. Mostima's eyes suddenly became sharp. She put down her wine glass and came to Nankayanayu. Scene took the wine glass in time, and a small mechanical arm stretched out from the mechanical ring on his wrist. A probe was inserted into the wine, and an alarm sounded instantly. Nankayanayu's face expanded rapidly like a balloon, and strange tumors continued to grow and spread on his face. He struggled and said, sure enough, you want to kill people and silence them. Mostima ignored his misunderstanding. Instead, think carefully about how to rescue. She had considerable medical knowledge, but even so, the GD master was unable to determine what kind of poison Nankayanayu had been poisoned by, and how to treat it appropriately. She tried to borrow the force, but was interrupted by a shrill siren. Mostima was suddenly startled and looked at SYN. SYN immediately put down his wine glass, and no longer tried to analyze the toxins in the wine. Instead, he took out the communication ring and the adapter purchased on the passenger ship, and connected to the galaxy's intranet. Seeing the emergency news, SYN's expression changed. Master, something is wrong. Nankayanayu's poisoning has actually been on the news, and the police arrived so quickly. Mostima said, SYN, get ready. Execute the plan. Yes, Master. The GD Master and disciple have never taken this task lightly. They have already deduced enough plans before arriving in Ziying. At almost the same time, a group of armed police officers wearing black police armor approached at a slow pace. Several blasters painted black were pointed at the GD Master and apprentice. Don't move. Raise your hands behind your head. Squat in the corner. We are the Ziying police. Shouting all the way, that teams of police armed with guns surged in. SYN looked at these policemen with a cold feeling in his heart. These policemen were all elite, no matter their weapons or movements, but they were just discarded pieces on the chessboard. The person who set up the trap should know very well that the opponent is a GD, so it is impossible not to know that a mere team of armed policemen cannot do anything to the opponent. Even in this small private room of a bar, even if Mostima himself didn't take action, SYN alone could defeat all the police officers present with his lightsaber. But that was the result that the people behind the scenes wanted, a dignified GD knight, but he poisoned Nankayanayu, the temporary head of the Nan family, in Ziying, the capital of the Kyan galaxy. After the incident, he even openly massacred the Ziying policemen. By then the GD masters and apprentices, if you can't argue with 100 people, you will be criticized by thousands of people. The Republic no longer has to count on the galaxies to treat them as one of its own. Unfortunately, these police officers underestimated the abilities of the GD. Facing the gun-wielding policeman, Mostima said softly, put down the gun and call your people in charge. The next moment, the 7 policemen in this group showed confusion on their faces, and at the same time they lowered their blasters. Gun, murmured, yes, Director Zaya should indeed be invited. Hearing the words Director Zaya, Mostima frowned slightly, and wherever he looked out of the corner of his eye, he also started to frown when he saw Zionian. Director Zaya, judging from Ziying's public information, is most likely Ziyan, the Security Bureau Chief of the Kyankan Group. This person is based in Kun and often travels between Ziying and Kankyangding. As a senior executive of the group, he is only one step away from the board of directors. The Security Bureau under him is responsible for the safety of hundreds of billions of people in the Kyan galaxy. His status is so noble that it goes without saying. Such a big shot directly commands the frontline police. SYN's mind moved, and he had some ideas, so he took a step forward, preparing to induce the policeman to say more. Although his application of the force is not as good as that of his master, and he cannot make many people lose their minds at the snap of a finger, he can still control one person with ease. Unfortunately, before SYN had time to act, there was another rush of footsteps in the corridor. Compared to the policeman who broke in, the man's footsteps were heavier and more steady. Just from the sound alone, a resolute and upright figure emerged in SYN's mind. The rightful owner has arrived. So SYN didn't try to embarrass a grassroots police officer anymore. When Ziyan came, he just asked questions directly from his mouth. This is not a manner lurking, and it has to be confirmed, and innocent in legal terms, so they don't need to be so tied up. It's best to ask the truth directly from the other party's mouth. However, the next moment, Ziyan was seen striding, in wearing light armor with a sneer. The moment he walked in, Mostima stretched out his hand to stop SYN. Of course, SYN himself knew that the original plan was going to be scrapped. When Ziyan, the director of the Security Bureau of this group responsible for the safety of hundreds of billions of people, walked in, 3 red dots lit up on the back of his head. And the first thing he said was, if I show any signs of being hypnotized, snipers will blow my head off immediately, and then you will be the murderers. Scene was startled when he heard this. This posture is not bad. It's really unique and a head start. This made it clear that the GD had been regarded as imaginary enemies for a long time, and the master and apprentice's plan might be invalidated. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the master was also silent, thinking about alternative strategies, and Scene casually bought time for her. If you really want to act as a deterrent, you should install micro bombs on your body, and then find someone to remotely control the switch. It is safer than a sniper rifle. However, Ziyan didn't say a word, and ignored the technical questions raised by Scene, and glanced around the room. After a while, he said in a cold voice, I knew that the Republic and the GD were not well intentioned towards the Kyankan group, but I didn't expect that they would be so arrogant that they dared to kill people in the capital. They are worthy of being the executioners of the Republic. Upon hearing this, Scene asked his master again, this is you memorizing the manuscript? Mostima looked at Director Zaya coldly and responded, it's obvious, but being able to write these words into a manuscript shows that the other party has been planning for a long time, maybe from the moment we boarded the ship. Maybe it was at the moment of Nanhela's death, or maybe even the vision before Nanhela's death was to guard against him and the people behind him. Before the GD master finished speaking, Ziyan's expression finally changed. With a slight change, he waved his hand. The police around him were a little surprised, but they all retreated. There were only 3 living people, and 1 dead person left in the small private room of this bar. The GD master and apprentice were not in a hurry to take action, because the light spot on the back of Ziyan's head was still there, but there was no one around, so he could say something openly. Ziyan said, Master Mostima, since the Republic knows that Nanhela's death is of great importance, why is it so anxious to get involved? The Kyankan group has lived in peace with the Republic for many years. Is it going to go through twists and turns all its life for a mere person? Mostima said, the death of just one person is not of great importance. What you said is contradictory. What's more, there are more than one deceased now. Scene said, I suggest you read it as written. Ziyan, an angry blush suddenly appeared on his face, but he suppressed his anger and said, leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened. If not, you are going to throw dirty water on the Jedi Order? Mostima asked. Ziyan said bluntly, if not, all the crimes committed by the Republic and the Kyankan group will be made public, and hundreds of billions of people in the Kyan galaxy will see it clearly. Mostima said, I'm afraid that's what we really do. Now that we are gone, the evidence of conspiracy to kill has been confirmed. Ziyan said with a straight face, the evidence is already conclusive, it's just a matter of whether it is released or not. As he spoke, he walked to the wine table and picked up the food. The recording function on the table said, this chest ornament records the conversation you had with Nankayanayu after you entered the golden scale room. In the recording, Nankayanayu will suspect that Nanhela's death is related to the GD, and he stated a large amount of relevant evidence, and then he died of poison. Before his death, he would insist that the GD master and disciple were the murderers. Scene recalled the previous conversation and said suddenly, the conversation record was taken out of context. But let any third party listen to it. You two can't argue. Especially since this thing belongs to the deceased Nankayanayu. No one will believe that Tang Tang Nan's family will use their lives to frame you, so the evidence of your guilt is already conclusive. Holding the chest piece, he looked like he had a winning ticket, but Scene couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, then please ask the director to broadcast the conclusive evidence. Ziyan was stunned when he heard this, and felt a little unbelievable. He crushed the ornament, took out a chip, and put it into a groove in the arm armor. The next moment, a burst of melodious music sounded from the arm armor. As for the dialogue that should have occurred, there was not a word of it. Scene couldn't help but touch his wrist. Previously, when Mostima showed off his magic power, he also performed a unique skill. Taking advantage of Nankayanayu's attention being drawn away, he destroyed the voice record in the chip with the help of macro machines. This is purely a precautionary behavior. In this regard, Ziyan was silent for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, the evidence of the crime was destroyed without knowing it. The Jedi's methods are indeed brilliant, but they are so arrogant and pervert the law. Do you really think that the Kyankan group is afraid of the Jedi Order? Scene was sincere. He asked back, "Are you really not afraid of the GD?" Yan looked cold and said nothing. Mostima couldn't help but feel amused when he heard this. Scene really asked a good question. Is the Kyankan group afraid of the GD Order? Of course I'm afraid. If he was not afraid, why would the security director of Tang Tang group come here with 3 sniper rifles to negotiate with their master and apprentice? Why treat Nan Kayanayu, a director of Nanming capital, as an abandoned son to slander the GD? It is precisely because he is still afraid of the GD's reputation deep down in his heart that he uses these conspiracies and tricks, snipers above his head, and pretends to be tough. But the GD master quickly stopped smiling because the current situation was still not optimistic. Although the link of the chess tournament has been cleverly cracked, it has no real impact on the overall situation. Judging from the current situation, the opponent of the GD master and disciple is likely to be the behemoth Kyankan group, and the scale of the group's layout far exceeds expectations, and the means of frame up must be more than one chess piece. They can use out of context conversations as evidence, so it's not surprising that they can forge a recording out of thin air. The Kyankan group does not need to convince everyone, it only needs to convince the locals of the Kyan galaxy. The biggest difference between this galaxy and Bérgamo is that the Kyankan group has indeed controlled hundreds of billions of people's hearts. After thousands of years of rule, the group's foundation in this galaxy is unbreakable. As for the situation in the Republic, the situation is even more delicate. The aloofness for so many years does not mean that the parliament is really alienated from the Kyankan group. On the contrary, the more it acts aloof, the easier it is for the parliament to tolerate it. What we saw along the way, whether it was the extraordinary design structure on the passenger ship or the robot at the customs gate whose technology far exceeded the local level, all confirmed that the Kyankan group received special treatment. On the other hand, the dictator in Bérgamo wanted to eat to order Coruscant delicacies. You must rely on opera trade. The only thing that can balance the situation is that the Kyankan group is still afraid of the GD's reputation. So Mostima asked, "Are you really ready to frame a GD master?" Faced with a GD master's indifferent question, Yan suddenly felt an indescribable and heavy pressure. He was silent for a long time and said in a gentle tone, "As far as I know, the GD have never been upright law enforcers. You often play the role of diplomats and go to various places. You are best at weighing the pros and cons and considering everything." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Mostima. "Don't misinterpret the meaning of GD. Whether you weigh the pros and cons or consider everything, it will not be a reason to distort the truth and encourage evil." Yan said, "Kyankan group, the two of you should have a preliminary understanding of the results of the rule of the Kyan galaxy. There may be flaws of one kind or another, but this prosperity is real. There are countless galaxies in the outer starfield, and they are more powerful than the Kyan galaxy. It's rare. Without the Kyankan group, there would be no peaceful life for these hundreds of billions of people. If the Kyankan group is shaken, the peace of these hundreds of billions of people will be broken immediately. If you too want to save the lives of just 2 people, to die and shake the rule of Kyankan group is to put personal morality above the well-being of hundreds of billions of people." Mostima said, "If Kyankan group really intends to negotiate seriously with us, then before we set foot in the summer on the land of Beijing, what we saw should not be a despicable murder and frame up. This kind of ruler is not qualified to kidnap the well-being of hundreds of billions of people in the galaxy. If you were replaced, these hundreds of billions of people might be able to live a better life." At this point, Yan stopped trying to persuade. "Okay, let's follow the procedures. The 2 of you are suspected of murdering Nan Kayanayu, and the Zhajing police will arrest them according to law. Of course, you are GD knights. You can use force to resist arrest and kill everyone in and out of the crowd." Yan added, "There are only dozens of fully armed police officers and a dozen combat drones here. If the rumors about the GD are true, then after a bloody battle, most of these heroic police officers will be wiped out. In the fierce battle, hundreds of innocent people in the bar will also suffer heavy casualties, and the blood debt will naturally fall on you." Scene heard this. I couldn't help being shocked and angry. Hundreds of innocent people. This man was so cruel that he used hundreds of lives as bargaining chips just to frame them. The GD master and disciple? Question mark. Mostima said, I believe you can do such a thing. But I have a question. Since you treat human life so much like child's play, why don't you just blow it up while we are on the rental airship, or even earlier? Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill us and then announce to the Republic that this was an accident? Ziyan sneered. If the problem could be solved so easily, he would have arranged for people to plant bombs long ago. However, the other party is a GD Knight after all, and one of them is a GD Master. Let the famous GD Master die inexplicably in the capital of the Kyan system, and then wait for the peacekeeping fleet of the Republic's Ministry of Justice to suppress the situation? Are you waiting for the GD Order to send more elite forces to investigate the truth? In fact, for Ziyan, this whole conspiracy has a very absurd point. The Kyankan group tried every means to frame and target the GD Master and Apprentice, but the Kyankan group did not want the death of the GD Master and Apprentice more than anyone else. At the same time, Mostima also smiled. Yes, you don't want us to die. Ziyan couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and there was an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. Everything is progressing smoothly according to the plan. The GD Master and Apprentice have been forced into a desperate situation with no way out. The only choice is to surrender and compromise, and take the truth of Nanhela's death compiled by Kyankan group from Kyan Xinxing left in despair, and the truth will forever be hidden under the fabricated history. Of course, if they were really stupid enough to resist with force. No, it should be said that, if they were really the kind and upright GD Knights in the rumors, they would be stupid enough not to resist with force anyway. This was also the fundamental reason why Ziyan dared to come forward with a sniper rifle on his head and threaten him. He has played the trick of oppressing good people too many times, and he has never failed. However, the smile on the GD Master's face and the words in his mouth made Ziyan unable to feel at ease. He tried to be calm and said in an oppressive tone, your life or death depends on you. If you are willing to behave. Before he finished speaking, the woman suddenly lifted up her brown cloak and pressed her palms to her chest. Yes, my life and death only depends on myself, and I think it is time to return to the embrace of the Force. Sin was shocked when he saw this. Master? The woman's palms were spotless, the slender fingers seemed to contain no power. However, the powerful force was already surging like a furious wave under her guidance. With just one outburst, the GD Master's heart would turn into powder on the spot. The GD Apprentice was confused and subconsciously wanted to pull the Master's arm to stop her behavior. However, in front of the vast ocean-like force of the GD Master, Sin was completely unable to move. And looking at his Master's increasingly profound eyes, he finally understood his Master's intention. The Master wanted to sacrifice himself to break this deadlock, in order to protect the innocent people who were unknowingly held hostage, and to protect the still immature GD apprentices. In an instant, Sin's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his vision became blurry. Although GD practice rejects all pleasures in the mortal world, there is probably no one in this world who loves life more than the GD. Therefore, Sin simply couldn't understand what kind of ambition and consciousness Master had to put her own life at risk. Mostima glanced at his apprentice and said, Sin, death is not the end, don't be sad about it. Sin lowered his head in silence. But after hearing the conversation between Master and apprentice, Ziyan gradually widened his eyes and felt his heart gradually freezing. Even though he knew nothing about the Force, he understood what Mostima wanted to do. An incredible chill rushed into his heart, causing the security chief to take a few steps back, and the three light spots originally locked behind his head became chaotic. Ziyan couldn't understand the other party's choice at all. Impossible. How could it be possible? Why? Exclamation mark. Is this necessary? For a high-ranking figure like the GD Master, everything that happens in the Kyan galaxy is nothing more than an insignificant political conspiracy in the fringe area. Your life is 100 times more precious than these. Wasn't your performance just now very shrewd and sharp? In the end, you can't even do such a simple weighing of pros and cons. Ziyan had thousands of words he wanted to roar out, but facing the GD Master's eyes, that seemed to be able to see through everything, the security chief couldn't say a single word for a while. After a moment, I heard Sin say in a hoarse voice, if Master really dies here, no matter how exquisitely you weave the reasons, they will never stand. The Republic and the Jedi Order will not stand idly by. There are countless talents who are better than our masters and apprentices. I hope you can use your intrigues to fool them all. The young apprentice's anger enveloped Ziyan like a substance, completely defeating the security chief's psychological defense. Ziyan lowered his head, his body trembling with extreme anger and humiliation. Amidst the clenching of his teeth, he forced out a sneer. I've long heard that Jedi Knights are a bunch of idiots, but I didn't expect you to be even stupider than the rumors say. Then, he tightened his voice and asked, tell me, what conditions do you want? Created a new readership group. 652,633,303. I'm a permanent resident. If you have any comments about this book, please tell me in the group, as soon as possible. Chapter 17, The Pampered Cultivator. Today's news ends here. See you tomorrow. The young host of Kyankan TV smiled sweetly, and then the lights dimmed, the camera zoomed out. The huge projection device soon projected an advertisement for a new brand of famous wine. Seeing this, Scene couldn't help but sigh. It's been 3 days, and the news didn't mention Nankayana's death at all. Is this still a radio station under Nanming Capital? The master's voice came from behind. Nanming Capital is a company under the Kyankan Group. Now it has lost 2 heads in succession. Without a leader, it no longer has the ability to be independent. In fact, after Nanhela's death, Nanming Capital has obviously been occupied by external forces. Otherwise, although Nankayanayu was mediocre, he would not have been pushed out as an abandoned child and died without knowing anything. While listening to the master's analysis of the situation, Scene lay back on the soft sofa, looking up at the snow-white ceiling and the bright and shining lights, and couldn't help but be lost. 3 days have passed since the first head-on confrontation with the Kyankan Group. During these 3 days, the master and the apprentice spent their time in a gorgeous manner. Their food and daily life were all exquisite and luxurious. Whether it was the top brands in the Kyan Galaxy or the luxury goods in the core area of the Republic, everything was available here. Through the French windows in the living room, you can also see a lush and dense forest, and hear the sound of the clear spring in the forest. The light from the stars embellished everything, and with the passage of time, it presented countless beautiful views of sunrise and sunset. Considering that this manor was built on an originally bare asteroid, all this seemed extraordinary. It was indeed Nanhela's favorite place when he was alive. The only problem was that this manor was now the cage where the Jedi Master and apprentice were imprisoned. The confrontation at the Zerging Bar 3 days ago finally came to an end without any casualties. Faced with the Jedi Master's self-sacrificing turnaround killer move, the Kyankan Group finally chose to compromise. However, compromise also has its limits. They couldn't just watch the Jedi Master and apprentice withdraw, so after a simple negotiation, the two sides reached a subtle agreement. The Jedi Master put forward 3 conditions that could not be refused. First, no frame-up. Second, no violation of personal safety. Third, no harm to innocent people. As a price, the Jedi Master and apprentice lost their freedom of movement. They were invited by Ziyan to the manor, where Nanheli was brutally murdered. They were strictly guarded by hundreds of fully armed security soldiers. Even external communications were strictly restricted. They could only watch holographic programs every day to relieve their boredom. For those who came here to investigate the truth, this seemed to be a huge setback, but neither Mostima nor Scene was discouraged at all, but felt a little encouraged. Because there is no more important investigation result than being in the bureau. Before coming, the master and apprentice had only guesses about Nanhela's death, but now they have a direct suspect Kyankan Group, Ziyan. In addition, the Kyankan Group's determination to set up the bureau was unexpected, putting the master and apprentice in danger, but this unexpected bureau itself also revealed a lot of information. Finally, this manor also has something strange, and they are in the manor, just in time to start the investigation. Speaking of which, Master, I still think that Ziyan should have other intentions for setting up the house arrest in this manner. Under the circumstances at that time, even if he threw us into a real prison, we could only accept the conditions. After all, we only have one trump card in our hands. Now this comfortable living condition is so strange, no matter how you think about it. Mostima said, there are 2 possibilities. First, it is easier to deal with the aftermath. by placing us under house arrest for a long time. For example, we can arrange for our strange deaths a month later, which can echo the death of Nanheli, and then push the blame to an unfounded third party. Scene had a flash of inspiration. Some illegal group. For example, the nun that once invaded the Republic? Mostima smiled and said, yes, this is also a way of explanation. At that time, Nanheli was killed by a mysterious organization, because of the involvement of the GD, and we became the culprit of the murder. But the committee will definitely send more people to investigate the truth. The longer we drag on, the further we are from the truth. What's more, if they dare to target the GD once, they will dare to target them a second and a third time. Those who take risks will not see failure. Mostima said, you tell me the second possibility. Faced with the master's temporary assessment, Scene answered smoothly, there is something hidden in this manor, and we need our power to find it. Why do you guess so? Because according to Nankayanayu, Nanheli obviously had a premonition before he was killed, but he did not ask anyone for help. Instead, he hid in this manor to welcome death, and left statements about forbidden research and self-destruction in his diary. Mostima nodded, motioning for Scene to continue. Looking back now, the diary should be true. Otherwise, if the Kyankan group just wanted to frame someone, they could have written it more obviously in the diary, such as directly pointing out that the murderer was the Republic. Then the next question is, what exactly is the so-called taboo research? Why did it destroy itself? Scene paused and said, following this line of thought, I think Nanheli's death was more like a murder to silence him. And a person who had a premonition of all this should leave a legacy before his death. Considering that Xian specially invited us here, I think it is very likely that the legacy fell here. Mostima said, the direction is correct, but the details are not enough to support it, which makes your conclusion too subjective. Scene listened attentively. Mostima said, you should have noticed in the past 3 days that the staff of this manor are all old employees who have followed Nanheli for many years. After Nanheli's death, the manor still maintained its original operating mode, as if someone was deliberately protecting the scene and waiting for later generations to dig up clues. Scene nodded. This was not Nankayanayu's idea. In fact, he once advocated firing all employees. After all, the official conclusion of Nanheli's death was that an insider committed the crime. Nankayanayu changed his mind after being persuaded by someone. The person who persuaded him should be Xian's accomplice. Later, Nankayanayu met with us on behalf of the Nanming group, which was also the result of their manipulation. So in summary, the murderer deliberately protected the crime scene and brought the GD to the scene. The intention is almost self-evident. After a pause, Mostima added, of course, the most important evidence lies in the guidance of the Force. I have seen a vague outline hidden in the manor, but the specific location is still unclear. Scene was speechless when he heard this, and once again realized the huge difference between the apprentice and the master. While he was still wandering in the fog of logical reasoning, the master had already used the Force to flip the cards, and saw the answer. Just as he was about to continue to argue the details, a soft female voice came from the door of the living room. Dear guests, dinner is ready. Please come to the restaurant for dinner. It was a young woman in red. Her meticulous posture and tone revealed her well-trainedness. Her gorgeous long dress was a testament to her status in the manor. She was the only housekeeper in the manor. However, the woman's macro expressions clearly revealed her rejection and even resentment towards the GD master and apprentice. Scene couldn't help but think of her information. Li Kayang, 22 years old, has been working in this manor for 10 years. She was once the personal maid of Nan Wuoyao, the only daughter of Nanheli. She was loyal to the Nan family and hated the treacherous GD master and apprentice. If Xian had not invited the master and apprentice to the manor in the name of Nanming Capital and Kyankan Group and asked all staff to treat the two as guests of honor, she would have quit long ago. But in the past 3 days, this upright housekeeper has also used her position to cause trouble for the GD master and apprentice. When he heard her call for dinner, Scene felt a slight numbness on the tip of his tongue. The salty and bitter, Canneon, egg fried rice that I tasted on the first day when I arrived at the manor is still fresh in my memory. The gloating look in Li Qiang's eyes when he said with a stern face that the chef's skills were limited and asked for forgiveness was also fresh in my memory. When I walked to the restaurant with my master, a full set of feasts had been set on the long table. There were only piles of steamed buns and rice, and nothing else, showing the minimalist luxury. Sin looked at it and asked, "Is there any salt?" "No." Li Qiang still frowned and was meticulous. Sin was deeply impressed by the unique food culture of the Qian star system, and then picked up the steamed bun and started to eat it. Halfway through, he took out a small salt bottle from his arms and sprinkled it on the master's white rice. Li Qiang's eyes widened. "Where did you get the salt?" Sin also answered truthfully, "The salt grains picked out from the fried rice on the first day." "Huh." Li Qiang snorted angrily, as if he had been greatly humiliated. After dinner, the master and the apprentice enjoyed the special Qiankan bath, which was sometimes freezing and sometimes boiling, and a manor engineering exhibition that suddenly went out of power halfway through watching TV. Even in the middle of the night, the sound of a turbo drill was heard outside the manor. The master and the apprentice were accustomed to these acrobatic performances. During the 3 days of living in the manor, every day was the same rhythm. For the GD, these disturbances could only be regarded as simple daily practice. However, Li Qiang's obsession was so deep that people could not help but admire her. Sin lay on the bed, listening to the deafening sound of the construction drill outside the window. He said in his heart that the night shift was hard, and then began his daily routine of meditation. As long as you feel the flow of the force seriously, the interference from the outside world will naturally disappear. This daily practice lasted until the 7th day, before it came to an end. It was not that Li Qiang's obsession disappeared, but that the employees of the manor were ordered by the housekeeper to practice day and night, and they were brainwashed by the electric drill late at night. It was really unsustainable, and they fell on the 7th day. In addition, the security personnel sent by Xian were also overwhelmed and complained. As for Li Qiang herself, she also had dark circles under her eyes and looked listless. That night, when she was about to use the electric drill to work overnight, she fainted from exhaustion at the construction site, completely interrupting the fine tradition of night shift construction in the manor. Li Qiang herself was not discouraged by this shameful failure. She continued to remotely command her subordinates to set up various training subjects for the GD master and apprentice while lying on the hospital bed. However, after 2 days of bed rest, she saw a scene that made her eyes split. Chapter 18. Visitors from Outer Space. So, this is Miss Nan Wuyao's room. It really has the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. The GD master and apprentice stood in front of a spacious and bright bedroom, praising the layout of the room. Several maids surrounded them, mainly Mostima, talking and laughing. Of course the eldest lady is a lady from a noble family. She has been extraordinary since she was a child. She has been helping the master with official business since she was 12 years old. She is also very friendly to us servants. Mostima asked again, "Does she still live here?" There was another sigh all around. "I haven't been here for a long time." The eldest lady officially worked in the group's management at the age of 15. Sometimes she is busier than the master. The last time she came was a year ago when she accompanied the master on a short vacation here. I didn't expect that the master would. The eldest lady would miss him so much that she definitely doesn't want to come again. Alas, without the eldest lady, we really want to apply for a transfer. Amid the sighs, Li Qiang strode forward with a gloomy face. "If you want a transfer, I can help you transfer to the mining group." The laughter suddenly disappeared, and the maids huddled behind the GD master and apprentice, as if they had encountered their natural enemy beasts. Li Qiang was furious. "What on earth are you doing?" Mostima said. "I asked them to introduce the owner of the manor to us." Li Qiang sneered. "You didn't do any investigation before you took action. Do you still need us to introduce you?" Mostima said. "We are not the murderer. We are here to investigate the truth. Go and explain to the judge." Li Qiang ignored it and turned his eyes. "Go back to work. Do you think you are too idle?" A group of maids immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The GD master and apprentice looked at each other and felt a little regretful. It was rare that, while Li Qiang was in bed, the two of them could finally gradually approach the truth in the manner. but it was a pity that the young housekeeper was really full of fighting spirit. However, the target has been basically locked. Scene couldn't help but take a look at the group photo placed in front of the desk in the bedroom. The 12-year-old girl stood in front of an elegant middle-aged man with a faint smile full of heroism. Nan Wuiao, Nanhela's only daughter, is also the secret of this manor. In the past few days, Master, guided by the Force, finally figured out the secrets of the manor and determined that one of the key items was in this bedroom. It was a pity that Li Qiang came too quickly, otherwise they would have had the opportunity to take the treasure by themselves by entering the room. But then again, this is not a bad thing. As the place of house arrest selected by Xian, the manor must have been swept by the Qiang group. Among the maids who just surrounded the master and apprentice, there might be an insider of the Qiang group. If there was no insider, Nanheli would not have died in his own manor. The Qiang group must have searched the manor early, but did not find the key, so they moved the GD master and apprentice here, and allowed them to live leisurely in the manor with almost no restrictions. As long as the GD master and apprentice clearly got the secret, the Qiang group would probably turn their faces and deny them immediately. So it's good now. It's a major progress to confirm that there is a secret in Nan Wuiao's room. Then find time to sneak in and check it carefully. Although the manor was full of traps and spies, it was not an obstacle for the GD master and apprentice. When the two were invited to the manor, all their equipment was still there. With the support of equipment, this manor was no more difficult to break through than the Bérgamo manor. So it was just right to be interrupted by Li Qiang. The master and apprentice agreed to postpone their actions in secret language, and under Li Qiang's angry gaze, they returned to the living room, as if nothing had happened and continued to watch TV programs. While watching, they agreed on the follow-up action plan in a self-contained sign language. This was something they had learned as a relaxation exercise when they were learning Qiang language by themselves before, and it was put to good use now. It would be best to stay in these 2 days. On the one hand, they had lived in the manor for a long time, and the longer the night, the more dreams they had. On the other hand, Li Qiang was always an obstacle. In fact, if there was an insider in the manor, this person was the most suspicious. It was rare for her to show a sickly look at this time. Whether it was true or not, the vigilance in the manor was always relaxed a little, and it would be a waste if she didn't seize the opportunity. On the eve of the action, everything was prioritized to conserve energy. At night, Scene sat on the bed, closed his eyes and meditated, but felt a little uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Scene opened his eyes and saw the master standing in front of the bedroom door, looking at him quietly, and made a concise gesture. Prepare for action. Scene immediately became alert, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. He looked up at the surveillance camera in front of the bedroom door, only to see that it had already flashed a gentle sleep light. He immediately realized that the master had successfully invaded the central control room of the manor and got rid of the ubiquitous surveillance in the manor. So he quietly jumped out of bed, followed the master silently in the manor, and made simple exchanges in sign language. Master, have you got the secret? No, I found an underground dark room. Judging from the outline, it should be a small research institute. Scene was startled, realizing that this was a more important discovery than the secret in the bedroom, and couldn't help asking, the so-called taboo research is here? I can't be sure yet, so I have to go and see it myself. Mostima simply gestured, and then warned, the action will be very risky, be careful. Scene felt ashamed. Perhaps because of the upcoming risk, the master would take him with her. She was worried about Scene being alone. Don't think too much, this is a necessary decision. Mostima explained, you should have noticed that in the evening, all the spaceships in the manor left. What does this mean? Scene thought for a while, stretched out his hand and gestured. The worst possibility is that the entire manor is destroyed. It's unlikely, it should just be to prevent us from escaping. But extreme situations must be prevented, and the underground darkroom has a solid structure and can be used as a last refuge. Scene was silent, thinking of the innocent staff in the manor. However, at this moment, a violent explosion sounded from afar. At this moment, even the GD master was stunned. Was the action discovered, or was it just a coincidence? But then, explosions sounded one after another from all directions, and the manor was also echoing with shrill alarms. The corridor was reflected by the flashing red light, which was gloomy and terrifying. Mostima immediately made a decision. No matter what the cause of the accident was, there was only one thing to do at this time. Scene, follow me. As he said, a green light bloomed, and the GD master activated the lightsaber, lightly drew a cross on the wall, and then stretched out his hand and pushed forward. The solid and heavy masonry wall seemed like a sandcastle washed by the tide. It was torn into pieces in an instant, revealing a huge hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters. At the moment when the outer wall broke, the automatic defense system in the manor was activated in response, and a small turret rose from the artificial lawn, aiming at the breach and firing a burst of shots. Mostima held a lightsaber and blocked all the oncoming energy beams. The torrential rain of counterattack suddenly shot the turrets with holes, causing them to groan and hang their heads. However, through the gap in the wall, the master and apprentice clearly saw that there was already a hail of bullets outside the manor, and the battle was in full swing. In the courtyard, in the forest, and even in the satellite positions in the distance, hundreds of automatic turrets continued to spit out light. In the manor, hundreds of fully armed security personnel, holding various guns, kept shooting at the air. Above the manor, dozens of lightning-fast fighters kept shuttling and diving in the battlefield, spraying destructive energy rain at the defense positions that were caught off guard. Every moment, an automatic turret was destroyed and detonated, and every second, security personnel were slaughtered. Faced with flexible air power, the security system of the manor was fragile. Is this an invasion by foreign enemies? Scene looked at the scene in disbelief. Pirates? Mostima had already seen the identities of those fighters from their mixed paint. The Kyan galaxy is generally civilized and orderly, but darkness inevitably lingers on the edge of civilization, and pirates are the representatives of this. The news programs during this period occasionally mention the glorious achievements of the Kyankan group's security forces in eliminating pirate dens in a certain place. However, in theory, there should not be such a large number of pirates around the asteroid belt, where the manor is located. Scene asked, is this killing to silence people? He immediately shook his head. No, there is no need. If the Kyankan group wanted to kill people to silence them, they could directly find an insider to detonate the reactor that powers the manor, or launch a few proton torpedoes at the manor, and there would be fireworks in an instant, and it would be over once and for all. There is no need to send out these mobs to cause chaos. The more chaotic the situation is, the easier it is for people like GD with extraordinary individual strength to fish in troubled waters. And soon Scene noticed that after several fighter planes swept out a safe zone outside the courtyard, a group of pirate infantrymen who were shouting and screaming were dropped from the air. The master and the apprentice looked at each other and saw the same word: God-given opportunity. No matter what the purpose of these pirates' airdrop landing is, as long as they can knock down a few of them and mix into the team, the master and apprentice can fly away. But before the master and apprentice could take a few steps, they saw a fighter plane passing by diagonally and dropping a series of energy beams on the roof of the manor. After a burst of explosions, countless screams and wails were heard in the manor. Scene's heart sank. He didn't expect these pirates to be so unscrupulous. Mostima also paused. After watching the fighter plane break through the roof, it turned back and aimed its gun at the exposed wounded, intending to kill them all. The GD master groaned, stretched his left hand into the air, and the force was like a sweeping storm, wrapping the fighter plane in the air and solidifying it in place. Then he slammed it to the side like a meteor hammer. With a loud rumble, the two fighter planes collided head-on, turning into two fireballs, falling obliquely with melted metal drops and flying debris. Mostima let out a long breath and patted Scene on the shoulder. You go first. Scene was stunned for a moment. Master, what about you? I can't leave. Mostima said, someone must protect those ordinary people. The pirates are obviously here to kill people, not to kill us, but to kill those ordinary people. And if they are all dead, even if we run away, we will be stigmatized. So this is not a temporary woman's mercy. The current situation is very similar to the Zerging Bar. The only difference is that you and I can act separately. Scene was silent for a while. feeling that he had thousands of words in his heart, but finally nodded. "I know, Master, may the force be with you." After speaking, SYN also touched the lightsaber at his waist, aimed at the pirates landing not far away, and his figure shuttled through the hail of bullets in the courtyard, like lightning several times and disappeared. Mostima looked deeply at her apprentice's back as he went away. The flow of the force made her foresee that this separation was an important test for SYN, and also an important node for returning everything in the Kyan galaxy to balance. Then, she turned back to the building. She did not rush to the ruins to rescue the wounded, but followed the original plan all the way down, to find the underground dark room. If you want to protect these ordinary people, it is useless to use your flesh and blood to block them. Dozens of fighter planes are hovering and bombing in the sky, and more pirates are landing in and outside the manor. This is definitely not something that can be solved by one person, nor does it need to be solved by one's own force. In the final analysis, most of these pirates came for the secret, so as long as the secret is mastered in advance, it is natural to divert their attention to oneself, and even if you think about it, it is not impossible to use this opportunity to turn the tables. More importantly, the safest place in the manor has not been dug out yet. Chapter 19. There is a price to pay for being brave. SYN hid in the forest, keeping his voice down, blending perfectly with the environment, waiting for the right time to strike. It had been a while since he parted with his master, and the firefight at the manor was gradually coming to an end. The pirates had completed the comprehensive suppression and successfully invaded the interior of the manor. Through the dense branches and leaves in the forest, SYN could clearly see some pirates returning with a full load after looting. But it was obvious that the pirates had not yet completed their work. On the one hand, judging from the spoils, most of them came from the periphery of the manor, including various valuable artworks and large amounts of credit coins. But they obviously could not enter several rooms located in the core area of the manor, such as the central control room, equipment room, security arsenal, underground power station. SYN did not see the instruments and equipment seized by the pirates in these rooms. On the other hand, many pirates who landed were seriously injured and in a mess when they withdrew from the manor. They wanted to call their companions to fight again, but no one responded, so they had to run away with the large army, cursing. Whether the security forces of the manor retreated in time and defended the dangerous place, or the master played a pivotal role in it, it seemed that there was no need to worry about the manor. Next was my side. Coincidentally, a group of pirates broke into the ecological cabin in the woods not far away, roughly dismantled various advanced instruments in it, and returned with a roughly modified smuggling ship staggered and landed on the cold rocks outside the woods, waiting for the pirates to return. SYN thought about it in his mind and followed quietly. It was a group of absolute mobs, with chaotic clothes and weapons. There was no strict command for a large number of people and horses. It was completely relying on the overwhelming advantage of firepower and manpower to break through the thin defense of the ecological cabin. However, this group of people seemed to have won a big victory. Sometimes they held guns and fired recklessly in the direction of the manor, and sometimes they simply threw incendiary bombs into the woods, turning the carefully transplanted trees into a sea of fire. SYN quickly approached them, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he hid in the dark and carefully observed their behavior habits. Even if it was a mob, it would take a lot of preparation to blend in perfectly. These pirates were obviously a dozen small teams that formed a temporary group. They were disorderly, but everyone had 3 or 2 familiar teammates around them, and the relationship between the teams was also subtle. In SYN's eyes, it was simply a mess. What was even more troublesome was that when these people shouted, they spoke with extremely strong accents. SYN had a hard time listening to them, let alone imitating them. Fortunately, after observing for a while, SYN had an idea. His eyes were firmly fixed on the front. There were 3 pirates, in tattered armor hanging at the end of the team. Among the dozens of people, these 3 were the most isolated, so SYN chose them as the entry point. The Jedi apprentice took advantage of the night, and shuttled through the burning forest like a ghost. His figure always wandered at the intersection of firelight and shadow just right. Whether you look at it with the naked eye or thermal imaging, you can't see his existence. Although he was facing a group of rabble, SYN was still as cautious as ever. He didn't move until he was less than half a meter behind the 3 people. The flowing force locked the heads of the 2 people like an iron clamp and suddenly brought them together in the middle. At the same time, Scene's figure soared into the air and his toes swept across the throat of the 3rd person. The 3 people fell to the ground almost at the same time. After Scene dealt with the 3 people, he immediately tore off the armor and tattered robe of one of the pirates who was similar in size to him, put it on himself, and kicked the other 2 one by one into the depths of the woods to hide. In just a dozen seconds, Scene completed a simple disguise, picked up the useful equipment on them, blasters, thermal grenades, and a barrel of fuel, and followed to the end of the large group. If you can't perfectly blend into a single team, just form a single team. The mob in front didn't notice that there was a shortage of people at the end of the team. Only a few people saw Scene hanging far behind and cursed him to catch up quickly and not waste time. After listening to a few words, Scene realized that his decision was correct and the next escape route was clear. The 3-person team he chose had very few intersections with other teams. After boarding the ship, as long as they were careful in what they said and didn't pretend to be tired and sleepy, they would not reveal too many flaws. Once they arrived at the pirate base, they would have a lot more freedom. However, just as the team walked out of the woods and prepared to board the ship, they heard a commotion next to them, and a group of pirates cheered in surprise, followed by gunfire. Scene was surprised and hurriedly staggered behind the team. After bypassing several burning bushes, he saw the battlefield of the exchange of fire. A small spaceship fell obliquely next to a clear spring in the forest. Judging from the paint of the spaceship, it was obviously not the same as the pirates. It was an escape ship in the manor. Scene was a little surprised because he had just confirmed with his master that there should be no spaceship in the manor. So where was this ship hidden? Is there a secret dockport for escape outside the manor? But the more surprising thing is yet to come. As the pirates shot down the escape ship, the hatch of the ship opened, and several security guards in black armor raised their hands and staggered out, but as soon as they went out, they were beaten into sieves by dense energy beams. After that, the pirates who were closest to them rushed into the ship, and a moment later, a woman's scream rang out. "Let me go, you maggots. Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Crying, screaming, scolding. The reactions were endless, but without exception, they were all dressed in servants' clothes. They were dragged out of the cabin by the pirates with a smile, and lined up in front of the wreckage of the escape ship like exhibits. At a glance, there were 10 people. The first one, wearing a bright red dress, was Li Qiang, the housekeeper of the manor. The whole process instantly emerged in Scene's mind. When the alarm of the manor sounded, Li Qiang had already escaped from the secret passage of the manor with a group of servants. They ran all the way to the dock under the forest and found the only escape boat. With the help of the security team, they started the spacecraft and took off to escape, but unfortunately they were shot down. In fact, this is almost an inevitable result. The entire asteroid where the manor is located is under the fire coverage of pirate fighters. The satellite positions on the periphery have been destroyed by the huge fleet of aircraft. In this case, a lifeboat without combat capability was forced to take off. It was extremely lucky that it was not turned into a fireball on the spot. But this is only a matter of time. The bloodthirsty pirates will certainly not let these servants go. They let them stand in a row like exhibits, just for observation and valuation for each person. The valuable ones will be taken away and sold at a high price, and the worthless ones will become meat targets for blasters on the spot. In fact, there are already older servants who are considered worthless and have been targeted by 7 or 8 blasters at the same time. Their lives are at stake. Scene stood at the end. His heart was cold. Although he was just an apprentice, Scene had traveled in the galaxy with his master for many years. At the age of 17, he had seen a lot of incredible darkness. The scene in front of him seemed a bit human nature, and clearing away these darkness is the human nature of the Jedi apprentice. There were nearly 100 pirates present. Although they were a mob, most of them held blasters in their hands and had basic combat experience. Once the melee started, even if these people fired randomly, it would be enough to pose a fatal threat to a single person. What's more, there were fighter planes hovering above everyone's heads, and on the smuggling ship not far away, the gunner also aimed the muzzle at this place. So the rational conclusion is to pretend not to see it, and it is even better to sneak onto the smuggling ship quietly, while the pirates focus on these spoils, get rid of the driver, and drive the smuggling ship away alone. The master sacrificed himself to stay in the manor, just to exchange for Scene's freedom. But Scene only took half a second to make his own judgment. He raised his blaster, and aimed at the two leaders who could barely be called commanders in this mob. Two precise and neat bursts of fire knocked them to the ground. When everyone was stunned, Scene threw all the captured thermal grenades to the crowded place at the end of the team. After a few bangs, the pirates flew around like weeds in the wind, wailing all over the field. But Scene did not take this opportunity to escape. Instead, in the chaos, he aimed his blaster at the pirates surrounding the servants, and continued to fire accurately. The pirates fell one after another, like livestock on a slaughter line, and it was not until more than 10 pirates fell that someone finally responded effectively. Several energy beams were aimed at Scene. Scene was prepared and rolled to the ground to avoid the fire. Several pirates who were close to him roared and wanted to chase him, but they were engulfed by a wall of fire that suddenly rose up under their feet. Scene had already sprinkled fuel in front of him before he started. When the survivors were about to bypass the wall of fire to chase, Scene's counterattack made them fall on the spot. So far, Scene has successfully attracted everyone's attention. Either with fear or anger, Scene made all the pirates temporarily forget their spoils. And because Scene's preemptive attack was too successful, most of the pirates simply chose to flee, and only a few people were so angry that they chased after Scene. But soon they found that chasing a person whose real appearance could not be seen clearly in a forest at night was simply suicidal. Scene's figure was always in their field of vision, not far away, as if he could catch up with him by running a few steps. But once he got close, there were several accurate bursts of gunfire on his head. The pirates wanted to fight back, but found that the figure in their field of vision had disappeared again. After several rounds, the number of pursuers continued to decrease. Even the bravest pirates dared not to chase them anymore, and had to scatter. However, their act of turning around and fleeing made them the best targets. The shooting from the shadows of the jungle continued to harvest, accurate and ruthless. Scene shot the blaster in his hand until it was completely broken down and scrapped, and then he stopped shooting. Looking at the pirates who had been defeated in the distance and the maids of the manor who hurriedly fled to the secret passage, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the solemnity in his heart did not decrease at all. Because the smuggling ship that was originally parked not far away had flown away. I just found out that according to the update schedule, there is only one update today. Then I apologize, and let me stop here. By the way, I will make a spoiler. The protagonist is not dead in the next chapter. By the way, I will promote the book group. 652,633,303. There are already many Star Wars bigwigs in the group. Those who are interested in Star Wars can come to the group to ask questions and discuss at any time. Chapter 20. The door to the new world has opened. The pilot of the smuggling ship was more cautious or timid than Scene expected. The gunner on the ship had clearly aimed the muzzle at the direction of the battle, but once the war started, the first reaction of the ship was not to support the shooting, but to take off and escape. Scene had planned to pretend to be a defeated pirate and sneak onto the ship, but now he was caught off guard by this sudden change. Then, in a short moment, countless pirates came from all directions. The whistling sound of the fighter planes overhead was also several times more dense. If Scene had not relied on the night of the forest to cover his figure, he would have been bathed in a hail of bullets. The pirates' performance was more united than Scene expected. So after a moment of thinking, Scene decided to take a risk, reached out and pressed the communicator, and connected to the pirates' channel. The next moment, the pirates' laughter and scolding came to his ears. Ha ha ha, laser eyes, what happened to you guys? Were you bitten by a mad dog? Get lost, you old black man. I was bitten by a mad dog, and you want to bite me too? It's just funny. You guys are a bunch of cowards. Before you came, you were shouting that there must be heavy troops in the manor. You didn't dare to get close to the manor, and could only practice taping boxing in the woods. How come you ended up in a worse situation than anyone else? Yeah, laser eyes, I just heard you bragging about the countless spoils seized in the eco capsule, which is far better than what we looted in the manor. We brothers are so jealous. How come you are so dead and wounded in the blink of an eye? Did you have an internal conflict over the robbery of women? Internal conflict. We were tricked. Someone disguised himself as Leo Deo and followed us all the way. When we were not prepared, he shot us with a burst of gunfire. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. Does the previous agreement still count? Of course it counts. Even if you are a scumbag, the oath you made must count. Before this operation, everyone came from all corners of the country and may have a blood feud with each other, but during the operation, everyone is brothers and sisters. If one of us is hurt, we are all hurt. So aren't you brothers here to avenge your younger brother? Get lost, brother. Hearing this, Scene breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he still didn't plan well. He should have expected this. This group of rabble could mobilize dozens of fighter planes and smuggling ships to launch a thunder raid on the manor, and there must be a comprehensive plan and constraints before the operation. During the operation, these pirates killed and burned people, but they never shot at their own people. Even though the gains from the looting were obviously uneven, there was no internal conflict. So when the Jedi apprentice exposed his tracks, in order to save people, he immediately became the target of public criticism. Instead of rushing to leave, the pirates who returned with a full load mobilized more troops, as if they were determined to find the murderer, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Scene hid on the top of a big tree, using the shadow of the tree canopy and the messy firelight around to cover his body, and looked into the distance through the smoke. After a rough observation, the number of soldiers gradually increased to more than 200. The average quality of the soldiers added later was much better than before. Although there was no tacit understanding of the big team, the quality of the individual soldiers was obviously different. Scene even saw someone swaggering on his chest with the elite medal of the Manor Security Force. It was the most proud identity symbol of the security forces stationed here, but now it was hung on his chest as a trophy. The only thing worth comforting is that Li Qiang and others were still alert and had already run away without a trace in the chaos. Perhaps there was some unknown secret passage. Scene only hoped that they were smart enough to rush back to the manor along the secret passage as soon as possible. There was a GD master guarding there, and it was really safe. After looking around, Scene closed his eyes, took a breath, and jumped down from the treetop. During the fall, the GD apprentice had quickly filtered out several immature action plans in his mind. When he landed, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Scene walked in the burning woods again. He picked up a blaster that was thrown from the ground and weighed it twice in his hand to get used to the weight and feel of the gun. Then he fired a shot at a distance without hesitation. Hundreds of meters away, a bald pirate who was laughing and cursing fell on his back. The companions around were only surprised for a moment, and then quickly scattered in all directions, and then various energy beams were sprinkled like raindrops towards Scene's direction. Scene did not linger in the fight. He crouched and rushed into the forest for more than 10 meters, changed his position, fired again, knocked down another person, and then immediately turned around and fled. Less than 3 seconds after he fled, a rain of light fell from the sky, and 3 fighter planes fired at the area from different directions, leaving a mess. Scene seemed oblivious to this. He ran at full speed through the forest. His body, strengthened by the force, burst out with incredible speed, deftly dodging the increasingly dense and precise firepower. The GD apprentice used all his life's learning to the limit. His understanding of the terrain, his prediction of firepower, his control of the body, all far exceeded the limits of humans. The pirates surrounded him aggressively, but for a while they could only chase Scene's back. From time to time, he would turn around and counterattack and knock down several people. It was really embarrassing. In the pirates' communication channel, no one laughed at the first group of people who were attacked. The atmosphere gradually changed from laughter and scolding to exasperation. What kind of monster is that? Bouncer bastards from the Yellow Hand group, how did you block him? Didn't you say he was on your side? That guy almost broke through our side just now. You are the Bouncer bastards. He was indeed on our side just now. 3 of my brothers were killed. Who knows how he ran to your side in one breath? He is just like a ghost. Where did the ghost come from? Even if it is a ghost, I will make him pay with his life. The enemy's exasperation naturally highlights the brilliant record of Scene, which is incredible. After all, whether it is the manor's proud automatic defense system or the well-paid security forces, they have never made the pirates who raided feel difficult. Sin himself did not feel proud at all, because under the blockade of many pursuers, his space for action is getting narrower and narrower. His physical strength is getting worse and worse. When he breathes, his lungs are like fire, and his muscles are constantly making groans that are almost torn. The blaster in his hand had long been thrown away after it overheated. The only weapon left on scene was a lightsaber, but the lightsaber alone was not enough to fight at this time, at least not with his ability. When he really took out the lightsaber, he was like a torch, shining brightly in the night. If the master was here. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice shook his head and shook off this distracting thought. You should not be distracted during the battle. If he had distracting thoughts at this time, it would be because he had consumed too much physical strength and affected his ability to concentrate. And this meant that he didn't have much time left. Sin gritted his teeth and forced himself to concentrate. He presented the surrounding terrain and the distribution of enemy soldiers in his mind and tried to calculate the breakthrough point. There was only a moment of time, and Sin quickly found a direction. 10 pirates wearing exoskeleton armor blocked in front of a sea of fire. They were all equipped with heavy firepower, and were the strongest team among the pursuers. But at this time, probably because the formation was too stretched, this strongest team was out of touch with the others. Out of touch is an opportunity. Sin squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body without hesitation, and rushed to the locked position at full speed. Energy beams kept brushing past him, explosions sounded one after another, and flames and smoke occasionally rushed in his face and passed through his body. Sin's charge was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the fighter planes in the air couldn't turn in time and lost their direction. When the fighter plane turned around, it saw the night was as dark as ink, and the fire in the forest was swaying. Where could the ghostly Jedi apprentice be found? At this moment, everyone lost Sin's position. Only Sin himself knew that he was running on a road closely connected with death. The forest was rugged and uneven. Sin crossed a small col and rolled over in a pond. His whole body was soaked, and with the fire, he rushed out of the last bush to hide and showed his figure in front of those heavily armed pirates. The experienced pirates reacted in just a moment. The heavy exoskeleton made a groan of friction from the rapidly twisted metal joints. More than 20 guns and cannons locked onto Sin in almost the same moment. But then, these guns and cannons could not fire, because Sin had already rushed into their formation, facing the captain in the middle. The distance was so close that, if they opened fire, they would inevitably hurt their own people. The tall and burly captain was stunned for a moment, but he did not stop the subconscious operation in his hands. A mechanical arm rose from the side of the armor, and the chainsaw on the arm turned wildly, making a harsh roar. As long as the chainsaw fell, he could cut the enemy approaching in front of him into 2 ends. But he soon widened his eyes in horror, because Sin's momentum did not decrease at all, as if he wanted to compete with the metal can with his flesh and blood. The next moment, a light lit up in front of the pirate, a blue light like the sea. Everyone saw the blue lightning, but everyone only saw the outline of the lightning. A blue light flashed in front of people's eyes, and then the heavy armor was split into 2. After 2 heavy collisions, Sin put away his lightsaber, passed through the 2 pieces of wreckage, and quickly sank into a sea of fire. These heavily armored pirates turned around and fired, but saw a raging fire in front of them, and there was no trace of people. Ghost, it's really a ghost. With a shrinking sound, this strongest team did not dare to move for a while, for fear that the ghost would return to the battlefield from the fire. And Sin, who turned into a ghost, felt like he was in an abyss. Everything in sight became blurred, the sharp 5 senses were distorted and dull, and only the pain became clearer and clearer. The pain of the bone fracture of the exoskeleton armor that was hit by the flesh and blood body, the pain of the burning of the flames on the body, the pain of the burning lungs from inhaling smoke, and the pain of the waist being pierced by the stray bullet. The Jedi apprentice broke through the siege, but also fell into despair, because there was no point in breaking out at this moment. With all the pirates united as one, he had already lost the chance to fish in troubled waters and escape on the pirate warship. The next best option was to return to the manor, to reunite with the master. That would undoubtedly waste the master's painstaking efforts, but it was better than dying in the forest. However, even that was just a luxury now, because the direction of Scene's breakout was exactly the opposite of the manor. After crossing the sea of fire, Scene also crossed the border of the woodland. In front of him was a dry rocky plain. The light from the stars bypassed the cover of the satellite and no longer succumbed to the artificial night on this asteroid. It cast a silver light directly on the ground, making everything invisible. However, in this desperate situation, Scene felt his eyes brighten, and an incredible scene appeared in his field of vision. A silvery new warship was quietly suspended in the air. A mechanical crane hung from the belly of the ship, slowly pulling the boxed spoils on the ground into the cargo hold. Scene immediately squeezed out the potential between life and death from his exhausted body, and continued to charge forward. He had no time to think about why there was a warship with a completely different style here, nor did he have time to think about why there were no guards near the warship, let alone whether it was a trap. His mind was almost blank. Under the guidance of the Force, he ran at full speed without any confusion. When the metal cargo box was pulled into the cargo hold, and the hatch was about to close, he jumped up with all his strength. The next moment, the heavy metal door slammed together behind Scene, almost pinching his feet. Scene took a deep breath, and overcame the twisted pain all over his body again to maintain his sanity. It's not over yet. He looked around, and saw 13 metal boxes neatly stacked in the cargo hold, each of which was 2 meters square. The spoils of this warship were incredible, but this was undoubtedly a good thing. Scene randomly found the most inconspicuous metal box in the cargo hold, gritted his teeth, and pried open the lid of the box with the mechanical ring on his wrist, only to see that it was densely packed with various electronic components. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door of the cargo hold. Without thinking too much, Scene immediately jumped into the box. Fortunately, there was still enough space for one person, and then used the Force to pull the heavy lid of the box. Almost at the same time, the sound of the cargo door opening reached his ears. Scene was lying on a pile of electronic components, and he felt pain all over his back, but this pain helped him maintain his final clarity and let him hold the lightsaber tightly in his hand. As long as the other party opened the lid of the box, he could make a final struggle, preferably to take hostages, and then, what should he do? In the darkness, Scene's consciousness quickly receded. Chapter 21. Please pay the bill. When he opened his eyes again, Scene saw a vast expanse of white light. The dreamlike light made him stunned for half a second. The next moment, he quickly gathered his mind and tensed all the muscles in his body. Then a sharp pain came over him. Every part of his body was in pain. The intense pain that came in an instant was like a tsunami, enough to shatter the mind of an ordinary human. The Jedi apprentice trembled and injured it with his stubborn willpower. His vision soon became clear. He saw that the white light in front of him came from a fluorescent lamp, and the light was surrounded by a dazzling white ceiling. Before he had time to look closely, he heard an interested male voice next to him. "Oh, you woke up so quickly? Is this batch of Bacta fluid of special quality, or is your physique special and worth dissecting and studying?" Hearing this voice, Scene's mind suddenly emerged with a row of adjectives: young, energetic, eager to show off, and condescending. Generally speaking, this is a proud and cautious character. Scene was a little nervous. Don't be so nervous, you can't do anything. The seriously injured should take good care of their injuries and stop thinking about it. As the voice approached, Scene felt a hand on his neck. It was cold to the touch, but it was murderous. A Jedi apprentice would never let the enemy touch his neck easily, but at this moment he couldn't move or resist. He had subconsciously struggled, but his whole body was trapped in the tight ring and he couldn't resist at all. The resistance made the young voice surprised. "Oh, the strength index is so high. I can't tell. Do you have any special bloodline?" Scene realized that everything about him was under the control of the other party, and even the strength of the struggle was measured. So he immediately relaxed his muscles and calmed down. Years of Jedi training allowed him to control his body and mind very well. He quickly calmed down and was able to think seriously. His reaction just now was a little impatient. Perhaps the excitement before going to sleep was still lingering, which made him act not calmly enough. In fact, it should be known that if you fall asleep in an unfamiliar place, you will definitely not have a good ending when you wake up. "Hey, you calmed down so quickly? It's a bit boring. I was expecting you to scream." If I had known this, I would have brought some stimulants when I sprayed you with Bacta spray. Syn ignored it and didn't even move his eyes because he could hear that the man was standing behind him. And from his current angle, he couldn't see the other person, no matter how he turned his eyes. Besides, he didn't necessarily need to move his eyes to observe the other person. Although his whole body was locked and he couldn't break free, his sense of touch was paralyzed by the rolling pain and basically failed. Even what he saw and heard might not be the other party's disguise and was not credible. But under the guidance of the Force, the Jedi apprentice gradually saw through the truth. The omnipresent Force was like a gentle tentacle, clearly sensing and transmitting everything around to Syn's mind. This is still the cargo hold of the warship, but all the lights are turned on, and the metal boxes around are all squeezed into the corner, leaving a spacious and dazzling white space. Behind Syn stood a man, about the same height as him, slightly thin, with a surging life energy hidden in his body that was completely inconsistent with his body size. Next to that man stood a humanoid robot, with smooth lines and shining silver light. The 5 slender fingers were on the neck of the Jedi apprentice, bringing a cold touch and a murderous intent that made the hair stand on end. There were only 2 people and a robot in the dazzling white cargo hold, and the world outside the cargo hold was hazy, like a black hole. The contrast of black and white made the cargo hold look like a cage, full of loneliness. Syn's mind suddenly couldn't help but appear the figure of his master, and his breathing rhythm couldn't help but disordered. Hey, did this kid think of a secret? His breathing is a little disordered. Let's try a set of advanced confession plan for him. Hearing this, Syn couldn't help but pay attention and prepare for the harsh interrogation. As a Jedi apprentice, his self-control is far superior to that of ordinary people, but his resistance is seriously reduced due to his serious injuries, so he has no choice but to go all out. Haha, this kid is serious, Bay, we don't need that plan. With this kid's IQ, we should be able to dig out the truth by fooling him a little. The consumables for the plan are extremely expensive, so we should save as much as possible. Syn was not angry when he heard this, because he could tell that the other party was deliberately provoking him, and he was not afraid of him knowing it. He was just simply wanting to vent his anger. Bay, this guy seems to have seen through me. Let's use some tricks on him. At this time, the robot made a soft female voice. Suzaku and the others are looking for you. The man behind him said in astonishment. I told them to change their name. They are a group of bald, fat, middle-aged bandits who are ignorant of the world and call themselves Suzaku, but my aesthetics cannot accommodate them. That group of bald, fat, middle-aged bandits are looking for you. Forget it, let's call them Suzaku. I'll tolerate it. As the robot spoke, it spread out its other hand and immediately projected a 3-dimensional image from its palm. Syn couldn't see the entire picture, but he could hear the voice. The other party had a strong local accent. His words were unclear, but his voice was surprisingly loud, a standard pirate style. Mr. Lee, is that man with you? The man behind him laughed. Who is he? The man who was surrounded and blocked by more than 200 of you and bombed by dozens of fighter planes, but he was safe and sound. Sure enough, he is with you. Hand it over to me quickly. Why? This is my trophy. Okay. He killed our brothers. He is not my brother. What does it have to do with me? I didn't make a vulgar and stupid blood oath with you. We just don't interfere with each other, and we are not particularly close allies. You didn't let us get close to the manor, and what we do has nothing to do with you. Mr. Lee, do you have to protect him? Is there a problem with protecting your own trophies? Those security forces also killed your people, and you were very enthusiastic in confiscating their guns. I didn't see you dismantling the guns to vent your anger. Lee, I advise you to think it over carefully. That man killed our brothers. If you protect him, you will be an enemy of all of us who have sworn a blood oath. The voice in the communicator was almost a roar, making people feel as if they were looking directly at a face with bloodshot eyes. Liu's voice suddenly turned cold. Huang Shao, I should advise you to think it over carefully. Are you, a bunch of rabble, really ready to be my enemy? After saying that, Liu hung up the call directly. Bei commented, Liu, you said a lot of nonsense. I didn't say it to him originally. There is a little guy who knows nothing about the current situation. Liu smiled. Be gentle and considerate to the spoils. Okay, let him go. There should be no problem. This person is very dangerous. I suggest you think about it again. Liu said, this is our territory, and you are by my side. There is no need to be afraid of a seriously injured person. And he is not a person who repays kindness with enmity, so there is no need to worry about what he will do to me. Bei then retracted his cold fingers and removed the magnetic straps that were bound to Scene. Scene regained his freedom, jumped out of the metal box, turned around and looked at Liu. He was a native of the Kyankan galaxy, about 30 years old, with black hair and black eyes, and a heroic figure. There was a mocking smile on his face, like a sheath covering a sharp sword, which made him look a little cynical, and prevented others from seeing his true thoughts. The robot, Bei, beside Liu, as its name suggests, was a robot that was pure white and delicate like a work of art. Its outline was as exquisite as a fully simulated robot, but it did not have a cloned skin. The pure white paint was simple and arrogant, as if it disdained to imitate humans. It stood quietly beside Liu, but in Scene's intuition, it was a more dangerous opponent than Liu. Don't be so nervous, relax a little, it's rare to crawl back from the gates of hell, you should face life more positively. Scene was unmoved by this insincere chicken soup for the soul, but kept speculating about his situation in his heart. Judging from the conversation just now, he should have left the asteroid where the manor was located and flew into space with Liu's warship. This is of course a good thing, better than dying under the pirates' gunfire, but not perfect, because he has not completely won his freedom. Liu smiled and said, you have been unconscious for less than 2 standard hours. We are still in the asteroid belt and we have to wait a while before we can enter the next stage of the route. I have nothing to do during this period, so why not chat? First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Liu, the leader of the famous Silver Knights, and this is my assistant Bei. Before Scene could reply, Bei reminded him, there is no Knights culture in the Kyankan galaxy. You are confessing yourself. If you don't say it, how can it be considered confession? Liu explained, maybe we admire foreign cultures? Your arrogant words and deeds just now have fully demonstrated that you essentially do not admire any culture or any individual. Liu said to Scene with a little embarrassment, Bei likes to argue and sabotage, so don't pay attention to her. In short, it is fate that we met like this. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Scene. He spoke his name in the Kyan galaxy in fluent Kyankan language. Scene, thank you for saving my life, Captain Lee. Scene was willing to accept the character of the leader of the Knights that Liu casually said, so accordingly, he didn't need to introduce himself. Liu immediately showed a meaningful smile. Talking to smart people is good for saving trouble and bad for saving lines. Well, let's get straight to the point. Although I just told Huang Xiao that you are my trophy, I never do human business, soul-loving people are not trophies. Scene nodded, so this is not protecting the trophy, but saving my life. I remember it too. Liu said, reaching out to the side, and then saw Bei's right wrist light up with a faint blue bill projection, which listed a very detailed list of charges. To save your life, we spent more than 500,000 Kyankan coins on material costs alone, and the opportunity cost of being hostile to Huang Xiao is also 500,000. Rounding up to 1 million, please pay the bill. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, GD Warming Rod. Scene didn't rush to refute, but looked over and reviewed the bills one by one. This action made Liu stunned. Damn it, you really want to check the account? I expected you to shout about the black shop robbing people, and then be slapped in the face when I listed the evidence. Bei said, in fact, you are on the bill. You have falsely reported a few items. If the other party sees it, you will be the one who gets slapped in the face. Liu became angry and said, if you don't remind him, how could he be seen by an outsider? If something goes wrong, your face will hurt even more. Who upgraded your leverage system? Of course it's me. Scene ignored the two men's bickering and focused on reviewing the long bills one by one. He is indeed an outsider, but it does not mean that he knows nothing about the Kyan galaxy. He is particularly sensitive to prices and can tell the truth from most projects, and even more information can be seen through these projects. 3 bottles of Bacta liquid cost 5,180 Kyankan coins each, which was indeed the local price in Kyanxing Galaxy. There are 2 magnetic straps, and the unit price is 108 Kyankan coins, which is also within a reasonable range. 10 pieces of advanced light sensing chips, priced at 2,000 Kyankan coins. Seeing this, Scene turned back and looked at the box where he had just been lying. Sure enough, he saw that the electronic components in the box were all contaminated by his own blood, and the top layer was damaged a lot by the pressure. Scene took one out, carefully identified the structure, inferred the performance, and then calculated its market price. The unit price is 2,000, which is quite reasonable. Liu gasped when he saw it. This kid can't even see this, can he? Bei said, it's too late for you to change the bill now. Absolutely not. I don't believe he can really see it. Xiaoen ignored this and continued reading. The medicine used to save people, the damaged box of loot, and all the other trivial matters only totaled about 200,000 yuan, and the real big deal was at the back. Fuel, engine wear and tear costs, disposable mechanical booms, temporary shield devices and batteries. The price is not a big problem, but the appearance of these items means that Liu will bear the related expenses for their later actions of looting the manor. On the head. In Scene's opinion, Liu is a reasonable person, so this part of the fee should be justified. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the truth. Did you stop there on purpose and wait to save me? Liu was stunned for a moment and then smiled. As I said again, the advantage of dealing with smart people is that you save worry, and the disadvantage is that you save lines. I thought I wanted to deal with smart people. You need to spend more time explaining. Yes, I have noticed you for a long time, ever since you knocked down those 3 idiots who were alone, and the idiots in Huangsha actually had a stranger in the communication channel. I don't know. Scene was also stunned, not expecting to be exposed so early, but he soon realized that the entire communication system of that ragtag group might not be in their hands from the beginning. This Liu just told the pirates that he was honest and trustworthy. Liu smiled. I like to help others the most. When those losers discussed action plans, they only knew how to make blood oaths to boost morale, but they didn't even have a communication system that could coordinate everyone. And I'm here just right. If there is no shortage of this technology, just sell it to them. This is what is called helping others. Scene looked at the $1 million bill in front of him and thought that it was really fun to help others. Liu added, similarly, I also like people who are happy to help others, so when I saw that you were willing to help those girls, even if you exposed yourself, I decided to help you, and you did not let it go. I was disappointed and took advantage of this opportunity, which brought me millions of dollars in income. As he said that, Liu started to get excited again, ready to wait for Scene to find trouble on the bill. Scene simply put away his gaze. I understand. The $1 million fee is confirmed. Wait, you confirmed it now? Where are the false reports here? Scene said, I admit it too. Damn, you're so boring. Liu was disappointed, as if the extra money wasn't enough to compensate for the disappointment. That's fine. How are you going to pay for it? Scene said, let's take it on credit. Liu was silent. Scene explained, I don't have any money, Kyankan coins, credit points, or any currency. In fact, you should also know that I have no money. Liu sighed, I just don't know that there are still people in the world who can use the word credit that's so reasonable. Scene added, although I have no money, I'm still determined to pay the bill. I think it's reasonable to pay on credit. Liu was speechless again, and then said after a while, Bei, I think this transaction seems to be a bit of a loss. Bei said, if you don't listen to my advice, there will be a lot of bad business. Liu shook his head, you can also do it on credit. I just need an opportunity to employ people here. You are extraordinary, and I will succeed. When you make rapid progress, you can work as a handyman under my knights. Before he could finish his words, Scene interrupted, I have something to ask for. Liu had to ask, did you make a mistake between us? What's the relationship? I saved your life and you didn't say anything, but you made demands on me? Bei added, so there is an old saying, that the debt is the boss. So I spent $1 million. Invite yourself an uncle? Liu sighed. Sin's knowledge of the historical sayings of Kyan Xingxing was still shallow, so he automatically filtered the conversation and explained to himself, only by solving employees' problems can employees better serve the team. Liu was stunned. After a while, he turned back to the dialogue and said, remember this sentence. From now on it will be included in the list of sensitive words in our Silver Knights. Whoever dares to say it will be assigned to Zayua as a food tester. The medical expenses for detoxification will be very high. Just deduct it from their wages. If it's not enough, sell the organs. Liu said angrily. Sin continued to ignore the above conversation and only made his own request. I want to watch King News channel. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Liu turned to look at his assistant and Bei quickly gave a reply. Operations, it's a small news channel on the holographic network. It's not very popular and there aren't many staff. The only bright spot is a female host with very big breasts. Liu immediately lit up his eyes and asked, do you have any photos? Bei Momo was there. The holographic projection was lit on the wrist, and a huge lizard-like head suddenly appeared, and it expanded to 10 times the size of the conventional projection. The lizard's giant kiss almost touched Liu's face. Liu groaned and leaned back. The swiftness of his movements caught Zhao En's attention. Then the Knight Leader said angrily, you did it on purpose, right? Bei said, I just made the projection of the host with big breasts a large enough size according to your character trait of liking big. As you can see, as a plump Davika, her breasts are very big. Yes, all 4 pairs of breasts are very big. You guys definitely did it on purpose. Your battery has been changed from Aurora to Zaoksha. Then the service you receive in the adjutant auxiliary system will also be switched from platinum to bronze. How can there be an adjutant like you who threatens the boss? I just think that only by solving employees' problems can employees better serve the team. Liu lamented, if I had known better, I wouldn't have installed such a high-end learning chip for you. This time, the business has really suffered miserably. Do you, the instigator, have anything to say about this? Afterwards, Liu turned his attention back to Sin. Sin said, I want to watch King News channel. Bei said, unfortunately, Captain, your funny performance just came to nothing. The other party didn't even watch your performance. Liu said with a sigh, my favorite thing is I hate people who don't even laugh when they watch comedies. They live so bitterly and with deep hatred at such a young age. Bei said, according to the latest research report from the Social Science Department of Kyankan Group, the opposite sex that women in their 20s admire most is among them. The one who is handsome and has a profound story is ranked 17 spots higher than the cynical libertine type you belong to. What the hell is this? The researcher wrote random reports. Liu was furious. By the way, you want to say that I'm jealous of this kid with millions of debts? Sin really didn't want to watch such a boring drama and immediately interrupted. If the communication conditions here are not good, if you can't receive the news, forget it. I won't force it. Liu raised his eyebrows when he was provoked. It's a joke. There is no signal that cannot be received on my spaceship. There is no free service. Bainan stood on Liu's side and explained, Kyankan Group has established an internal network, Zaya Network, covering the entire galaxy, although there are only limited repeaters to connect to the holographic network. I can't see the news outside, but the cost is very high and the procedures are very troublesome. Sin said, it doesn't matter, I will work hard to pay back the internet fee. Haha, this is a good saying, I will take it seriously. You agreed to work overtime for free. Wait a moment and I will connect you to the news channel. After saying that, Liu motioned to his assistant and went to the console on the wall of the cargo compartment to do some simple operations and saw a flash of light and shadow on the screen. A slightly ferocious lizard head appeared. Whenever I see it, host Orca looks so shocking. But it is undeniable that her serious yet friendly voice and her never-error broadcasting are undeniable. News anchoring is a career. Although King News Channel is only an insignificant small news channel in the holographic network, the frontline reporters, backstage editors, and this host who can be called a facade all have undoubted professional qualities. The area of news they specialize in is very niche, but very practical for SYN. Current affairs news in edge galaxies. Today, the Doraka host is seriously delivering a special news story. President of Bérgamo, Jamie Brason, has been formally impeached by the Senate a few days ago, and the successor will be announced within the next month. According to frontline reporters, this president, who enjoys a high political reputation in Coruscant, in the past few decades, he has continued to conceal his many crimes, including not only corruption, but also multiple murders. SYN listened carefully, and kept hearing Liu next to him reminding him coldly, yours. The total internet fee has reached 9,000 Kyankan coins. Please pay attention to renew in time. SYN immediately closed the news channel and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this is actually enough. The good news is that the news channel that focuses on fringe current affairs does not appear in the things that I'm most worried about, such as breaking news. A Jedi Knight of the Republic was arrested for committing a crime in the Kyan galaxy. When it gets to that point, it really can't get any worse. The bad news is, from the news, SYN can't tell that Master is okay. I wonder how she is doing now. Did her rescue plan go smoothly? Am I safe? And how will she continue to deal with the Kyankan group? SYN has practiced with his master for many years, traveled to many planets in the galaxy, and experienced many crises and tests. However, this was the first time that he acted alone without being completely separated from his master, and he felt a little lost for a moment. But SYN quickly calmed down and forced himself to cheer up. The master gave himself the precious opportunity to escape, not just to let himself feel lost here. Moreover, it is impossible for him to be an apprentice for the rest of his life. Sooner or later, he will have to leave the protection of his master and carry out various more dangerous tasks as a qualified Jedi Knight. After calming down, SYN began to think about what he should do now. Liu reminded him coldly, what you should do now is to find a way to work hard and pay off the internet fee you owe first. SYN asked in return, what internet fee? Damn, I just paid it for free. Have you counted? Do you know how much it costs to connect the peripheral relays to the holographic network in this asteroid belt? Not even a penny less. SYN said, but didn't you say you want to round up my debt to zero? With the base of 1 million, the 9,000 Kyankan coins should be wiped out, right? Don't just explain it to zero. I have the final right of interpretation. Bay interrupted, but if you are too serious here, your hard-working character will collapse because of the mere network fee. Who are you helping? Bay said seriously, who are you helping? Someone who is willing to update the power system for me. I don't remember designing you to be so utilitarian. So this is the result of acquired imitation. Liu took a deep breath, tried to calm his heart that was about to explode, and decided not to deal with it for the time being. His adjutant started a verbal quarrel. After all, the adjutant who was trained by him was indeed better than his predecessor, so it was more interesting to train newcomers. Liu said to SYN, okay, I will temporarily waive the internet fee for you, but the $1 million debt, please pay it off as soon as possible. At this point, Liu seemed to be afraid that the other party did not understand it properly, and added, I don't care who you are or what you want to do, but you can't protect yourself in a mere art in a manner. Do you really think that with your own abilities, you can survive smoothly in the galaxy? SYN intended to retort, but I soon realized that the other person was right. On the asteroid where the manor was located, he did create an opportunity for himself to lurk and escape, but in the end he was unable to remain indifferent to the crime in front of him, and wasted the only opportunity. SYN doesn't think he will ever get rid of his habit of acting bravely when it comes to justice. This is also a creed that he cannot change as a Jedi apprentice. In this case, he was operating alone in a strange galaxy, and his safety was actually not as safe as that of an ordinary person with nothing. At least ordinary people will only choose to call the police when they encounter an opportunity to act bravely, but they have the possibility of coming forward. Liu said, you have very good potential, but it still needs to be tapped. And do you know how a person can maximize his potential? Of course SYN knew that, as long as he found someone like Mostima, that's it for master. Liu said, the answer is to let yourself bear the pressure, and then turn the pressure into motivation. Brason explained. This is the response of the Galaxy Wudeo Real Estate Group to the rising housing prices in the galaxy and the high burden of young people. The rhetoric created by the daily grind of mortgage loans is called chicken soup for the soul. Liu said. Now I'm the creditor. What's wrong with the chicken soup? I don't want to give him a stupid look. What if the debt of 1 million turns into a bad debt? Bay said. If it really turns into a bad debt, I will try it with you on the DUI 1842. The extra expenses caused by the electromagnetic gun, as well as the expenses related to secretly purchasing face shields at the neutral trading post, ZUN, for private deconstruction experiments, and other miscellaneous expenses should be dealt with at the same time. There is no need to say so much in front of outsiders. Putch. Scene couldn't help but laughed at the conversation between the two. The tension that was lingering in my heart before was finally resolved without any trace. When he heard Scene smile, Liu suddenly looked relieved. Finally, I looked like I should. How can I not laugh while listening to crosstalk? In the code of chivalry of the Silver Knights, the first thing is smile. Bay said. Received. The 427th revision of the Silver Knights code is currently underway. The first number is changed from unity to smile. The relevant notification will be sent to all members of the Knights as soon as possible. GIF. I stop. After finally dealing with the constant trouble from his assistant, Liu showed his cynical smile again. Anyway, you are welcome to start the long journey of repaying debt. Scene responded. Although I'm embarrassed to say this, I have never been associated with money, and the process of repaying debt may be quite long. Liu laughed after hearing this. Get up. People who are happy to help others generally have nothing to do with money, so you are welcome to the Silver Knights, which is dedicated to helping others. From today on, you will be a trainee knight of the Knights. I hope you can continue to help others. For fun, contribute to our great cause. After saying that, Liu shouted at the door of the cargo compartment, okay, those bastards who bet that he can't stay will pay me. But no one was allowed to run away. There was a burst of laughter and footsteps outside the door. Scene was stunned. So there were so many people outside the cargo hold? He didn't realize it just now. Although they are separated from each other by a thick wall, the crew members outside the cabin are really extraordinary at keeping their voices down. In other words, the ship itself is very unusual. Scene remembers clearly that when he broke through in the forest, the silver spaceship was suspended on the pure white ground, spotless and picturesque. There were no signs of firing or being shot, and it looked out of place in the flames of war. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Scene is willing to have a serious conversation with Liu and temporarily join the Silver Knights. They were undoubtedly invaders during the riot at the manor, but they were not murderers. They were completely different from the pirates, and they had no malicious intent. Liu, who had no malicious intent, suddenly smiled and said, come to think of it, I have a question. What is that stick you've been holding tightly in your hand? Scene then realized that he had been holding the Jedi's lightsaber tightly. In response to this question, he was not in a hurry, and smiled back at Liu. The heating stick is out of power. The professional female host belongs to the original race. Chapter 23 Zio Baywen. The heating rod was of course fake. It was a Jedi lightsaber that Scene had created after he had gone through so much trouble to find a crystal that matched his own in Yilling. And it was even more fake that it ran out of battery, although for a lightsaber that relies on electricity, it is indeed not as good as a heating rod after the battery is exhausted. However, there are very few Jedi Knights who would not even check the power level of a lightsaber before carrying out a mission. Although Scene is only an apprentice, he would not make such a low-level mistake. So of course the lightsaber can be used normally. During his coma, if Liu was really curious about the lightsaber, he could forcibly take the lightsaber from his tightly clenched hands, and then just press the button, and Scene's identity, that he tried to hide, would be immediately exposed. Jedi are not the only ones in the world who can use lightsabers, but I'm afraid that only Jedi will carry lightsabers with them. This elegant and exquisite weapon, in the hands of the Jedi, is not only a symbol of status, but also a powerful weapon for actual combat. Only the Jedi can maximize the performance of the lightsaber, so, watching Liu's back as he turned away, Scene inexplicably trusted this person. In any case, it was a fact that he saved his life, and it was also a fact that he accepted him without asking about his identity. When you are temporarily at a loss, it is not a bad choice to follow him, repay your debts, adapt to the Khan galaxy, and find a way to reunite with your master. Hey, apprentice knight, you are still standing there? Do you know that every minute and every second you waste, your debt interest is increasing? Come to work quickly. Scene didn't care about such bad words. Compared with what he said, he paid more attention to what the other party actually wanted to express. Indeed, he didn't have time to waste. Even if he only considered it from the perspective of repaying his debts, he should integrate into the Silver Knights as soon as possible and participate in actual work. Outside the cargo hold, it was bright. The spacious corridors, high ceilings, white coatings, exquisite decorative paintings, and just the right structural design all make people feel comfortable from the heart. For many space travelers, the sense of depression and loneliness brought by the cramped space of the spacecraft is even more lethal than space radiation. But the interior design of this spacecraft perfectly eliminates all of this from the environmental level. And all of this cannot be seen from the outside. It can only be said that the designer has made the best use of the interior space, and the overall design is undoubtedly a master's work. Many spacecrafts pay too much attention to theoretical performance, such as stronger engine thrust, stronger firepower, and thicker shields. But few spacecrafts are willing to pay attention to the actual user experience. It is rare to be able to provide a good environment for users without compromising performance. Scene has met many masters in the field of mechanical engineering and Coruscant through his master's relationship, and has witnessed many exquisite designs with his own eyes. But he didn't expect that in a relatively remote place like the Khan Galaxy, in a civilian team like the Silver Knights, there would be such a clever design. Liu walked in front and said without looking back, "I designed this spaceship myself. Isn't it amazing? Very unexpected. I want to bow down to me and swear eternal loyalty to me." Scene smiled, not really surprised. Because from Liu's assistant, Scene has clearly seen how amazing the leader of the Silver Knights is in mechanical engineering. At the same time, it is reasonable for a person who is willing to upgrade his adjutant robot to the point where he can't control it to work hard on his own spaceship. It would be strange if this spaceship was not designed by Liu. With his personality, he should not allow others to touch his own vehicle. Alas, the advantage of communicating with smart people is that you save trouble, but the disadvantage is that you save lines. Can't you just exclaim "how is it possible" at the right time and then ask me in detail about the design details? I obviously have a lot to say here. The first rule of the Knight's Code of the Silver Knights is considerateness. Scene thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although he and Liu had known each other for no more than an hour, the other party did him a favor, so it was reasonable to repay the favor. Liu now wanted him to help him satisfy his sense of accomplishment, so why not? Scene thought for a while and said considerately, "The overall interior space design of this ship should be based on the 7th edition of Space and Humanity written by Mr. Carl, the chief engineer of the Starbase shipyard." But in fact, in the latest revised 9th edition, Mr. Carl made a major update to the formula for space utilization, so Liu jumped on the spot. "Do you have no friends? I want sincere praise, not note-picking. Don't I know that Master Carl's works have been updated, but the new edition of the work costs money. The refurbishment of the spacecraft after the formula update also costs money. Look at Bay's look. Do I look like I have spare money? If you really think my design is unreasonable, work hard to pay back the money so that I can have an extra million in cash in my account, and I will immediately design it for you to be ingenious." Scene only felt a burst of resentment coming at him like a tide. He opened his mouth and decided not to take up the topic. Fortunately, Liu adjusted his mentality quickly. "However, since you also have research on spacecraft design, that's great. Go report to 30,000 first. You'll be interning under him before arriving at the base." Scene didn't ask who the codenamed 30,000 was, nor did he ask about his internship assignment. He just nodded. Not long after, Liu brought Scene to a cabin located in the belly of the spacecraft. When the retractable hatch was retracted to all sides, A strong smell of low quality tobacco choked Scene. Squinting his eyes, through the thick smoke, Scene saw a tall and strong middle-aged man. There were 7 screwdrivers, wrenches, screwdrivers, welding guns and other tools between his 10 fingers. He was holding 3 thumb-thick handmade cigarettes in his mouth and breathing heavily. Scene took a look and said to Liu, "Can I change my dormitory?" Liu sighed. "Can you stop talking so confidently, as if I owe you a million?" Scene shrugged. "I just want to remind you that the health of employees has a vital impact on work efficiency. So please work harder for me before you die of illness." Liu coughed and cheered for his trainee night. Soon only Scene and the sturdy mechanic were left in the cabin. After Liu left, the mechanic put down the tools in his hands, spit out all the cigarettes, and quietly turned on the strong ventilation mode at the console by the wall. The ventilator on the ceiling hummed, and soon the misty fairyland-like room was completely refreshed. Then the middle-aged man was still not satisfied, and hurriedly took out a bottle of lung spray from the bedside table, and took a deep breath, and then leaned against the messy workbench, and looked at Scene. Without waiting for Scene to ask, the middle-aged man explained, "The boss is a man who cherishes his life very much. He doesn't smoke or drink. What he hates most is second-hand smoke. If you want him not to check the room, you can only do it like what you did just now. By the way, you can look at the things on the table, but don't tell the boss." Scene subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man's workbench, and he couldn't take his eyes off it after just one glance. It was a very delicate mechanical arm, with a delicate and avant-garde design, dense functional modules, but not redundant strong structural strength, and even a stylish appearance. Through the metal composition detector in front of the workbench, Scene also saw the shadow of avant-garde alloy. This means that the manufacturer needs to adapt to local conditions and temporarily change the metal formula. Those who can do this are all masters in the industry. At least Scene himself is far from such attainments. Seeing Scene's surprised face, the middle-aged man smiled happily. "Oh, are you a fellow? No wonder the boss sent you to me. Meet Chen Sanwen, the mechanic of the Silver." Scene, an apprentice knight of the Silver Knights. After the two shook hands, Scene continued to observe the mechanical arm, showing an eager expression. Chen Sanwen was also generous. "Touch it if you want, just don't activate it completely." Scene got permission and didn't hesitate. He rushed directly to the workbench, put on a pair of new work gloves, and began to carefully touch the surface of the mechanical arm, feeling the slightly cool touch and hardness of the metal. At this moment, the hatch opened again, and Chen Sanwen suddenly rushed to the door. The speed of his movement surprised Scene again. But Chen Sanwen relaxed after a moment of tension. "Hey, Leo Huang, it's you. Don't scare me." A hoarse male voice came from the door. "What do you mean by scare you? You can't even come to visit me. I heard that the new guy was assigned to your place. I came to investigate on behalf of our team." "No, there's nothing to investigate. It's not new that the boss likes to pick up people." Chen Sanwen insisted on blocking the door. Leo Huang tried to get in different ways. Picking up people on the battlefield is still relatively new. Didn't the ones picked up before go to the Red Apricot Squad? How do you plan to place this one? As an apprentice for you? Chen Sanwen said, "That's possible. I think this guy is a fellow traveler." Before he finished speaking, Chen San shouted "fuck," and Leo Huang got in from his armpit because he was not careful. As soon as Leo Huang entered the room, he laughed. "Chen Siwen, you are really making machines privately again." "Chen Siwen?" Scene shook his ears and turned his head when he heard it. Chen Sanwen was indignant. "Chen Sanwen," Leo Huang said, "wait until I report you to the boss, and you will be Chen Shiwen." Chen Sanwen's attitude suddenly became depressed. "Leo Huang, we are friends. It shouldn't be that serious, right?" Leo Huang looked lonely as snow. "There is a reward for reporting. I also want to change from Huang Siwen to Huang Sanwen." Zhao asked, "What is the rule?" Chen Sanwen explained, "Anyone on the ship who owes money to the boss must change his name. My original surname is Chen, and now I owe 30,000 yuan, so I'm called Chen Sanwen." Zhao said, "Oh, so my real name is Zhao Beiwen. Welcome to join the reader group." 652,633,303. Chapter 24. Go with the flow. Next stop. Huang Siwen came to the workbench and gasped at the first sight. Old Chen, you are really not afraid of death. You are messing around with avant-garde materials again. Can't you be honest for 2 days? Do you really want to be Chen Shiwen? Chen Sanwen showed a martyr's smile. As a mechanical engineer, design and manufacturing are instinctive like breathing. I don't get on the boss's ship to take an honest vacation. At this point, Chen Sanwen also sighed. It's a pity that the mechanical repair and manufacturing work on this ship is basically contracted by the boss. I'm a senior engineer, but on this ship, I'm like a holographic mascot. I can only look but not move. Are you worthy of a mascot? Huang Siwen sneered as he moved over and began to touch the robotic arm. Chen Sanwen said angrily, don't touch it with your dirty hands. Then I'll report it. Chen Sanwen softened immediately. Old Huang, you can look at it at will. If you have any comments or suggestions, please feel free to give me your advice. Huang Siwen withdrew his hand after hearing this, leaned against the workbench, and observed for a long time, and asked, Old Chen, I have nothing to complain about your craftsmanship. You are indeed a master who can cooperate with the boss. I just have one question. Chen Sanwen was shocked. Tell me, what is the use of this mechanical arm you carefully built? Sin nodded after hearing this. He sat in front of the workbench and studied it for so long, and the biggest question in his mind was also here. This mechanical arm is indeed exquisite and has complex functions, but it seems that none of the functions are necessary. For example, there are 7 special can openers integrated between the 5 fingers, 3 sets of self-washing tableaux, 2 sets of toothbrushes, a complete set of refillable compressed bath cosmetics, and 2 novel chips with permanent memory. Chen Sanwen said confidently, I didn't become a mechanic just to be useful. Isn't this mechanical arm beautiful? Isn't it artistic? Isn't it clever? In comparison, what's practicality? No wonder you are so good at craftsmanship, but the boss picked you up as Chen Sanwen. Huang Siwen didn't care that he was laughing at others. After putting down the mechanical arm, he began to look at Sin again. After a while, he said, Sin, you are not a local, right? Don't worry, unless you are willing to tell. No one on the ship will ask about each other's life experience, but you look like an outsider, and you can't hide it from others. So do you want to come to our side? My group of people are all outsiders, and we may have more common language. Sin didn't care about his belonging. Isn't it the same to work and pay money anywhere? Huang Siwen said, following Chen Sanwen's laser brain, you will probably have to grow from Zhao Beiwen to Zhao Qianwen. As a backbone of the core engineering department of B-Freight, with an annual salary of 2 million plus company stocks, you have fallen to the top smoker of Beiyin, and are heavily in debt. Think about it yourself. Can you stay in this place? It's different over there. I have come all the way from Huangshi Winter today. Chen Sanwen said coldly, it's been 5 years since I came here, with an average annual income of 12,000 Qiankan coins. Your place is really a Feng Shui treasure land. Huang Siwen said angrily, it's not your turn to laugh at my 50 steps with your 10,000 steps. Sin went straight to the core and asked, how do I pay off my debts on the ship? Huang Siwen raised his eyebrows. Didn't the boss tell you? There are detailed standards. I'll find them for you in a moment. A moment later, Huang Siwen flipped out a salary list from the tablet computer on his waist. The screen listed various jobs in detail: driving spacecraft to participate in battles, collecting minerals in the asteroid belt, sorting business documents, peeling raw potatoes in the spacecraft kitchen. There are all kinds of work, and they are strictly related to the remuneration. As long as the work is completed according to the list, the debt can be gradually reduced. The only problem is, Huang Siwen sighed, the boss is a meticulous person, you understand? Sin nodded. The remuneration figures on this list are really meticulous. Putting aside the work that can be completely automated, such as peeling raw potatoes, even if you become the main pilot of the spacecraft to participate in the battle, if it is only a low-intensity battle, the single remuneration will not exceed 500 Qiankan coins. This price is not much different from the daily salary of ordinary white-collar workers in Qiankan Group after tax. Chen Sanwen explained seriously. After all, this is not a large enterprise. To put it nicely, we are a vibrant civilian mercenary group. To put it bluntly, there is no essential difference from the pirates of Suzaku. In the wealth distribution system of Kine Galaxy, at most we are predators who roam the bottom, so we can't be particularly rich. The boss himself also sets an example in this regard. His wealth is all obtained according to this list, so there is no problem of exploitation. Sin thought for a moment and expressed his understanding. Huang Siwen smiled when he heard this, but although the list treats everyone equally, there are still rich and poor in the team. Some people can reduce their debt by more than half in just a few years, while some people have a lot of skills, but are still struggling on the poverty line. This old story made Chen Sanwen angry and embarrassed. Old Huang, are you done yet? Sin was assigned to me by the boss. If you are not satisfied, go to the boss to complain. What do you mean assigned to you? It's just assigned to your room. Why do you take it upon yourself to treat him as your subordinate? He will probably be assigned again after returning to the base. This kid. At this point, Huang Siwen suddenly stopped. Chen Sanwen widened his eyes, waiting angrily for him to spit ivory from the dog's mouth. Old Chen, do you think the boss wants to put him in the red apricot squad? Chen Sanwen's eyes widened again and showed a trend of expansion. Red apricot squad. Huang Siwen analyzed seriously. The boss is a meticulous person. He clearly distinguishes between public and private, and he is never vague in official matters, right? This is nonsense. In order to save this kid, we did waste time and materials in the operation, and we also fell out with Suzaku and others. These are losses and costs, right? Chen Sanwen glanced at Sin, and seeing the latter's indifferent attitude, he nodded. That's right. Our team, and even this spaceship, are not the boss's private property, so the losses caused by his willful behavior cannot be paid by the team. But do you think he will pay off the debt for the newcomer? There has never been such a precedent, right? How is Sin going to pay off this million debt? I admit that he does have potential, but no matter how much potential he has, following your laser brain-made robotic arm will only step by step towards the abyss of Zyokainwen. Chen Sanwen rarely refuted angrily, but instead thought, according to you, it seems to make sense. Huang Siwen said, among all our teams, the one with the highest income and the best treatment is the red apricot team. If we want Zyokainwen to get out of poverty as soon as possible, of course we have to send him to the place with the highest income. The red apricot team. Chen Sanwen touched his chin. Is this kid so powerful? If he runs to that team with a debt of 1 million, it will become a bad debt if he is not careful. Huang Siwen said uncertainly, if he can be hunted by hundreds of people and still be safe and sound, it shouldn't become a bad debt, right? Chen Sanwen glanced at him. Wait until you go to fight the red apricot team once, and you will know. The two chatted on their own, completely leaving the protagonist aside. While listening, Sin continued to study the functional modules in the robotic arm. Regardless of whether this robotic arm is useful or not, Chen Sanwen's mechanical technology is really superb. The structural design of stuffing the entire hammock into the robotic arm is enough for him to study for a while. As for the red apricot team, if there is a chance to pay off the debt as soon as possible, Sin does not mind taking on a higher workload, and he has a hunch that he will get important clues there. With unlimited enthusiasm for work, Sin welcomed 6 groups of spectators like Huang Siwen in just 2 hours. From Chen Sanwen's conversation with them, it is not difficult to infer that the Silver Knights rarely accept newcomers, and there are only a few precedents of temporary recruitment on the battlefield. Out of trust in Liu, people did not question the joining of this young newcomer, but curiosity was inevitable. Sin was like a rare animal, welcoming one group of spectators after another. But while being watched, Sin was also observing these crew members. First of all, most of the crew members behaved very kindly. They did not behave arrogantly, just because Sin was a young newcomer. Instead, they sent various small gifts in a friendly manner. Sin was a little flattered and felt overwhelmed. He had no chance to prepare a return gift. Secondly, most of these friendly crew members were unusually powerful. Any one of them could be called an elite under most of the criteria. This point has actually been confirmed. When Sin and Liu were talking in the cargo hold, dozens of people were hiding outside the hold to eavesdrop, but Sin didn't notice it at the time. In the end, these crew members had a reverence for Liu that was almost worshipful. Although there were many jokes, when they mentioned it, the Jedi apprentice could hear their true words. For the leader of the knights, everyone was willing to die for him. This spaceship, this knights, and this entire organization made SYN feel refreshed. It was hard to imagine that this was a team mixed in with the pirates to attack the manor. Compared with those blind streams of the Starcy who burned, killed, and looted blindly, they were simply clear streams to the sky. So this made SYN wonder what they did on the asteroid at that time. The other pirates wanted to rob everything in the manor, but the silver spaceship was the only one that was quietly suspended in the wilderness. Unfortunately, this question was not answered until the spaceship arrived at the temporary base. Leo Chen, who was in the same cabin, was an enthusiastic man. While discussing mechanical technology with SYN, he also carefully introduced many things about the Silver Knights to SYN, but he was very secretive about the attack on the manor. Generally speaking, when the boss temporarily recruits someone, he will personally explain the on-site situation to the newcomer. For example, when I was pulled on board, it was the boss who told me in person that not only had my patent income been embezzled by my former superior, but he even framed me in order to safely enjoy the profits alone, forcing me to have no way out. And he was willing to pull me on board because he happened to receive a commission from a victim similar to me. You were valued by the boss and pulled on board in that situation, but the boss didn't even tell you the action plan, which should mean that there is nothing to comment. The boss has expressed his position, and we subordinates certainly cannot interfere. And the most important point is that, in fact, I don't know what the purpose of this action is. From the beginning, the boss rarely told us the purpose, and only arranged specific execution steps for each of us. We are like pieces of a puzzle, and only a few people know the whole picture. The mystery of what Chen Sanwen said made SYN more interested in this matter, but he also knew that he needed to be patient with secrets that should not be explored blindly. Just like studying calculus, before mastering the 4 arithmetic operations, it is nothing but a waste of time. Compared with the organization's action plan, the organization itself is undoubtedly more interesting. The name of the Silver Knights was of course made up by Liu, but even if it was made up, it was absolutely binding. From the moment he said it, the Silver Knights was the official name of the organization. Until the next time Liu made it up. In fact, this organization does not have a strict name. At least after Liu took over the organization, he deliberately downplayed the seriousness and ritual sense of the organization. To this day, the entire organization only revolves around Liu and becomes an extension of his personal will. If he wants the organization to be the Silver Knights, the organization is the Silver Knights. If he wants the organization to be a maid cafe, the organization will become a Silver Maid Cafe. However, strangely, this unquestionable dictatorship has not formed an extreme organization. Liu has the supreme ruling power of the organization, but he has no ownership. Including himself, everyone's wealth accumulation must be obtained through that job salary list and through labor. The excess is the public property of the organization and cannot be used for private purposes. Although this distribution system, including the list of work salaries, was entirely formulated by Liu alone, and the definition of the private use of public property was also interpreted by Liu alone, this wealth distribution system still works well to this day. In addition, everyone in the organization has the right to leave freely and even has the power to challenge Liu to become the next leader of the organization, as long as they can bear the weight of this power. Such a unique style of dictatorship and freedom is entirely dependent on the power of Liu alone, so it is no wonder that the crew would worship Liu. Such a strange person. SYN has never seen such a strange person in his years of traveling in the Milky Way. So, what is the purpose of this strange person running the organization? To be honest, I don't know either. Chen Sanwen said, sometimes it feels like the boss is just a scavenger, picking up all kinds of people who can't make it in other places and raising them, such as you and me. But sometimes, the boss will not hesitate to use us as thermal grenades and throw them at the enemy. If there is a chance, I will take you to visit the organization's cemetery. It's spectacular. Sometimes, the organization is like a chibi that is calculating everything. Everything is for the accumulation of wealth, not the boss's personal wealth, but the wealth of the organization. The boss is a sophisticated person. When he takes orders, he never regards the organization as cheap labor. We are also well known in the Kine galaxy, and many tasks are expensive. But on the other hand, you can also see that each of us is cheap labor, including the boss himself. So, if you really want to understand this organization and use this organization, don't rush to deny it. Most of the people picked up by the boss have something to ask of the organization. We don't exclude such newcomers, but at least you have to fully understand the organization first. What I can introduce is relatively limited, so you should go and witness it with your own eyes. After a long talk with Chen Sanwen, the Silver finally ended its short space journey and landed in a temporary base also located in the asteroid belt. This base is quite simple. It just used an engineering ship to hollow out a giant meteorite and stuffed the necessary lifting and maintenance facilities into it. But this base is undoubtedly useful despite its simplicity. As long as it hides in the fragmented asteroid belt, no trace of its existence can be detected from the outside. The only regret is that, in order to ensure concealment, the internal space is very limited. When the Silver landed, because a spaceship was already docked in the hangar, it almost caused a collision accident. It was a grey olive-shaped spaceship, which was a few points larger than the Silver. The honest belly and scarce weapons meant that it was an out-and-out cargo ship. However, SYN did not find a chance to observe more details and was sent to work. The Silver only stopped at the base for half a day. During this period, some crew members were summoned to the base by Liu using a communicator to help, and the rest stayed in the ship to carry out maintenance work. SYN just got his first job, to work with Chen Sanwen to do mechanical maintenance. The work was not difficult. Although the model was unfamiliar, with a skilled worker leading the way, the whole process was more like a simple learning process for SYN. After a complete operation process, SYN felt that his understanding of spacecraft design had deepened. The only drawback was that the salary was very limited. Half a day's work was worth only 100 Kyankan coins, which was just enough to order a glass of bad wine in the bar, where he had confronted Xia Yan before. The remuneration of newcomers is like this, so don't be discouraged. Chen Sanwen smiled and comforted SYN. My remuneration is only 300 Kyankan coins. Of course, 300 Kyankan coins are enough on this ship. If the Red Apricot team is not comfortable, come back to me. With your qualifications, you can replace me in no time. But you are different from me. You are still young and an outsider. I'm afraid you will not be willing to take this little money, haha. SYN nodded and thanked Chen Sanwen for his comfort, thinking about the grey olive-shaped cargo ship in his heart. Not surprisingly, that ship should be the employer of the Silver. The Silver appeared outside the Nan family villa with a group of pirates, obviously commissioned by someone. Judging from the pile of boxes in the cargo hold, they were probably looking for something. Priceless stuff. In fact, the various components in the box that SYN opened alone were already valuable, but Liu watched SYN use those components as a mattress to sleep, not caring about the loss at all. Obviously, the box of components was just a bonus in Liu's eyes, and it was not important at all. This made SYN even more curious. What exactly did Liu get? Or what is the secret treasure hidden in that villa manor? Xia Yan deliberately put the master and apprentice under house arrest in that manner. Is it related to the secret treasure? Master stayed there alone. Did he find any clues? Countless chaotic thoughts surged in SYN's mind, but there was no clear clue to connect them. SYN had been thinking about the spacecraft setting off again, but still got nothing, and just when he was itching, his next stop was also in sight. Chapter 25 Going Home. After briefly wandering in the asteroid belt, DUI, for a few days, the Silver officially set off to return to the night space. What surprised SYN was that the base of the Silver Knights was actually the most prosperous trade hub planet, Zun, in the entire galaxy. Zun has a very special status in the Kine galaxy. It is not the capital of the galaxy, but due to its unique geographical environment and historical origins, it has nearly half of the population of the entire galaxy, more than the capital, Kun, and nearly 6 into wealth. When SYN first arrived at Kun, the capital planet of the Kine galaxy, he was amazed at the local prosperity. However, when the Silver appeared outside Zun's atmosphere, SYN discovered that, when it comes to prosperity, Kun is compared to Zun. It seems even worse. Looking down from space, you can see a prosperous scene on the planet's surface. The metal buildings are like a dense steel forest, firmly occupying most of the planet's surface, and appear grotesquely rendered by the lights. In a daze, the Jedi apprentice seemed to have returned to Coruscant. However, a moment later, as the planet rotated, and the prosperity moved on, Scene saw the edge of this metal forest. Not every corner has enjoyed the prosperity and glory of Zun. Beyond the prosperity, there is a vast expanse of desolation, abandoned metal old cities, bare deserts, over-excavated mines, dry oceans. All of this is only a thin line away from the brilliant lights. The silver number's destination is in an abandoned steel town. I saw only rusty abandoned buildings, crisscrossing in the desert, surrounded by a severely deserted rock. The thin vegetation was completely unable to maintain the soil, and the scattered quicksand covered up the traces of human existence on this land, into mottled and weird shapes. However, in the desolation, you can see vitality. There are many metal buildings erected in the abandoned mines. Most of them still maintain their basic structural shape and can still be used normally. A few oases dug out by humans are stubbornly rooted in the desert, and they are dilapidated, but still the roaring machinery maintains an endless supply of water. Then, countless human beings live here. Even if they are poor, people are still living tenaciously. I'm finally home. Chen Sanwen, who shared the same room with Scene, stood at the window, overlooking the desolate land at his feet, but he sighed, as if he was drinking strong alcohol, twisted his body unconsciously, and tried his best showing passionate dance moves. Scene asked curiously, "This is the base of the Silver Knights?" Chen Sanwen corrected very seriously, "No, this is the home of the Silver Knights." What is the difference between home and base? The answer to this question was perfectly answered when Scene stepped off the silver ship. "Brotherly, welcome back. Brotherly, we just got a batch of good wine. Remember to come and drink tonight. Brotherly, after being away for so long, do you miss us sisters? Don't be tired of the old. Oh boss, I've heard that you are coming back. I have prepared wine and food early. This time I will cook it myself, so I must reward you." When the silver ship landed on a flat port covered with fine sand, a dense crowd has gathered around. Most of them were wearing simple and poor clothes, and their faces were dusty due to the wind and sand, but their faces were filled with satisfied smiles as their relatives returned, and they held various local products and gifts in their hands, as if they were welcoming the generals who had returned in triumph. Li Yudang stepped off the silver boat first, waving his arms very enthusiastically in response to people's cheers. "Haha, Liu, I can't thank you enough for your good wine. One batch of wine is mixed with 10 batches of water. I might as well just drink more hot water. Bossly, don't try to undermine me in front of so many people. Sister Liu, please stay calm and find an honest person to take over as soon as possible. Stop fooling around. No matter how much you use Macup, you can't look like a young man. Damn it. Have you forgotten that my mother fed you milk back then? Mr. Jin, I have been looking forward to your specialty dishes for a long time, but I'd better wait until you can really distinguish between sugar and salt before hosting a banquet for others. I'm going out for a while. It's so hard, I don't want to offend my taste buds anymore." "You grew up eating my food. That's why I always have shadows from my childhood, haha." Liu and the people who gathered around spoke freely, as if they were family members. While he was coping with the crowd's enthusiasm, the tail hatch of the silver slowly opened, and 2 robotic arms continued to carry huge metal boxes outwards, which were filled with supplies that were urgently needed by the residents of the desolate land. Food, drinking water, medicine, mechanical tools. Someone has long been driving a simple transport ship and commanding a tattered second-hand robot to sort and pack the materials unloaded by the silver ship into categories and then transfer them to where they are needed. Liu's robot assistant Bei stood coldly in front of the hatch, directing the deployment of supplies on the ship. The robot always maintains its cold attitude and tone, showing no color to anyone who comes near. The excavation equipment in Area 3 is in place. Please open the mining tunnel as soon as possible as planned. The water purification chips in Shelter 7 are also in place. Please solve the drinking water problem for shelter residents within 3 days. There are 5 emergency rations in total. Batch, Please come and collect the top 5 regional representatives. Bey's distribution was orderly and unquestionable. Most of the people around her obeyed the command silently and maintained order at the scene. But after all, there are a very small number of people who are unwilling to follow the herd. Several well-armed strong men squeezed out from the crowd, stood in front of Bey, and shouted sternly, "Hey, since you still have food here, why don't you share it with us?" He replied without raising his head, "The remaining food is for Chungpan village. There has been a famine for a long time, and there are still many women and children. The priority is much higher than that of newcomers like you." The leading man was a little anxious and a little funny. "Chungpan village? There are only a bunch of trash who can neither work nor fight, right? Why should women and children be given priority in this deserted area? Bosley is going out to fight, right? He can bring people from our brotherhood with him. The men from the TR brotherhood have never lost to outsiders." Bey Leng said coldly, "On the Bayan, there is no need to rely on bravery and ruthlessness, let alone scum that treats women and children as burdens. Who are you calling a scumbag? They are just scraps of metal." Before the burly man could finish his words, Bey came behind him. Several murderous figures have appeared. They were all crew members on the Silver. Some were wearing mechanics protective clothing, some were wearing chef's aprons, and some were even wearing pajamas and nightcaps. They looked like non-combatant, good-natured sons. But from that ferocious and hungry smile, murderous intent was released without any concealment. "Iron Tooth Brotherhood. You haven't heard of it, are you new here? Insulting Lord Bey in front of us. You are really brave." The boss was basically bored on the boat for the whole mission, and he was worrying about his hands. There is no way to vent the itch, and unexpectedly, some unsighted people came to our door. "But Bosley has always warned us not to fight randomly. Does this kind of bastard deserve to be called a punching bag? You didn't say you weren't allowed to hit sandbags, right? That makes sense. I'll hit you first as a token of respect." As he spoke, the armed men from the Iron Fang Brotherhood watched helplessly as a group of wolf-like crewmen attacked fiercely. They subconsciously wanted to raise their weapons and fight, but found that the battle was over long before they could react. Everyone was knocked to the ground in an instant, and their armed arms were twisted into strange angles. The metal armor, heavy blasters and other equipment they used to show off their strength were completely useless in close-range hand-to-hand combat effect. Everyone was lying on the ground unable to move like animals on a slaughtering assembly line. As one of the parties involved, Bey didn't even look at the farce, as if everything was taken for granted, and he was still arranging supplies in an orderly manner. Soon, the huge cargo hold of the Silver was completely emptied by her, and all kinds of supplies were flawlessly distributed to the surrounding poor people. "Master Bey, thank you very much. Please be sure to come to our town as a guest next time. With this batch of emergency supplies, we will have a bumper harvest next year. Our specialty Ziyang fruit is the best in the surrounding area. By the way, Master Bey, there is another problem with the generator set. Can you please help us pay attention to the spare components next time we go out?" Scene stood behind the crowd and watched the whole process, and then finally realized why an extremely elite team, but he was always troubled by financial problems. Because they have a warm and poor home. Seeing the warmth and hustle and bustle of this home, Scene suddenly felt that no matter what the reason for the Silver Cruiser's attack on Nan's Manor was, it didn't matter anymore. Just as he was thinking of this, Scene suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. It turned out that Li Yu had finished dealing with the enthusiastic people, returned to the ship, and came to Scene's side. "How's it going? Are you particularly touched? Do you feel like the Silver Knights are like messengers of justice who fight for justice?" As soon as Scene was about to speak, Li Yu patted his shoulder hard and swallowed back all his words. "If you think so, you are totally wrong. We are just a group of mortals struggling to survive. We have neither the interest in chivalry nor the energy to do justice. Although this ship of life-saving supplies can make countless people laugh, more than 80% of them were not obtained through legal channels. So don't have any moral expectations from us." Scene was silent for a while and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" He laughed and said, "Because you look like a stupid messenger of justice, so I must make it clear in advance to prevent you from doing stupid things in the future and dragging down others." Remember, the Silver Knights are never responsible for maintaining world peace, and never pursue a sense of moral superiority. If you are really determined to do good, and can't help it, I can donate 10 million Kyankan coins to the charity fund in your name and let you work on the Silver Line. Pay off your debts for the rest of your life. Otherwise, just obey the orders, and don't think about unnecessary things. You are in debt now, and it is your duty to pay off the debts. Do you understand? Scene nodded silently. Okay, I like to deal with smart people the most. Although I save lines, I also save worry. Since you nodded, I won't talk nonsense with you about what will happen to people who break the rules. After that, I will take you to Hong Kong Team Crossing. I wish you a good time paying off your debt there. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.